Chapter 1850 died? No wonder. Sir God Chi Feng looked confused. The white-robed woman smiled but didn't reply. Then she flipped her hand and there was a token. Mother, this is... Sir God Chi Feng looked at the token. This is the communication token of the Master of Star Palace. For the past 3,000 years, I sent many messages to the Master of Star Palace. He replied to me with a few messages in the beginning. Then, for the past 2,000 years, he didn't reply at all, the white-robed woman said. No reply. Sir God Chi Feng was surprised. The Master of Star Palace even visited Mother personally to ask Mother to set up a formation for him. He should be making preparations for an opportunity in the ancient Mystery Land. All these years, he has been staying in ancient Mystery Land. You sent him messages, but he didn't reply? Could he be fully concentrated in some sort of opportunity, or could he be carried away with comprehension? Carried away? The white-robed woman smiled. In the beginning, I thought so too, as he went in for an opportunity, and he prepared so meticulously beforehand. It would be normal if he received an opportunity in ancient Mystery Land. But later on, about 300 years ago, I sent him another message, but he still didn't reply. That's a little strange, because he and I have an agreement that he would rush to mine 300 years ago and he would complete one task on my behalf. It was also a condition for me to agree to set up the formation for him. The Master of Star Palace is a good person and his reputation is great. Otherwise, I wouldn't have promised him back then. However, when it was our agreed time and he didn't come here, he didn't even send me a message. That was strange. After all, even if he was carried away in the opportunity and he couldn't rush over in time, he could at least reply and inform me. Mother, what you're trying to say is that the Master of Star Palace has died. Sir God Chi Feng stared. Previously, it was hard to say. After all, he might be in places with unique space-time, and he couldn't send any message. However, I heard from you that lineage of Star has been acting strange. Especially when I heard about Sword Emperor massacring in madness. I became 70% certain that the Master of Star Palace had died, the white-robed woman said calmly. One should know that lineage of Star has been at peace for so many years. Although they have many enemies, they never killed their enemies so wantonly before. After all, as long as the Master of Star Palace is alive, lineage of Star's enemies couldn't stir any trouble. Plus, Jian Wushuang, although he is young, he could reach where he is now as an inverse cultivator. He is definitely not stupid. He should know that when the limelight is too strong, the risk is high, especially when his identity as an inverse cultivator is so sensitive. There were originally a lot of people who didn't wish to see him grow. At such times, if it isn't necessary, he should get stronger in silence. When his power increases and he breaks through to become an almighty, his wings will be full-fledged and there will be almost no one who can do anything about him. He can do anything he wishes then. He would then truly be able to act wantonly without scruples. By then, it won't be a problem for him to massacre the enemies or even major forces. But it should definitely not be now. Sir God Chi Feng nodded in silence. She felt that what her mother had said made sense. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Calm ever since Jian Wushuang's massacre. Although it had led to his bad name, it had also made everyone fearful of him. There were a lot of people who wished for him to die. There might even be people who were preparing in silence. It was really too risky. Besides, Lineage of Star has started to rope in experts with all kinds of methods. Everything I said combined, I am determined Lineage of Star definitely has a reason that made them do so. As for the reason, besides the death of the Master of Star Palace, I couldn't think of the second, the white-robed woman said with a smile. Sir God Chi Feng heard her, and her heart skipped a beat. Yes, Mother, you're right. Only if the Master of Star Palace dies will that lineage of Star would lose their mainstay. Under helpless circumstances, they took the initiative to kill their enemies, to exterminate them. That's why Jian Wushuang was keeping a high profile. Sir God Chi Feng agreed with his mother's conclusion. From what she knew, Jian Wushuang had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace back then, and he had kept silent and lied low after he had been listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He had been quiet for 6,000 years. In the 6,000 years, Jian Wushuang had improved tremendously. He could totally continue to lay low and continue to improve his power. However, with no symptoms, Lineage of Star had suddenly started massacring his enemies. It was too strange. On top of that, the Master of Star Palace didn't reply to any messages when the agreed time was up. The possibility of the Master of Star Palace's death was extremely high. The Master of Star Palace, such a horrifying existence. He died in ancient mystery land. Sir God Qifeng sighed. The Master of Star Palace, although he was only on the 31st on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, he was considered an outstanding one among peak Emperor gods, but not the top. However, the experts in Sanctuary Alliance knew clearly that if the Master of Star Palace were to explode and perform secret skill of Star Palace without scruples, its level of scariness would be above Underworld God, who is the top person among Emperor gods. Such an expert had died. Ancient Mysteryland has many opportunities, but there are even more dangerous places. These places forget about Emperor gods like the Master of Star Palace. Even a great emperor would die without a doubt when they enter. The Master of Star Palace only thought of being a great emperor to serve as a better deterrent to all forces. It was a pity that he belittled the danger. Now that he has died and lost his functions, Lineage of Star, the white-robed woman, shook her head slightly. Sir God, Qifeng's eyes beamed when she heard that. One should know that Red Glow Fairy Palace and Lineage of Star were on Purple Moon Sanctuary, and they weren't too far apart. There was a conflict of interest, too. If Lineage of Star were to be in danger, Red Glow Fairy Palace would receive many benefits, too. Mother, the news about the Master of Star Palace's death. Do you think we should spread it? Sir God Qifeng said, You're the Palace Master of Red Glow Fairy Palace. Do you want to hide or spread the news for Lineage of Star? It's your decision. But one thing, even if you want to spread, it can't be spread from Red Glow Fairy Palace. It must be done through a third person, do you understand? The white-robed woman said. She had a deal with the Master of Star Palace, but there was no friendship. She had helped the Master of Star Palace to set up a formation, and it was merely a deal made. Hence, she didn't have the thought to safeguard Lineage of Star. I understand. I will head to Vientiane Tower now. Sir God Qifeng was extremely excited. Chapter 1850:1 A Toss Stone Raises 1,000 Ripples. There was a high possibility that the Star Palace Master had died. After this piece of news was spread to the Vientiane Tower, it was further spread to the whole eternal chaotic world in an instant. A tossed stone had raised 1,000 ripples. The Sanctuary Alliance and the experts in all the powerhouses of the eternal chaotic world burst into an uproar at once. Of course, after getting the piece of news, many experts doubted the authenticity of it right away. After all, many people knew how frightening the Star Palace Master was. Although he was ranked 30 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, if he were to go crazy, only great emperors could stop him. How would such a powerful existence die so easily? Moreover, even the Vientiane Tower said that there was a high possibility that he had died. This meant that the Vientiane Tower was unable to confirm it for real, probably because of the fact that no one had seen him dying nor seen his body. It was just a guess. As it was only a guess, it was naturally unable to convince everyone. However, the basis for such a guess from the Vientiane Tower was indeed worth pondering about. Firstly, there was no news from the Star Palace Master. No matter who tried to contact him, there would be no reply. This point had already been proven to be true. When quite a number of experts who possessed the transmission token of the Star Palace Master had obtained this piece of news, they tried to contact the Star Palace Master right away. However, there was no reply, and this was the same for the people who were extremely close to the Star Palace Master. Moreover, it was said that one of the great emperors from the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance had tried to contact the Star Palace Master personally. However, there was no reply as well. This meant that the Star Palace Master was definitely in an extremely dangerous situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not reply even to his good friends or great emperor when one tried to get into contact with him. However, this alone was still not enough to confirm that the Star Palace Master had died. After all, there were some places with special space-time in the ancient Mystery Land where it would be normal for him to be uncontactable. Next, the Vientiane Tower mentioned the unusual activities of the lineage of Star over the past few years. In particular, Jian Wushuang's wanton massacre. With that, they made a guess, and this had really caused many people to harbor suspicions. Indeed, for the past few years, the lineage of Star had been unusual. For so many years, they had put up with the existence of enemies. However, ever since the Star Palace Master became uncontactable, they started to hunt down those enemies wantonly. There was Jian Wushuang, who was extremely talented. Previously, he had remained silent and laid low for 6,000 years. However, without any warnings, he had displayed his talents abruptly again. This was really challenging other people's level of tolerance toward him. In the Sanctuary Alliance, there were probably many people who did not wish to see him growing to such a frightening state. Hence, it would be best for him to remain silent and lay low during this period of time. As for revealing his talents of his own accord, that was considered stupid. Why would Jian Wushuang choose such a stupid path? Moreover, for the past few years, the lineage of Star had been secretly using all kinds of techniques to recruit some experts. Although there were no agreements made during the recruitment, the lineage of Star indeed had the intention to recruit experts. By adding all these factors together and thinking about it many times, it could not help but make many people suspect if the Star Palace Master had really died for real. Colored glazed sanctuary inside the soaring Heaven King Palace. Emperor God Tian Shao and the remaining almighties in the soaring Heaven King Palace had gathered together. All of you have probably heard about the news. Emperor God Tian Shao looked down. According to my predictions, there is indeed an extremely high possibility of the Star Palace Master being dead. Great. The large number of Sir Gods below revealed delighted expressions. It should be known that when the Star Palace Master went on a killing spree many years ago, some of the experts that he had killed were from the soaring Heaven King Palace as well. Back then, a grudge was born between the soaring Heaven King Palace and the lineage of Star. After that, when the soaring Heaven King Palace had fought with Jian Wushuang, they had suffered heavy losses. By adding this new grudge to the old enmity, the soaring Heaven King Palace then detested the lineage of Star greatly. After getting to know that the Star Palace Master had died, they were naturally elated. Palace Master, with the lineage of Star losing the intimidation of the Star Palace Master, all the powerhouses will definitely come together and attack them. With that, our soaring Heaven King Palace will be able to take revenge. Sir God Qing Fu clenched both his fists tightly and said, "Let's not rush things." Emperor God Tian Shao shook his head. Big Brother has still not returned yet. Before we can confirm that the Star Palace Master has really died, we should not act recklessly. After all, if the Star Palace Master really goes crazy, he will be extremely frightening. Before Big Brother returns, the soaring Heaven King Palace is absolutely unable to stop him. Let's sit back and wait first. We shall think about it after the news has been confirmed. Before that, we only need to make preparations to take action. All right. Many people below nodded their heads earnestly. However, their hearts were filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Red Dragon Sanctuary, Evil Light, Divine Sect. Dead. That old bastard is finally dead? An unusually evil, purple-armored youth, who was more than 3 meters tall, gave an earth-shaking roar, and his voice resounded across the hall. At the bottom of the hall, tens of experts were gathered, and they were extremely excited as well. It's great that he has died. It's really great that he has died. Back then, this old bastard killed a total of 4 almighties of our evil light, divine sect in one go. Moreover, even the previous sect, Master, died in his hands. This is the greatest humiliation that our evil light divine sect suffered ever since we were founded. However, it's a pity that our evil light divine sect has always had no way to take revenge. However, now he's finally dead. Although he's dead, the lineage of Star that he founded is still there. Kill, kill. Sect Master, let's take action immediately and destroy the lineage of Star. The eyes of some people were scarlet in color, and they were filled with murderous intent. Let's not rush things. The unusually evil youth waved his big hands. We must definitely avenge Master. Also, we must get rid of the humiliation that our evil light divine sect has suffered. However, it is still too early now. Although the Vientiane Tower has spread the news of the Star Palace Master dying, there are still some disputes. As such, there needs to be another step of confirmation to determine whether the Star Palace Master is dead or alive. Before that, we cannot act recklessly. Wait, we have to wait. Let's wait until someone is unable to control themselves and take action first. After waiting for the news to be confirmed, it will still not be too late for us to take action. From now on, get someone to monitor each and every action of the lineage of Star tenaciously. The unusually evil youth's orders were made known to the lower levels quickly. The whole Sanctuary Alliance was already seething with excitement, and many old bastards who had secluded themselves from the world were shocked by this piece of news. As for the lineage of Star, they naturally obtained this piece of news immediately. In a secret room in the Sword Star, Jian Wushuang was still trying to raise the level of his force of soul. After so many years, his force of soul had risen slightly. Just then, Palace Master, there's trouble. Hall Master Yuan sent a message over, and his voice was filled with anxiety. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes at once. After that, he went out of seclusion straight away. In a hall which contained a vast void, Jian Wushuang and the other 3 hall masters were seated. The expressions of the 4 of them were extremely ugly. Jian Wushuang's hands were holding onto a token, and the token contained a piece of news that the Vientiane Tower had spread at a shocking speed. As he looked at the piece of news in the token, Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. What should come has finally come. Chapter 1852. Visit the Master of Star Palace had just passed away, and it was a fact. The fact would be found out eventually. Jian Wushuang and the others were mentally prepared. There was someone who had made a speculation that the Master of Star Palace had died based on the inability to get in contact with the Master of Star Palace and the abnormal behavior of Lineage of Star. Although it was beyond Jian Wushuang's expectations, there was no choice. They had to act like that. After all, Ancient Mystery Land only opened once every 5 million years, and it only opens for 10,000 years each time. The moment the limit of 10,000 years was reached, the Master of Star Palace wouldn't exit Ancient Mystery Land. It meant that he had definitely passed away. By then it had been 8,000 years. It was merely 1,000 years earlier than expected. However, they seized the chance to kill a large number of solo experts who harbored grudges against the Lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan, how did the recruitment of experts using Chaos Divine Treasure and other resources go? Jian Wushuang asked. It is going well. Until now, Lineage of Star has got in contact with over 30 solo experts. Among the over 30 solo experts, more than 1/3 of them are quite convinced by the condition we offered. Among the solo experts, there were 2 Emperor Gods. But according to Palace Master's instruction, I have yet to let them give me their answers, Hall Master Yuan reported. It's right to not them answer yet. The news about the Master of Star Palace's death has spread, but it is mere speculation after all. No one is definite that the Master of Star Palace is dead. Before they confirm that, there shouldn't be anyone who has the guts to take action against Lineage of Star. Even if they do come, Lineage of Star shall deal with them. During this time, let the people consider clearly if they want to join Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang said. Then Jian Wushuang tapped on the armrest and replied after he thought for a while. The news has spread and the forces in Sanctuary Alliance are definitely in a hubbub. Every one of them is keeping watch of lineage of star. They intend to determine what's true or false through our response. The closer we approach the crucial moment, the calmer we should carry ourselves. Even when people send us messages to ask the Master of Star Palace's whereabouts, tell them that the Master of Star Palace is in a unique place in ancient Mystery Land and there is a hindrance in space-time, so we couldn't contact him. If there is anyone who is trying to be funny with us, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Regardless of the situation that we are going to face, we of Lineage of Star shall adopt the appropriate measures. Hearing Jian Wushuang's reply, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Niayan nodded heavily. Lineage of Star then was different from before. Even if the Master of Star Palace passed away, Lineage of Star still wouldn't be one that anyone could provoke. All right, you are dismissed. As usual, do what you usually do, Jian Wushuang. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Come, yes, the 3 Hall Masters nodded. The entire Sanctuary Alliance and the entire Eternal Chaotic World were talking about the news where the Master of Star Palace had passed away, but Lineage of Star, who had obviously become a public enemy, wasn't shaken at all. All forces kept watch of Lineage of Star, but realized that Lineage of Star wasn't any different. Those who should cultivate continued to cultivate. Those who should wander continued to wander. Those who should go for an adventure continued to go for an adventure. It was as though they had never heard of the news. The equanimity made the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance even more confused. They didn't understand if Lineage of Star pretended to be calm or if the Master of Star Palace wasn't dead at all, so they were confident. Those people who were itching to launch an attack settled down in order to not make a rash advance. Such a situation was only maintained for a month's time. 1 month later, outside Universe Galaxy, where Lineage of Star was, a shabbily dressed elderly with messy, fiery red hair and a dirty body, like a beggar's, appeared. The slovenly elderly looked at the resplendent galaxy in front of him, and there was a flash of strange light in his eyes. He then said, "Zhu Long, you specially came here to visit everyone in Lineage of Star." His bright and loud voice spread across Universe Galaxy, also traveled into Lineage of Star's lair. The experts in Lineage of Star and the disciples heard the voice, but they weren't surprised. As one of the top forces in Eternal Chaotic World, Lineage of Star, who had befriended some experts, would have some visitors in Lineage of Star occasionally. It was very normal. However, the few higher-ups in Lineage of Star heard the voice, and their faces changed. "Zhulong? It must be Emperor God Zhulong." Hall Master Yuan's gaze grew solemn. "Emperor God Zhulong has nothing to do with Lineage of Star, and he isn't a friend of ours either. We go our own way without interfering with each other. He isn't among the experts that I tried to get in contact all these years either. What did he come here personally for?" "Who knows?" Hall Master Niayan asked coldly. Swoosh! There was an illusionary figure, and Jian Wushuang appeared next to Hall Master Yuan. "Palace Master!" Hall Master Yuan immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. "Emperor God Zhulong, although he isn't a peak Emperor God, he isn't too low-ranked on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list either. He visits personally, and we of Lineage of Star can't leave him outside. How about this? Hall Master Yuan, you and Hall Master Guexan welcome him in. I will watch in silence. With me here, he shouldn't be able to stir up any trouble," Jian Wushuang said. "All right," Hall Master Yuan nodded. Then Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Guexan immediately greeted him personally. At the border of Universe Galaxy. "Haha." Emperor God Zhu Long came personally. "We of Lineage of Star are greatly honored to have you as our guest." Hall Master Yuan had just got there, and his laughter spread. The slovenly elderly Emperor God Zhu Long looked at the two of them. "You must be Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Guexan from Lineage of Star." Emperor God Zhu Long looked calm and composed. However, he thought to himself, "I, an Emperor God, came to visit personally, but Lineage of Star only sent 2 Sir Gods to welcome me. Jian Wushuang didn't even come out? He thinks so highly of himself. Of course. He didn't display any displeasure on the surface. Emperor God Zhulong, welcome. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian brought Emperor God Zhulong into Milky Way. Very soon, they arrived in Lineage of Star's lair. On a star where they received visitors, the 3 Hall Masters of Lineage of Star were there. Emperor God Long Zhu sat in front of a long, narrow table, and there were maidservants serving him. As for Jian Wushuang, he never revealed himself. Emperor God Zhulong, I wonder what's the purpose of your visit in Lineage of Star? Hall Master sat on the highest throne as he asked. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nian looked at Emperor God Zhulong. Chapter 1853 Testing O. After hearing Hall Master Yuan's question, Emperor God Zhulong became stunned and he laughed. To tell you the truth, I have come this time around to look for the Star Palace Master. Look for the Star Palace Master? The hearts of the 3 Hall Masters moved. Since Emperor God Zhulong had come at such a time to pay a visit to them, it would definitely be not without any reason. Looking at it then, Emperor God Zhulong had come just to test out the situation. He had wanted to get a feel of the situation in the Lineage of Star, and also to find out if the Star Palace Master had really died. Although they were certain about this in their hearts, Hall Master Yuan was expressionless on the surface, and he said, Emperor God Zhulong, you should know that the ancient mystery land opened not long ago. As such, our palace master has been staying there over the past few years, and to date, he has still not returned yet. It's all right that he has not returned yet. It will be fine as long as he fulfills the matter that he promised me back then. Emperor God Zhulong said, The matter that he promised you? When and what did our palace master promise you? Hall Master Yuan was still indifferent. Not long ago, before he entered the ancient mystery land, he had once asked some experts and I to help him deploy a formation. As a condition, he promised to let us into the scripture depository of the Lineage of Star to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace. Do you know of this matter? Emperor God Zhulong asked with a stern expression. What? Hall Master Yuan's expression changed. At the same time, he knew immediately that Emperor God Zhulong was definitely lying. To the Star Palace Master, the secret skill of Star Palace was extremely important, and he would absolutely not promise Emperor God Zhulong that he could cultivate it. The reason why Emperor God Zhulong dared to say this, then, was because it was nothing but a form of test. Since no one was able to contact the Star Palace Master then, no matter what he said, it could not be confirmed. Emperor God Zhulong, I am unable to contact our palace master now. Hence, I do not know if there is really such a matter. Hence, are you able to wait for another period of time for our palace master to come out from the ancient mystery land? By then it will still not be too late for you to come again. Hall Master Yuan laughed. Wait for another period of time? I do not have the time and energy to continue waiting. Emperor God Zhulong's expression turned grave. The Star Palace Master promised me that a long time ago. No matter what, I want to cultivate that secret skill of Star Palace today. I'm sorry, before the Palace Master returns, it is impossible for me to let you go to the scripture depository, Hall Master Yuan said right away. This is the way your Lineage of Star treats a guest. Emperor God Zhulong gave a cold snort, slammed the table, and jumped up in anger. His voice was filled with fury, and the most important thing was that with his divine power, his voice spread across the whole Lineage of Star, and a large number of expert disciples in the Lineage of Star heard the cold snort. In no time, the Lineage of Star burst into an uproar. What's going on? This voice is the same as the expert called Zhulong from before, and it should be from the expert who came to pay a visit to the Lineage of Star. However, looking at it, his discussion with the Hall Masters is not going well. Quite a number of deacon elders and disciples headed toward the constellation. Such a scene had caused the expressions of Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Shiyin to turn ugly. Just then, Emperor God Zhulong, right? You really have a short temper. All of a sudden, an ice-cold voice could be heard, and it reverberated across the universe. After that, a young man who carried a sword on his back walked over slowly. It's Hall Master Wushuang. Hall Master Wushuang has come. When the deacon elders and the disciples of the lineage of Star saw Jian Wushuang, they revealed scorching hot expressions in succession. Those deacon elders and disciples still did not know of the news that the Star Palace Master had died. As such, they naturally did not know that Jian Wushuang had already become the new Palace Master. Thus, they still addressed Jian Wushuang as Hall Master Wushuang. Upon seeing the person who had come, all the anger that Emperor God Zhu Long possessed originally dissipated at once. Sword Emperor! Emperor God Zhu Long wore a smile. After all, Hall Master Yuan and the other 2 Hall Masters were Sir Gods, and he did not need to care about them. However, Jian Wushuang was ranked 30th in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Hence, he did not dare to be furious in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Emperor God Zhu Long. After that, his body turned vague, and he appeared at the highest point of the hall. His ice-cold eyes then looked at Emperor God Zhu Long. No matter what our Palace Master promised you before, you will still need to wait for our Palace Master to return to the lineage of Star first. Moreover, after it has been confirmed, you will be able to get your reward. Before that, you had better wait quietly. I was too impatient. Emperor God Zhu Long laughed with embarrassment. However, after another hundreds of years, I will need to make a trip to the second lair, which is quite dangerous. Before that, I hope to obtain the secret skill of Star Palace to help myself stay alive. If I were to wait for the Star Palace Master to come back from the ancient Mystery Land, it would obviously be too late. Hence, how about this? Sword Emperor, is it possible for you to tell me the current location of the Star Palace Master? I will go to the ancient Mystery Land, personally, to look for him, and then get him to send a message back. Is that all right? Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang laughed with ridicule. What a joke! Our Palace Master has just obtained a great opportunity, and he is at the most critical stage. At this point of time, why would I tell you his current location? Emperor God Zhu Long, you really know how to imagine the wildest things. Even if he is in a critical stage, transmitting a message is as easy as blinking an eye, and it will absolutely not affect him. Sword Emperor, since you are unwilling to tell me his current location, could it be that the Vientiane Tower's guess is right and that the Star Palace Master has already died? Emperor God Zhu Long's eyes had a strange expression, and he was staring at Jian Wushuang. Similarly, his words were spread intentionally using his divine power, and they reverberated across the whole lineage of Star. In particular, the last few words resounded repeatedly, and they did not dissipate even after a long time. When the deacon elders and the large number of disciples in the lineage of Star heard that, all of them were stunned. Palace Master has died. Is this real or fake? Many deacon elders and disciples became dumbfounded. As for Jian Wushuang, his expression turned cold abruptly, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You're courting death. With a cry, 3 brilliant rays of golden light appeared at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the 3 rays of golden light appeared, they changed into a golden rainbow, pierced the void, and appeared in front of Emperor God Zhu Long. Not good. Emperor God Zhu Long's expression changed greatly. His motive this time around for coming was to get a feel of the situation in the lineage of Star. He had never thought of fighting head-on with Jian Wushuang, who had a mighty name. Moreover, he recognized the 3 rays of golden light. They were the 3 Hong Jun golden swords, the treasures that the Sword Emperor was famous for. Rumble. Powerful divine power burst forth. In a dangerous situation, Emperor God Zhu Long unleashed his full power. His big hands were covered with a great amount of flames, and he unleashed 3 palm attacks in succession, instantly. Bam! 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 3 booming sounds could be heard in succession, and every booming sound was accompanied by the appearance with a giant black hole. After the booming sound, puff! Emperor God Zhu Long spit out a mouthful of blood wildly. Chapter 1854 Jian, Wushuang's strength. Then, Emperor God Zhu Long could only feel his internal organs burning, and his aura instantly grew dispirited. At the same time, his heart was shivering with fright. He's too strong, just as stated on the information. Jian Wushuang's 3 Hongjun golden swords are as powerful as a hit of a peak emperor god each. The combination of the 3 could simply suppress an ordinary peak emperor god. Virum, Virum, Virum. The 3 golden lights floated in the void and floated in front of Emperor God Zhu Long. With Jian Wushuang's willpower, the 3 Hongjun golden swords would attack again and kill Emperor God Zhu Long. Sword Emperor, spare my life! Emperor God Zhu Long quickly begged for mercy. I do not have bad intentions. I do not harbor malice. You do not harbor malice? Right, you do not. However, the purpose of your visit and what you are thinking in your head, you and I know clearly. There's no need for bullshit. Listen up, go back, and tell the people behind you that they'd better send some powerful experts if they intend to probe lineage of star and find out if our palace master passed away. If they have the power to force lineage of star into a desperate situation, into a corner, then they will find out. What's the purpose of sending rubbish like you? Jian Wushuang sneered. Emperor God Zhu Long heard and felt angry. One should know that he was an emperor god and his ranking on heaven and earth supreme ranking list wasn't low. But in the end, Jian Wushuang had referred to him as rubbish. Emperor God Zhu Long, I will give you 2 options now. Either you stay here, or you F***CK off. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Emperor God Zhu Long looked furious, but he couldn't let loose. He could only hold back his anger and turn to leave. Watching Emperor God Zhu Long leave, the surrounding hall masters let out breaths of relief. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. He looked at the deacon elders and disciples that had gathered around him. The elders and disciples looked on in distress. They were obviously affected by what Emperor God Zhu Long said. What you all of you doing standing here? Go ahead and do what you must, Jian Wushuang bellowed. The elders and disciples look at Jian Wushuang in reverence and then turn to leave. Although they left, their emotions would be hard to calm down. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about it. I never thought that Emperor God Zhu Long would make that move. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. Emperor God Zhu Long tried to probe verbally, and Jian Wushuang was mentally prepared. Even when he intentionally became angry, it was within Jian Wushuang's expectations as well. However, Jian Wushuang had never expected that Emperor God Zhu Long would intentionally spread the news about the Master of Star Palace's death within lineage of Star so that the elders and disciples would hear of it. One should know that the founder of lineage of Star, the Master of Star Palace, was truly the mainstay. As long as he was alive, lineage of Star would be in safe hands. However, even though the news about the Master of Star Palace's death had yet to be verified, the elders and disciples in lineage of Star would inevitably be suspicious, especially when the news spread to the other elders and disciples. Everyone would panic and lineage of Star would lose its order. At such a crucial moment, unless the Master of Star Palace revealed himself again, the situation would be hard to deal with. I really want to kill Emperor God Zhu Long earlier, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Emperor God Zhu Long came to visit after all, and he never provoked lineage of Star in public. If we were to kill him in lineage of Star, it would be unreasonable, Hall Master Yuan said. I know, that's why I held back, Jian Wushuang said. However, they didn't give ourselves away when Emperor God Zhu Long probed. The forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance still couldn't be sure if the Master of Star Palace passed away. It's all right, but we have to comfort our elders and disciples. Hall Master Yuan, please take care of this. No problem. I know what to do, Hall Master Yuan replied. Jian Wushuang nodded and then returned to Sword Star to begin cultivation. He had to grasp every minute and second to increase his power. On the other hand, Not long after Emperor God Zhulong had left Lineage of Star, he appeared in a unique void. There were 4 thrones floating in the void, and there were 4 figures seated on the throne. Of course, the 4 figures were merely consciousness incarnation. They represented the 4 major forces in eternal chaotic world. For instance, Emperor God Tian Shao from soaring Heaven King Palace, his consciousness embodiment was among the 4. Emperor God Long Zhu, how did it go? Emperor God Tian Shao looked at him. Needless to say, judging by his look, he definitely got rejected. An evil-looking elderly teased. Emperor God Zhu Long humphed coldly. Then he took out a token. This is the mirror image after I entered Lineage of Star. I recorded it with the token. I have probed whatever I can. As for the result, you can determine it on your own. Then, Emperor God Zhu Long left. He had gone to probe Lineage of Star personally because of the benefits that the 4 major forces had offered. He had already acted according to the 4 major forces' requirements. He didn't care about the final result. After Emperor God Zhu Long had left, the 4 consciousness embodiment on the throne immediately watched the mirror image. The 4 of them were quiet after they saw the scene within Lineage of Star. Did you notice anything? Emperor God Tian Shao looked at the other 3 figures. No, the evil-looking elderly shook his head. From the beginning until the end, the experts from Lineage of Star were calm and composed. As for Sword Emperor, he was as overbearing as ever. Besides, the elders and disciples in Lineage of Star looked like they didn't know the news about the Master of Star Palace's death. Calmness can be forged. As for the elders and disciples, it's normal that they wouldn't know about the death of the Master of Star Palace. It is such a major news. The moment it spread, the entire Lineage of Star would be in chaos. If I were to be Sword Emperor, I definitely wouldn't announce it either. The one that I truly care is Sword Emperor. His strength is shocking, a brawny, middle-aged man said. Before the news about the Master of Star Palace's death spread, it was normal that he is so overbearing. But now, one should know that Emperor God Zhulong is an Emperor God and there's a strong force backing him up. However, Sword Emperor got furious because of his one line and Sword Emperor injured him directly. If they weren't in Lineage of Star's lair, I reckon he might have killed Emperor God Zhulong directly. Chapter 1850, 5 the 1st, to do I. After pausing for some time, the stalwart, middle-aged man continued speaking. This Sword Emperor is so aggressive and he is not impudent at all. This is not something that he can pretend to be so easily, and he must definitely be extremely confident to do it. Moreover, where exactly did his confidence come from? The 3 people by the side looked at each other. Jian Wushuang's confidence? Subconsciously, they thought about the Star Palace Master. Could it be that the Vientiane Tower's prediction is really wrong and that the Star Palace Master is not dead at all? Instead, he has only entered a special place, and he is unable to contact the outside world? The evil old man said. It is hard to say. However, we are unable to come to a conclusion with just Emperor God Zhulong alone, Emperor God Tian Shao said. They did not know that Jian Wushuang's confidence did not come from the Star Palace Master. Instead, it was from the power that he possessed, as well as the large number of trump cards that the Lineage of Star had. With Jian Wushuang bringing many Dao soldiers back to the Lineage of Star and an expert from the ancient past overseeing things, as well as his own abilities, Jian Wushuang and the Lineage of Star were still extremely confident, even though they had lost the Star Palace Master, especially Jian Wushuang. From the start of his training to date, he had come across all kinds of dangers, and he had been used to it since a long time ago. Moreover, he had already thought of a way out. If a great battle were to really break out, and the Lineage of Star were unable to compete against its opponents even after using all its trump cards and powers, he would at least bring some core experts of the Lineage of Star and escape to the Green Fire World. Over there, not only was it hidden and no one knew about it, there was a great formation that his master, Shen Yi, had deployed. As such, no one could do anything to them. The most important thing was that the training environment in the Green Fire World was a lot better than that of the 10 sanctuaries. As such, he could absolutely stay at the Green Fire World and hide there for a period of time to allow his sword servant, Jian-Yi, to completely recover his abilities. Then, with the fighting capabilities of a great emperor, even if the Green Fire World were to appear again, who would dare to act recklessly? Of course, Jian Wushuang would only do this at the final stage when there was no other choice. Furthermore, due to the presence of this route of retreat, Jian Wushuang was not afraid in the slightest bit. If we really want to know if the Star Palace Master has died, there are only 2 ways to do it, the stalwart middle-aged man said with a heavy voice. Firstly, we will wait for the ancient Mystery Land to close. Then, we will see if the Star Palace Master comes out from the ancient Mystery Land. However, there is still more than 1,000 years' time before the ancient Mystery Land closes. More than 1,000 years' time was considered nothing to these old bastards who stood at the highest point of the eternal chaotic world and had lived for an unknown number of years. To them, it was just the instant of flicking a finger. However, if they had to wait for another 1,000 over years then, they would feel uneasy. After all, Jian Wushuang's speed of growth was too fast. His speed of growth was really incredible. In more than 1,000 years' time, there was a high possibility that his abilities would rise again. Moreover, the most important thing was that during the 1,000 years, the lineage of Star could make ample preparations to deal with the upcoming danger. Moreover, they could move the core experts of the lineage of Star, as well as the method of inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace, to another location secretly. Then, even if they were to fight their way in, what they would destroy would simply be an empty shell. In more than 1,000 years' time, there would be many changes, the evil old man said. If we do not wish to wait for more than 1,000 years, we can only use the second way, as Jian Wushuang said. We have to force the lineage of Star into a hopeless situation. In order to do this, we need someone to lead a big group of experts and fight their way into the lineage of Star. The stalwart middle-aged man's voice was cold. The 3 people by the side nodded their heads in succession. If the lineage of Star were already in a hopeless situation, and the Star Palace Master did not show himself or there was no news about him at all, then it meant that he had died. However, the key question was, who would they get to do that? Tian Shao, during this period of time, your soaring Heaven King Palace has had the fiercest fight against Jian Wushuang. Hence, it would be extremely logical for your soaring Heaven King Palace to fight your way to their doorstep now. The stalwart middle-aged man looked in the direction of Emperor God Tian Shao. Forget about my soaring Heaven King Palace. During the intense battle with Jian Wushuang, previously, we lost quite a number of Almighties. If we were to have a life and death kind of great battle with the lineage of Star again, even if we were to win, my soaring Heaven King Palace would be close to destruction. Emperor God Tian Shao laughed apathetically. How about the 3 of you? For the past few years, your powerhouses have already recovered to your peaks. Why not make a trip to the lineage of Star? You should know that if you are the first one to fight your way into the lineage of Star, the method of inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace will belong to you. My divine King Island is not so established, unlike the powerhouses of the 3 of you. Hence, we do not have the means to go against the lineage of Star. The stalwart middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. With the appearance of the ancient Mystery Land, more than 70% of the Almighties of my real martial arts divine church have gone there to travel. For a short amount of time, we are unable to organize a team of experts to fight their way into the lineage of Star, the evil old man laughed. As for the last person, he said right away, my highest heaven emperor mansion will not do it. Upon seeing such a scene, Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes squinted, and he laughed coldly within his heart. Although the 4 powerhouses had gathered together then, they had not been united since the start, and all of them had their own selfish motives. They were still not sure about the lineage of Star's situation, and the Star Palace Master's death was not confirmed yet. In addition, They knew that they might obtain the method of inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace if they were to be the first one to fight their way into the lineage of Star. However, no one dared to do it. Since no one is willing to take action, let's disperse. Emperor God Tian Shao waved his hands, and his figure was the first one to dissipate it. The remaining 3 people laughed, nonchalantly. After that, they disappeared from the void. In no time, the news that Emperor God Julong had paid a visit to the lineage of Star and was seriously injured by Jian Wushuang due to him talking recklessly spread within the Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang's aggressiveness had caused quite a number of people to be extremely surprised. Such aggressiveness. This Sword Emperor is probably very confident. Could it be that the Star Palace Master is not dead? Who knows? However, now if we want to find out whether the Star Palace Master has really died, it will be totally useless to rely on a simple test. Someone has to take action and fight a great battle with the lineage of Star. Moreover, he must force the lineage of Star into a hopeless situation. However, the key thing is, who will be willing to be the first one to do it? The first one to do it. These words were indeed used appropriately. Although the first person to do it would take the greatest benefit, he would need to face the greatest amount of risk. Sticking one's neck out, everyone knew the saying. If the Star Palace Master were not dead, this first person who did it would face the merciless massacre of the Star Palace Master. Although a great number of powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance were ready to start something, none of them was willing to be the first one to do it. For the next 10 years' time, even though the Sanctuary Alliance and the whole eternal chaotic world were seething with excitement, no one dared to take action against the lineage of Star. Until one day, Chapter 1856, Abysmal Palace. In the lofty palace, there was a total of over a dozen figures that stood there waiting. Among the dozens of people, the one leading was a middle-aged man in a baggy green robe. The middle-aged man was tall and well-built, and his aura was enough to shock an ordinary emperor god. His name was Wu Luo, Palace Master Wu Luo, a peak emperor god in the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. One should know that Emperor God Lu Guang, who Jian Wushuang had invited to destroy Deluge Fortress, regardless of the price he paid, was only in the 27th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Palace Master Wu Luo was slightly stronger than Emperor God Lu Guang. However, a strong existence like him was standing in reverence before a dark, blurry figure floating in front of him. The dark figure was very dark. When he was there, it was as though there wasn't any light in the universe. Go ahead. Go and kill Jian Wushuang. There's no reason for Lineage of Star to continue to exist. The dark figure said, and his figure slowly dispersed. Palace Master Wu Luo watched the blurry figure disperse in reverence. Then he stood in front of the experts and waved, "Let's go to Star Land." Very soon, the news spread like wildfire in Sanctuary Alliance. Abysmal Palace was going to attack Lineage of Star. Ever since the news of the Master of Star Palace's death had spread, they had been standing at the heart of the struggle. However, as the news had yet to prove its veracity, it was still at peace. However, all forces and sects were eyeing Lineage of Star with hostility. They were all waiting to see who was the one who loses patience first. Who would be the bird at the head of the pack? Then Abysmal Palace, obviously, could hold back no more. Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Exayan, and Hall Master Niuyin gathered at the hall. Abysmal Palace. Who would have guessed it would be Abysmal Palace? Hall Master Yuan's face grew grave. One should know that although Lineage of Star had offended many forces and experts, Abysmal Palace wasn't one of them. Then the forces and experts who harbored great resentment against Lineage of Star didn't take action, but Abysmal Palace was the first. Abysmal Palace, Abysmal Saint Master, I will remember this. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands as his eyes gave out a chilly gleam. Abysmal Palace was one of the major forces in Sanctuary Alliance. They were also the top three superb forces in terms of foundation and power among the forces in Sanctuary Alliance. In terms of foundation, power, and fame, Abysmal Palace was much scarier than soaring Heaven King Palace. In Abysmal Palace, the number of Almighties alone was more than 20, and there were 4 Emperor Gods. As for Palace Master Wu Luo, he was in the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He wasn't the scariest. The scariest was the founder of Abysmal Palace, Abysmal Saint Master, who was in 3rd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, who was on par with Red Dragon King, 2nd to Emperor Bai. They were already so powerful themselves. In addition, they had a great emperor who was in 3rd place, Abysmal Saint Master, who backed them. Just how scary Abysmal Palace would be. Under normal circumstances, even soaring Heaven King Palace, which was barbaric, would exercise self-control when dealing with Abysmal Palace. Abysmal Palace and lineage of Star shared no resentment. During the Master of Star Palace's massacre back then, Abysmal Palace hadn't partaken in the war, nor had the Master of Star Palace killed any of their men. However, they were the first who took action against the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang immediately realized that Abysmal Palace wasn't aiming for lineage of Star, but their main target was actually him. Abysmal Saint Master wanted to kill him. As for the reason behind it, Jian Wushuang was sure. Back when he had met Abysmal Saint Master in Deluge Fortress, he could tell that Abysmal Saint Master hadn't liked him and held a faint murderous intention. However, the people in Sanctuary Alliance knew. Hall Master Yuan, only Abysmal Palace is coming after lineage of Star alone. Jian Wushuang asked. It seems to be so on the surface, Hall Master Yuan answered. On the surface? How about at the back? Jian Wushuang asked closely. I have no exact answer. However, there must be many forces and experts that follow Abysmal Palace. However, before Abysmal Palace forces lineage of Star to play our strongest trump cards, they won't have the guts to take action, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded, and there was billowing murderous intention in his eyes. He looked at the 3 Hall Masters in front of him, and he spoke with a cold voice. As Abysmal Palace is taking action, it was definitely Abysmal Saint Master who told them to. However, Abysmal Saint Master is a great emperor, and he is restrained by Sanctuary Alliance. The fight between lineage of Star and Abysmal Palace, no matter how ferocious the fight becomes, as long as we do not step foot in the lair of Abysmal Palace, he won't get involved. Plus, it was the Master of Abysmal Palace who took the initiative to attack lineage of Star, so we won't have to worry. As Abysmal Palace wants to be the bird at the head of the pack, lineage of Star can only go all out and knock it down. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the 3 Hall Masters clenched their hands and let out a chilliness. Lineage of Star was different from before. Even without the Master of Star Palace in the commanding position, they wouldn't be bullied as one wished. As Abysmal Palace wanted to come, they naturally would counterattack with full force. Hall Master Yuan, send a command down. Tell the experts and disciples of Lineage of Star who are on Starland to immediately return to Universe Galaxy at their fastest speed. As for experts in other sanctuaries and wandering elsewhere, you don't need to chase them back. Also, from now on, keep watch of Abysmal Palace. I want to know their every move, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Yes. Hall Master Yuan immediately sent down the command. After receiving the command, the experts and disciples of Lineage of Star immediately returned to Universe Galaxy at their fastest speed. 10 days later, a huge warship appeared on Starland. The warship didn't conceal itself, but plunged towards Lineage of Star's lair at its top speed after it descended. They charged forward very quickly and weren't hindered at all. Lineage of Star received the news the very moment they descended as well. Palace Master, Abysmal Palace, is already in Starland. They rushed over in a spaceship, and according to the information that our spy got, there is a total of 18 people in the spaceship. They are all Almighties. Among, there are 3 Emperor Gods and 15 Sir Gods. They are led by Palace Master Wu Luo himself. Hall Master Yuan reported solemnly. They arrived very quickly, and there are so many experts. 3 Emperor Gods, 15 Sir Gods, this team formation. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Chapter 1857 Meeting Enemies Head-On. Back then, with Fortress Master Hong Tian as the leader, Deluge Fortress gathered a total of 13 Almighties, and this power was already extremely shocking. It was only because of the fact that Jian Wushuang had invited Emperor God Lu Guang and Emperor God Jiuyin along that he had managed to destroy the Deluge Fortress. However, the Abysmal Palace's lineup then was a lot more powerful than the Deluge Fortress. In particular, they had Palace Master Wu Luo, who possessed an impressive amount of fighting capabilities. Palace Master Wu Luo was ranked 25 on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he was slightly more powerful than Emperor God Lu Guang. Moreover, even Jian Wushuang had to admit that this lineup was extremely powerful. The stronger the lineup, the better it will be. Jian Wushuang's voice was ice cold. Now, most of those experts that my lineage of Star are trying to recruit are still looking on from the sidelines, and they are unable to make a decision. That is because, to date, they are still unable to see whether the lineage of Star will survive, and they feel that it is no different from digging their own graves if they were to join the lineage of Star now. However, if my lineage of Star were able to reveal powerful fighting capabilities and show that we are extremely frightening, those experts will then be able to have hope and be willing to join my lineage of Star at this stage. For them to become top experts, all of them had to be intelligent and crafty. For a powerhouse that was about to be destroyed, even if it were to offer good rewards or conditions that could attract them, they would definitely not agree to it. However, if they were to think that the powerhouse might not be destroyed and that it had great potential, that would be completely different. Moreover, they might even join of their own accord. The Abysmal Palace's appearance has given the lineage of Star a chance instead. A chance to reveal to everyone our absolute abilities. Our lineage of Star must definitely win this battle. Moreover, we must have a great victory, and we must use this great victory to frighten everyone. Jian Wushuang's chilly voice reverberated across the area. The 3 hall masters below were filled with excitement as well. So what if it were the Abysmal Palace? As long as the Abysmal Saint Master was unable to show himself, the lineage of Star had nothing to fear. Palace Master, we have got news that the spaceship that the Abysmal Palace is riding on has already appeared near the Cloud Island. I reckon that in half a day's time, they should be able to fight their way to outside the universe galaxy, Hall Master Yuan said. There's no need for us to wait for another half a day. We shall head out right away and meet them head-on, Jian Wushuang said at once. Meet them head-on? Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Shiyan looked in the direction of Jian Wushuang. They had originally thought that Jian Wushuang had wanted to use the geographical features of the universe galaxy, a trump card, to his advantage and then fight with the Abysmal Palace head-on. However, Jian Wushuang wanted to take the initiative to fight his way to them. It's just an Abysmal Palace, and there's no need for the lineage of Star to expose a trump card like the universe galaxy. Even if we were to meet them head-on, the lineage of Star would still be able to have a great victory. Jian Wushuang said right away, Meet them head-on. The 3 hall masters nodded their heads earnestly. At once, Jian Wushuang led the 2 Sir Gods, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shiyin personally, along with Jenny. As for Hall Master Yuan, he was a weapon spirit, and he was unable to go out to meet the enemies. Moreover, he had to stay to take charge of the universe galaxy. In a vast void in the starland, a giant spaceship was traveling forward with shocking speed. In the spaceship, the 18 Almighties of the Abysmal Palace were all gathered inside. There are quite a number of people following behind me. There are even a few Almighties as well. A silvery white-armored, arrogant youth who wore an alluring smile was chatting. Those people are all scouts from all the powerhouses. Previously, all of them were worried as to whether the Star Palace Master was really dead. Hence, all of them were extremely fearful, and they did not dare to act recklessly. And now, my abysmal palace has become the first to take action for them. A green-clothed young lady said. The first to take action? Haha, my abysmal palace does not care at all. After all, in front of absolute abilities, everything else is non-existent. The arrogant youth was filled with disdain. All the powerhouses of the Sanctuary Alliance were worried about the Star Palace Master. However, the Abysmal Palace did not care at all, as they had the Abysmal Saint Master backing them. Even if the Star Palace Master were still alive, they would dare to fight their way in right away. Among those scouts, there should be someone from the lineage of Star, right? My Abysmal Palace has done things this time around in a way that attracts a lot of attention. Hence, the lineage of Star has definitely gotten the news a long time ago. After knowing that my Abysmal Palace is coming, the people in the lineage of Star are probably so shocked that they are trembling in fear, the arrogant youth sneered. Don't underestimate the lineage of Star, especially that Sword Emperor. After all, back then, he killed the 13 Almighties, including the Fortress Master Hong Tian in the Deluge Fortress with violent techniques, the green-clothed young lady said. He only managed to destroy the Deluge Fortress due to the presence of Emperor God Lu Guang. As for Sword Emperor's own abilities, he is merely a peak Emperor God. This time around, when my Abysmal Palace has come personally, who would dare to help him to go against my Abysmal Palace? Moreover, even if he were to invite Emperor God Lu Guang over again, it would be fine. With Palace Master here, what is a mere Emperor God Lu Guang considered to him? The arrogant youth snorted coldly. You're right. The green-clothed young lady nodded her head as well. Their eyes then happened to look in the direction of Palace Master Wu Luo at the same time, and their eyes were filled with respect. Just then, an ancient silver spaceship came from the void in front, and a large number of Almighties in the Abysmal Palace realized it at once. This is Sword Emperor's spaceship? The Almighties in the Abysmal Palace were stunned. They had planned to fight their way into the base of the lineage of Star. However, who could have expected that before they could reach the base of the lineage of Star, the lineage of Star would actually take the initiative to come out? Haha, the lineage of Star's people are really extremely stupid. Even though they knew that we were coming, they did not stay in their base obediently and stop us with all their might with the aid of the Great Formation. Instead, they took the initiative to come out. Are they sending themselves to death? The arrogant youth was the first person to laugh loudly. The lineage of Star is not this stupid, right? Could it be that they wish to negotiate or lower their heads to the Abysmal Palace? Negotiate? Lower their heads? Hee, that is highly possible. Let's go and take a look. Many experts of the Abysmal Palace wore a smile and walked out of the cabin. In the vast void, the two spaceships had stopped moving, and they confronted each other with a huge distance in between them. The large number of experts of the Abysmal Palace had already come out from the spaceship and appeared at the void. As for the lineage of Star, only Hall Master Gu Exan showed herself. I am Gu Exan from the lineage of Star. Greetings to Palace Master Wu Luo, as well as everyone else from the Abysmal Palace. Hall Master Gu Exan had a modest expression. However, her words and behavior did not contain any form of fear. May I know why all of you have come on my lineage of Star so abruptly? Why have we come? The large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace laughed secretly. It was obvious that Hall Master Gu Exan asked the question even though she already knew the answer. Chapter 1858 Funny Excuse. Sir God Gu Exan. There was a cold voice. Among the experts of Abysmal Palace, Palace Master Wu Luo in green robe took a stride forward, and his sharp gaze with boundless dignity fixed upon Hall Master Gu Exan. I came here today for one person only, and he is Jian Wushuang. The feud between him and Abysmal Palace is deep-seated. Abysmal Palace has to kill him. As long as lineage of Star hands him over, I will immediately leave. Hall Master Gu Zin's face changed when he heard that. He replied, I wonder when did Hall Master Wushuang offend Abysmal Palace? When? Not too long ago, he killed Emperor God Fanuan, and Emperor God Fanuan is a man under Abysmal Palace. Palace Master Wu Luo replied coldly. What? Hall Master Gu Xian stunned. Jian Wushuang, who was in the silver spaceship, heard, and he couldn't help but laugh. Palace Master Wu Luo is so shameless. He uses such a funny excuse. It was no doubt an excuse. Emperor God Fanuan had been killed when Jian Wushuang had killed Emperor God Jinming, who shared great resentment with lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang was sure that Emperor God Fanuan was a solo expert, and he wasn't related to Abysmal Palace at all. It was impossible that he was Abysmal Palace's man. After all, if Emperor God Fanuan was Abysmal Palace's man, he definitely would have brought up Abysmal Palace when his life was threatened. But he didn't. It was obvious that Emperor God Fanuan was merely an excuse that Abysmal Palace had found. Emperor God Fanuan had already died anyway, and the dead couldn't bear witness. Abysmal Palace could say whatever they want. Palace Master Wu Luo. Emperor God Fanuan was really killed by Hall Master Wushuang. However, how could Emperor God Fanuan be Abysmal Palace's man? Hall Master Gu Xian questioned instantly. Humph, he is if I say he is. Stop this nonsense. Either lineage of Star hands over Jian Wushuang or Abysmal Palace will barge in to destroy lineage of Star. It's your choice. Palace Master Wu Luo's cold voice reverberated in the sky. However, just as he spoke, I originally thought soaring Heaven King Palace was barbaric enough, but it seems now that Abysmal Palace is even better at it compared to soaring Heaven King Palace. His laughter shook the sky and rang across the universe. As the laughter rang across the universe, Jian Wushuang, who was on the silver spaceship, got out slowly with an icy look. The moment he appeared, his eyes shot at everyone from Abysmal Palace like lightning. At the same time, his voice with boundless chilliness was heard. Abysmal Palace, right? Let's just say Emperor God Fanuan was Abysmal Palace's man. So what? Jian Wushuang already killed him. What can you do about it? As his voice reverberated, not only the people from Abysmal Palace could hear it clearly, the spies who were hidden in the dark sent by all forces, including a few Almighties, could hear them clearly. In an instant, it stirred a commotion in the universe. You have guts. An idiot that doesn't know the immensity of the universe. No wonder so many people want to kill him. The experts from Abysmal Palace were furious. Palace Master Wu Luo stiffened, and he stared at Jian Wushuang when he roared. As you're courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Die. They didn't bullshit anymore. The moment Palace Wu Luo's voice stopped, the 18 Almighties from Abysmal Palace instantly pounded. 18 fierce auras spread and pressed forward wantonly. Especially the 3 leading figures. The 3 emperor gods were soaring with killing intention. They were all aiming at Jian Wushuang in the void in front of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 figures appeared behind Jian Wushuang at the same time. Looking at everyone from Abysmal Palace, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nian looked solemn. Both of you, be careful! Jian Wushuang glanced at the 2 people behind him. Don't worry, we will. Hall Master Gu Xian nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang didn't speak anymore, but waved, and there were instantly 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers that appeared in front of them. The 4 Dao soldiers looked cold and expressionless. There was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Die. There was a low bellow, and Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Nian, and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers charged forward. Jian Wushuang would naturally bear the brunt of the battle, right at the front. The 2 team formations were obviously out of proportion. Suddenly, they were going to fight head-on. Dan Tu, Luo Xian, the 2 of you team up with me, and we shall kill Jian Wushuang first. The rest of you, kill the 2 Sir Gods from Lineage of Star and destroy the 4 Dao soldiers. If you can't destroy the 4 Dao soldiers, just keep them stranded for the time being. When we kill Jian Wushuang and the others, we will figure out a way to take control of them. They will be extremely useful to Abysmal Palace in the future, Palace Master Wu Luo commanded. Yes, the Almighties behind him nodded simultaneously. The proud and aloof Emperor God Dan Tu and the green-robed maiden, Emperor God Luo Xian, followed behind Palace Master Wu Luo. Suddenly, both parties were fighting together. Die. Palace Master Wu Luo's aura increased tremendously, and there was a flame soaring from his body as though he was covered in a layer of flame armor. His body grew to 5 meters tall, and he was holding hundreds of millions of Jin hammer with both his hands. The hammer was slammed in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Dong! The void wasn't broken, but there were shapeless waves that rippled as though it had hit the surface of the water. However, the ripples contained terrifying power that could injure a Sir God badly. Then there were more than hundreds of ripples that spread. Humph! Jian Wushuang shrumped coldly, and Blood Mountain sword was drawn from its scabbard instantly. Reincarnation sword principle, the 4th move. The sword was drawn and wielded. It was completed in an instant. The stroke contained boundless reincarnation power. The reincarnation power was based on Jian Wushuang's comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine, and he had already reached the peak of the 7th level in Doctrine Palace. Besides, most importantly, the stroke contained Jian Wushuang's terrifying strength, divine power of a 3rd stage ultimate real god, and bloodline power of a 7-star ancient tribe expert. The combination of two brought about the strength that was double the power of an emperor god. The terrifying stroke whistled as it slashed. Instantly, most of the ripples that spread were broken, while the sword light continued to sweep out. In the end, it shattered more than 100 ripples. "You're quite powerful," Palace Master Wu Luo was shocked. Then, the 2 ghostly figures appeared next to Jian Wushuang at the same time. Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian. The 2 emperor gods weren't weak in ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Emperor God Dan Tu was even extremely close to peak Emperor God. Then, the 2 emperor gods let their fighting power explode as they went all out. Chapter 1859, Using Your Blood to Warn the World. Jian Wushuang die. Emperor God Dan Tu's face was hideous, and his eyes were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. Emperor God Dan Tu was a super genius. Be it when he was a universe god or when he was a real god, he was praised as the number 1 in his realm. At that moment, he had become an almighty and entered the realm of emperor gods. However, this was not his limit. He still had great potential, and he could absolutely become a peak emperor god in the future. Moreover, it was possible for him to rival or even surpass Palace Master Wu Luo. As such, this caused him to feel extremely proud. However, when he knew of Jian Wushuang's existence as well as his accomplishments, he could no longer remain calm. Jian Wushuang's brilliant accomplishments, where he possessed the fighting capabilities of a peak emperor god even though he was a real god, had caused Emperor God Dan Tu to lose his arrogance. Quite a number of people had once compared him to Jian Wushuang. However, in the end, Emperor God Dan Tu was not even considered a genius in front of Jian Wushuang. This had caused Emperor God Dan Tu to be filled with hatred since a long time ago. At that moment, since he had the opportunity to kill Jian Wushuang, he naturally went all out. Swish! A saber light headed toward Jian Wushuang's head, and it was filled with a tremendous amount of hatred. On the other side, Emperor God Luo Xian went all out. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. Boom! A frightening aura of a bloodline burst forth completely, and Jian Wushuang's body expanded abruptly. It was not until he had become 100 feet tall that he stopped expanding. The skin of him then had completely changed to black jade, and his body surface wore red armor. Moreover, many heads and arms appeared from his body, and he had a total of 7 heads as well as 14 arms. This caused him to look unusually hideous and frightening, as if he were an unmatched demon god. For his 14 arms, Each of them held a sword, and at that moment, the swords were swung out fiercely. Clang! 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 Violent clashing sounds could be heard continuously, and every clash was earth-shaking. He had completely unleashed his close-quarter combat abilities, and, combined with his own extremely unreasonable power and sword principles, he fought an intense battle with Dan Tu and Luo Xian, the two emperor gods, at the same time. In the end, he still had the upper hand, and the two emperor gods were suppressed to the point that they retreated again and again. Fortunately, Palace Master Wu, Luo, hurried over in time. Boom! A powerful blow from a hammer descended, and it tore open the space, generating a great amount of pressure. This caused Jian Wushuang's expression to turn grave, and among his 14 arms, a total of 8 of them held swords to block the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Jian Wushuang's body was sent flying toward the bottom. Die! The killing moves of the two emperor gods, Dan Tu and Luo Xian, who were by the side, were unleashed, and Jian Wushuang swung the swords in his 6 remaining arms with his full power to block their attacks. However, the unreasonable power sent Jian Wushuang flying, just like before. Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Shiyun, retreat! While he was sent flying, Jian Wushuang still shouted. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shiyun had teamed up with 4 Dao soldiers to fight an intense battle with the 15 Sir Gods of the Abysmal Palace head-on. As it was 6 against 15, no matter how powerful the abilities of the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, as well as of the 2 Hall Masters, where they were still suppressed. However, fortunately there were no casualties. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the 2 Hall Masters, as well as the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, retreated right away. Swoosh! 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 Although Jian Wushuang's body had already retreated from the battlefield, he did not escape. Instead, he stopped at a void that was far away. Hall Master Gu Xian, Hall Master Shiyun, and the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers returned to him in no time. In front of them, the 18 experts of the Abysmal Palace gathered together again. This great battle had actually stopped temporarily. However, it had not come to an end yet. Gu Xian and Shiyun, how do both of you feel? Jian Wushuang glanced at the 2 Hall Masters behind him. I am still all right. Hall Master Gu Xin's voice was dull. It has been a long time since I fought such an intense battle. Hall Master Shiyun was extremely cold and stern. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed. Our warm-up has come to an end. Next, it's time for our massacre. Massacre. The eyes of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shiyun glowed brilliantly. Kill all of them. Let them know the consequences of provoking the lineage of Star. Kill, kill, kill. The 2 Hall Masters were filled with murderous intent. At the void in front, the 18 experts of the Abysmal Palace had already started to close in on them, and Palace Master Wu Luo shouted with an ice-cold voice. Jian Wushuang, you already have no way out. With the Abysmal Palace taking action, it is impossible for you to escape. Moreover, even if you are lucky enough to escape, the lineage of Star will definitely suffer. All right. What about the Star Palace Master? Even in such a situation, he is still unwilling to show himself. Seems like he is really dead? When the scouts who hid at the void nearby and came from all the powerhouses heard those words, their hearts moved. Indeed, the lineage of Star was engaged in a close-quarters battle with the Abysmal Palace head-on. However, there was still no news from the Star Palace Master. Hence, this had confirmed the predictions of the Vientiane Tower from before. However, when Jian Wushuang heard those words, he laughed without any restraint at all, and his laughter resounded across the universe. Haha, what a joke. You really wish to get our palace master to show himself to pieces of trash like all of you? This is really a big joke. Today, there happened to be people from each and every powerhouse of the Sanctuary Alliance present. Hence, I will use the blood of the large number of experts of your Abysmal Palace to tell the world the consequences of provoking the lineage of Star. At the same time that his voice reverberated across the area, Jian Wushuang took out the One Realm Pearl with a flip of his hands. Purple energy burst forth and completely covered millions of miles of void instantly. One Realm Pearl, great formation formed. Upon seeing such a scene, the eyes of the large number of experts of the Abysmal Palace turned grave. They were not unfamiliar with such a scene. They knew that the reason why Jian Wushuang was able to destroy the Deluge Fortress completely and kill Fortress Master Hong Tian on the spot was because of the peculiar pearl that he possessed. With a thought, the pearl would create a formation and it would make it absolutely impossible for Fortress Master Hong Tian to escape. As such, he could only fight like a cornered beast. At that moment, Jian Wushuang unleashed the same move as well. However, what they did not understand was that since there was such a great disparity between their abilities and lineup, what was Jian Wushuang trying to achieve by deploying the Great Formation? Could it be? When they had just thought of that, Jian Wushuang waved his hands abruptly and bronze figures appeared in front of them out of thin air instantly. For these bronze figures, all their bodies were extremely huge. Moreover, be it their physiques or their looks, they were exactly the same as the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers that they had just fought. However, the only difference was that these bronze figures wore bronze armor. Dao soldiers? Bronze-armored Dao soldiers? The experts of the Abysmal Palace were all stunned. They knew about the Dao soldiers. Of course, they knew the differences between a bronze-armored Dao soldier and a silver-armored Dao soldier. Logically, the level of threat of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers was far from being comparable to that of the silver-armored Dao soldiers. However, at that moment when they saw the bronze-armored Dao soldiers, which had appeared before them, the expressions of all the experts of the Abysmal Palace turned extremely ugly. There was no choice, as there were far too many bronze-armored Dao soldiers in front of them. There were so many of them. Looking at it, there was actually a total of 30 of them. Chapter 1860. Level 8. Most of the experts at the scene knew about Dao soldiers. In ancient Mystery Land, there were some places with Dao soldiers. Although the Dao soldiers were strong in power and not much weaker than an Almighty, they only knew simple attacks. Hence, to the Almighties at the scene, they weren't much of a threat. However, that was when there were very few Dao soldiers. Now there was a total of 30 Dao soldiers. Even if 3 teamed up could only match evenly with a Sir God, they had the fighting power of 10 Sir Gods. In addition to the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nian, lineage of Star's fighting power at Sir God level weren't much weaker than Abysmal Palace. In actual fact, Jian Wushuang had a total of 100 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, but he only took out 30 of them. If he were to take out all of his bronze-armored Dao soldiers, the experts from Abysmal Palace would show even more interesting expressions. Jian Wushuang, is this the final trick that lineage of Star has? Palace Master Wu Luo's gaze was cold as he stared at the 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, but there wasn't much changed on his face. It was only 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, and it was still within the range of Abysmal Palace's power. Final trick? Of course not. Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips, and with his willpower, the 3 Hongjun golden swords suddenly appeared simultaneously and floated before him. Palace Master Wu Luo, you should know that I am the best at the 3 golden swords. Today, I shall let them greet you. The 3 golden swords? That's funny. Palace Master Wu Luo smiled in disdain. He had watched the mirror image that showed Jian Wushuang's fight with Fortress Master Hong Tian and the others in Deluge Fortress personally. In that fight, Jian Wushuang's 3 Hongjun golden swords were really eye-catching. Any one of them contained a hit of a peak Emperor God, and it was terrifying fast speed. When they exploded in full force, they posed a great threat to an ordinary peak Emperor God. However, he wasn't worried about the 3 golden swords at all. You'll know when you try. Jian Wushuang smiled maliciously, and there was a boundless space-time power that suddenly swept out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 golden swords that floated in silence were affected by the space-time power. They quivered and shot out ferociously. They appeared in front of Palace Master Wu Luo like 3 bolts of lightning, and they shot Palace Master Wu Luo's chest one after another. Palace Master Wu Luo, who looked disdainful earlier, his eyes suddenly dilated in shock. This speed! Palace Master Wu Luo was shocked because the 3 golden lights were too fast. The speed that it displayed was much faster than back then when Jian Wushuang had used it during the fight in Deluge Fortress. With such terrifying speed, even Palace Master Wu Luo was surprised. However, Palace Master Wu Luo, who was on the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, was also quiet in response. Just as the 3 golden lights burst out, he swung the hammer in his hands. The swing was as though it could break the sky directly. It contained terrifying power that could make all Emperor gods feel hopeless. Bang, bang, bang. 3 continuous hits, and Palace Master Wu Luo fell back for tens of thousands of miles. He could also feel that his hands were numb. Level 8. Palace Master Wu Luo stared at Jian Wushuang. He could feel the space-time power that was given out from the 3 golden swords, and the space-time power was terrifying. Only when one's comprehension towards space-time doctrine reached the 8th level could give play to such power. Jian Wushuang, a real god, his comprehension of space-time doctrine had already reached the level 8 in Doctrine Palace? Level 8. How is it possible? Many experts from Abysmal Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Level 8 in Doctrine Palace was the comprehension standard of an ordinary emperor god. One should know that when Jian Wushuang performed the 3 golden swords during the battle in Deluge Fortress, his comprehension of space-time doctrine was only at the 7th level in Doctrine Palace, and it wasn't even at the peak of the 7th level. However, with this fierce power and ferocity of Hong Jun Golden Sword, he could match evenly with a peak emperor god. Then it had only been over 2,000 years since the fight, but Jian Wushuang's comprehension of space-time doctrine had heightened so massively. Impossible. No matter how talented he is, no matter how ridiculously strong he was, without the assistance of opportunities, it is impossible that his comprehension towards space-time doctrine could improve so tremendously in 2,000 years, unless he has been hiding his true power since the beginning. Palace Master Wu Luo stared, and his voice became extremely cold. Jian Wushuang, you have been hiding. You only found out now. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly. Just as Palace Master Wu Luo had said, without the assistance of opportunities, but merely relied on his personal comprehension, he wouldn't achieve such massive improvement in comprehension towards space-time doctrine in 2,000 years' time. The reason why the power he had displayed then was different from the fight with Deluge Fortress before was that Jian Wushuang had never revealed his true power. In the 6,000 years he had wandered in the ancient battlefield near Greenfire World, he had received many opportunities. Among them, the biggest opportunity was a miniature cave dwelling. He had comprehended in the miniature cave dwelling for 1,200 years. His comprehension of space-time doctrine had improved at an unprecedented rate. His comprehension was originally at the peak of level 6 in Doctrine Palace. However, after he had comprehended in the miniature cave dwelling, not only did his comprehension of space-time doctrine break through to the level 7 in Doctrine Palace, he continued to improve and possess the power to the level 8 in Doctrine Palace. Level 8 was the comprehension standard of an ordinary Emperor God. On top of that, his power and strength were twice as strong as Emperor God. The Hong Jun Golden Swords were scary, and also Jian Wushuang's fighting power. He was far beyond anyone's imagination. Palace Master Wu Luo, you should be glad that you're the first who gets to see my peak fighting power all these years. Today, I'll use the blood of the experts from Abysmal Palace to serve as a deterrent to everyone. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated in the universe, slowly. Arrogant. Palace Master Wu Luo humphed coldly. If I am arrogant or not, you shall watch. Jian Wushuang spoke coldly, and a bolt of space-time power swept out. The 3 Hong Jun golden sword instantly turned into golden lightning. Then, the 3 Hong Jun golden swords attacked Palace Master Wu Luo, Emperor God Dan Tu, and Emperor God Luo Xian, respectively from all 3 different directions. It exploded its top speed, then Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian stared. *T. Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew grave. Although Jian Wushuang's power was far stronger than they had imagined, he was confident that he could match with him and he could withstand the 3 golden swords. He could withstand, but it didn't mean that Emperor God Dan Tua and Emperor God Luo Xian could. Chapter 1861. Jian Wushuang, greatest fighting capabilities. The 3 Hong Jun golden swords were like 3 written Taoist voodoos, and among them, 2 of them headed toward Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian, respectively. It's too fast, Emperor God Luo Xian could not help but murmur. Emperor God Dan Tu's expression was ghastly pale. However, as Emperor Gods, they could not go down without a fight. Hence, they unleashed their techniques to block the attack right away. Clang! Clang! 2 heavy clashing sounds could be heard at the same time. The moment Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xiao clashed with the Hong Jun golden swords, they were sent flying. However, while they were still flying and that they had not fully regained their posture yet, the 2 Hong Jun golden swords shook slightly and attacked again. Oh no! We're in huge trouble. Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian had an extremely shocked expression. Although the attack force of the Hong Jun golden swords had risen slightly compared to before, it did not rise by too much, and it was still within the acceptable range for the both of them. However, in terms of speed back then, Jian Wushuang had merely unleashed his comprehension of the space-time doctrine, which was at the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. Even then, the speed that he had unleashed had already caused them to be extremely frightened. At that moment, it was the 8th level. His speed had completely exceeded the acceptable range for both of them. While the 2 of them were sent flying, they did their best to block the attack. However, there were sounds of clang, clang, clang. Multiple clashing sounds could be heard in succession, and every clash caused both their hearts and minds to feel heavy. After clashing many times, the hands of the both of them felt numb. However, the 2 Hong Jun golden swords were still not affected in the slightest bit. Instead, they had already changed into brilliant rays of golden light and appeared in front of both of them. Moreover, they headed for both of their heads right away. Their speed was too fast, and they were unable to dodge them in time. However, just then, boom, boom, the space broke open and 2 big hammers were swung out of it at the same time. They then sent the 2 Hong Jun golden swords flying and got rid of the danger that Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian was in. Palace Master! Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian were looking at Palace Master Wu Luo, who had appeared in front of them with delight. Both of you, please retreat to one side first, Palace Master Wu Luo said. After hearing what was said, Emperor God Luo Xian did not hesitate at all, and his figure retreated far away at once. As for Emperor God Dan Tu, he had a ghastly pale expression, and he was staring at Jian Wushuang with full of dissatisfaction. Before he had fought with Jian Wushuang, he had still doubted Jian Wushuang. He had thought that he might not be inferior to Jian Wushuang. However, when they had fought for real, especially when Jian Wushuang had gone all out, he realized that although he was an emperor god, he still did not have the right to participate in the battle. That's right. He had no right to participate. If he were to force himself to participate of his own accord, not only would he be unable to help Palace Master Wu Luo, he would become a burden to Palace Master Wu Luo. Dan Tu, please retreat first, Emperor God Luo Xian said. Humph! Emperor God Dan Tu gave a cold snort and he retreated while suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart forcefully. Moreover, in no time, along with Emperor God Luo Xian, he joined the intense battle by the side. As for this piece of void, only Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Wu Luo remained. Palace Master Wu Luo, do you think that you will be able to handle me alone? Jian Wushuang laughed. With a thought, the 3 Hongjun golden swords changed magically at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 rays of golden light moved again and headed for Palace Master Wu Luo. Palace Master Wu Luo had a cold and stern expression. On his body, a great amount of dim light emerged, and it was just like a demon cloud. Although he did not utter a single word, another giant hammer appeared in his other palm. This giant hammer had a powerful aura, and it was actually a chaos divine treasure as well. Die! The demon clouds rolled about, and Palace Master Wu Luo transformed into a ferocious beast from the ancient past instantly. He then attacked right away with frightening, murderous intent. At that moment, his aura rose to its maximum abruptly. A powerful pressure was exerted on Jian Wushuang, and this pressure was slightly more powerful than before. He swung the 2 big hammers in his hands at the same time, and the hammers were swung repeatedly, as if they were 2 lofty mountains that were extremely heavy. The most important thing was that not only were the 2 hammers extremely powerful, their speed was so fast that it was shocking. With the 2 hammers attacking madly, they actually managed to barely block Jian Wushuang's 3 Hongjun golden swords, which were attacking continuously. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. He had not expected Palace Master Wu Luo to actually be able to stop his 3 golden swords. As expected of Palace Master Wu Luo, who is ranked 25 in the Heaven and Earth ranking list. What you are unleashing now is probably your strongest fighting capabilities, and they are indeed impressive, Jian Wushuang said loudly. Humph! Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. However, you are still not good enough to defeat me, Palace Master Wu Luo snorted coldly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang did a strange laugh. After that, with a thought, another ray of golden light rose again. Upon seeing the ray of golden light, Palace Master Wu Luo's expression finally changed. The 4th one. Palace Master Wu Luo was completely stunned. As for Jian Wushuang, he sneered, you are barely able to block the attacks of 3 golden swords. But what if you were to encounter a 4th one? As soon as his words left his mouth, the 4th Hongjun golden sword which had risen shook slightly. After that, it pierced the void instantly. As for its speed, it was not slower than the 3 swords from before in the slightest. Moreover, it contained the same amount of power. Boom! 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 4 Hongjun golden swords swept past the void and generated ear-piercing sounds. The sounds were terrifying, and the Hongjun golden swords headed to Palace Master Wu Luo again and again. Each Hongjun golden sword possessed the power of a peak emperor god, which was more than enough to kill a Sir God easily. At that moment, 4 of them had teamed up. Even though it was Palace Master Wu Luo, at that moment he was under a great amount of pressure that he had never felt before. He could only grit his teeth tightly and do his best to block the attacks. On the other side, Hall Master Gu Exan Hall Master Shuryan, the 4 silver armor Dao soldiers, as well as the 30 bronze armor Dao soldiers, were fighting an intense battle with a large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace. Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian had entered the battlefield. However, the 2 of them were stopped by 2 silver armor Dao soldiers, each right away. Although the fighting capabilities of a silver armored Dao soldier were slightly inferior to that of an emperor god, with 2 of them teaming up, they could still deal with an emperor god with some difficulty. Moreover, the Dao soldiers' abilities to protect themselves were so strong that it was shocking. Hence, it was absolutely impossible for Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian to destroy them, even if they wanted to do. Even with the fighting capabilities of Emperor gods, they had still come to a deadlock temporarily, and they were unable to get away for a period of time. As for the two groups of Sir gods, they were having an intense fight. In this battle, the performance of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yin was unusually dazzling. Boom! Boom! Unreasonable power burst forth at once. Be careful! Be careful of Hall Master Gu Xian. Chaos divine treasure. It's actually a chaos divine treasure. Moreover, it is extremely powerful. Damn it! At that moment, the 15 almighties from the Abysmal Palace had extremely ugly expressions. Previously, when Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yin had fought with them as a warm-up, the divine weapons that they had used were merely chaos, unique treasures. However, at that moment, the hands of Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yin were holding on to chaos divine treasures, which were so powerful that it was shocking. Chapter 1862 Suppress. How is it possible? Abysmal Palace has a stronger foundation than Lineage of Star, and we Sir Gods never once possessed chaotic, divine treasure. What did Lineage of Star do to deserve this? Their two Sir Gods have chaotic divine treasures? The experts from Abysmal Palace couldn't help but exclaim. One should know that chaotic divine treasure was extremely rare in eternal chaotic world. If an ordinary Emperor God didn't have any background or opportunity, he wouldn't get chaotic divine treasure, let alone a Sir God. In eternal chaotic world, Sir Gods who had chaotic divine treasures could be counted on one's fingers. Either these people were lucky or they had powerful background. However, the two Sir Gods from Lineage of Star had chaotic divine treasures. Since when did Lineage of Star become so wealthy? With the addition of chaotic divine treasures, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nyain, who were originally powerful, especially Hall Master Gu Xian, who was a peak Sir God. When they attacked with 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, they could suppress the 15 Sir Gods from Abysmal Palace. Haha, this feels great. Let's continue. Hall Master Nyain was extremely excited. He carried a gray rod, and the gray rod gave out an ancient yet vast aura. Because of the gray rod, his overall power increased by 1 notch. Even if he were to fight with an Emperor God, Sir God, he wouldn't be fearful. From the bottom of their hearts, Hall Master Nyain was grateful for Jian Wushuang. After all, the gray rod in his hand and the chaotic divine treasure that Hall Master Gu Xian was using were both from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had obtained many chaotic divine treasures from the ancient battlefield. He told Hall Master Yuan to rope in some experts with the chaotic divine treasures. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nyain were his people. Jian Wushuang, of course, wouldn't be stingy, but gave them the most suitable chaotic divine treasures. In the fight, the two of them gave play to their full fighting power. In the 3 battlefields, Lineage of Star had the upper hand in 2. The other one was in a stalemate. Overall, Lineage of Star already had the absolute upper hand. Just then, pissed! A head flew off directly when the eyes in the head were wide in disbelief. The scene struck fear into many experts from Abysmal Palace. Sir God Yu Xian. Be asterisk starred. Be careful. The experts from Abysmal Palace were terrified and furious. Gu Xian, well done. Hall Master Nyain was filled with excitement. The fight had been going on for quite a while, and finally there was an expert who died. The person was from Abysmal Palace. At first, Abysmal Palace had had the lower hand. Then there was a Sir God from their side who had been killed. Hence, they were in an even worse situation. But as the first expert died, the second and the third were definitely not far away. The massacre continued. After Sir God Yu Xian was killed by Hall Master Gu Xian, the second Sir God was killed very soon. He was killed by Hall Master Nyain and 2 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Then there was the third one. The remaining experts from Abysmal Palace couldn't stay calm anymore. Everyone looked at Palace Master Wu Luo, expecting to see Palace Master Wu Luo to turn the table around. However, when they saw Palace Master Wu Luo's situation, the experts from Abysmal Palace were dumbfounded. Palace Master Wu Luo had already lost his aloof carriage and appearance of a sect master. On the contrary, his body was unusually in a fix, and his face was pale. Although he wielded the 2 hammers with his awl, he was suppressed by the besiegement of 4 Hong Jun golden sword. How could it be? The experts from Abysmal Palace found it unbelievable. One should know that Palace Master Wu Luo's position in Abysmal Palace was only second to Abysmal Saint Master. He was an absolute super expert on the 25th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, such a super expert was completely suppressed when he fought head-on with Jian Wushuang. D***MN. Palace Master Wu Luo already noticed the surrounding battlefields. He saw that 3 Sir Gods from Abysmal Palace had died one after another. His face grew grave, and he felt aggrieved. He felt really aggrieved. He was a peak Emperor God, but he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. If it were to spread, it would become a joke. Dan Tu, Luo Xian, the 2 of you hurry up and rush over to the other battlefield, Palace Master roared. Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian were looked cold. They wanted to shake off the silver-armored Dao soldiers long ago. However, even though the 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers weren't powerful, they kept pestering them and didn't give them any chance to be free from them. Most importantly, the 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers were 2 obstacles that wouldn't break nor shatter. They couldn't do anything about the Dao soldiers. The 2 of them felt helpless when they heard Palace Master Wu Luo. Palace Master Wu Luo. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly and looked at Palace Master Wu Luo. At this moment, you still have the gall to bother with the others. You'd better plan for yourself. Jian Wushuang said, and there was suddenly a billowing divine power that swept out. Not only divine power, but also ferocious bloodline power. They concentrated to a brand new level. Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Wu Luo as his gaze turned cold. Moon picking skill. Virum. Divine power and bloodline power exploded entirely. At the same time, the boundless space-time power swept out too. The strongest secret skill of ancient god, moon picking skill, relied on space-time power as well. The higher his comprehension of space-time doctrine, the fiercer the secret skill when he performed it. Then Jian Wushuang was performing the secret skill with his all. The void suddenly shook vigorously. Palace Master Wu Luo was originally in a fix because of the pressure from Hong Jun Golden Sword. Then he suddenly felt the surrounding universe and the space-time pressing down at him in madness. The pressure shook heaven and earth. In an instant, his movements were severely hindered. Ancient God's moon picking skill. Palace Master's eyes dilated, and he recognized the skill. He immediately harumphed coldly, and a huge space-time whirlpool swept out. The space-time whirlpool swallowed everything in the surrounding and wanted to swallow the entire space-time and the entire universe. With such devouring power, it reduced the effect of the surrounding universe and space-time towards him, but his speed was still diminishing drastically. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 golden lights burst out one after another. Palace Master Wu Luo blocked with his all. However, he only managed to block 3 of them under the pressure of the universe and space-time. The remaining 1 hit his body without any hindrance. Chapter 1863. Completely defeated. Bam! A heavy clashing sound could be heard, and Palace Master Wu Luo was sent flying immediately. It was only after flying for tens of thousands of miles that his body stopped moving. At that moment, his expression became even more ghastly pale, and some blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that the attack moments ago had caused him to be injured. Not bad. Not only do you have a defense armor that is of the level of a Chaos Divine Treasure, Your secret skill to defend yourself is extremely powerful. Even with an attack from my Hong Jun golden sword at its full power, you merely got away with light injuries. Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Wu Luo. After that, he gave a strange laugh. However, if you were to take the attack a few more times, even though you had a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor, you might still be unable to withstand all of them, right? As soon as his words left his mouth, unreasonable divine power and bloodline power were unleashed from Jian Wushuang's body again. Palace Master Wu Luo's expression changed greatly. As Jian Wushuang had said, if it were just one attack, he could still withstand it and he would not suffer heavy injuries. However, if such an attack were to come a few more times, then it would be a completely different story. Buzz, the void shook again. After that, the whole universe and space-time headed toward Palace Master Wu Luo again. 4 Hong Jun golden swords were shot out again as well. A similar scene appeared again. This time around, under the attack of the Hong Jun golden swords, Palace Master Wu Luo could not help but give a groan. However, the moment he regained his posture, Jian Wushuang took action again, and it was still the same move. How is this possible? Palace Master Wu Luo was completely dumbfounded. He had a good understanding of the ancient god clan's moon picking skill. This move was the strongest secret skill of the ancient god clan. However, it was not easy to use it, as it would deplete one's divine power and bloodline power greatly. For a normal ancient god, unleashing the moon picking skill once or twice in one intense battle would cause him to reach his limit, and it was impossible for him to unleash it a third time. However, what about Jian Wushuang? He had unleashed the moon picking skill twice in succession. Despite that, he did not feel any pressure, and he was still very relaxed. At that moment, he had unleashed it a third time. His divine power and bloodline power was this vast. He did not know that Jian Wushuang was a stage 3 ultimate real god who possessed a total of 100 ultimate divine power water droplets. In addition, there was the king of venomous worms in his body who was helping him to recover with his full power. As such, he could be said to have an endless amount of divine power. As for bloodline power, he possessed the bloodline of ancient clan. As such, his level of bloodline was higher than that of the ancient god clan. Thus, it would be a lot easier for him to use the secret skills of the ancient god clan by using the bloodline of ancient clan compared to an ancient god. Hence, not to mention unleashing it 2 or 3 times. Even if he were to unleash it tens of times in succession, he would still be able to bear it. Although he could bear it, Palace Master Wu Luo was unable to bear it. Monster! This Jian Wushuang is absolutely a genuine monster. No wonder even Saint Master is fearful of him, and he wanted to get rid of him in advance. I am actually fighting with a monster. Palace Master Wu Luo opened his eyes wide, and at the next moment he made up his mind. Retreat! Everyone retreat quickly! Palace Master Wu Luo's cry reverberated across the whole battlefield, and he retreated to the back immediately. Upon seeing that, the eyes of the large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace shrank, and they were filled with dissatisfaction. It should be known that they were the Abysmal Palace. Among the large number of big powerhouses in the whole Sanctuary Alliance, they could be said to be the top 3. This time around, they had activated more than 80% of their fighting capabilities, with Palace Master Wu Luo leading them personally to fight their way into the lineage of Star. In the end, they were actually defeated by the other party in front of the experts of each and every powerhouse in the Sanctuary Alliance. What a disgrace! This was absolutely a huge disgrace. The moment they retreated, they would definitely be reduced to an object of ridicule in the Sanctuary Alliance. However, even though they knew that this would be the case, they could only retreat. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Even Palace Master Wu Luo had been defeated by Jian Wushuang head-on. Hence, what else could they do to turn the situation around? The large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace started to retreat at once. However, it was a pity that in such a situation, Even if they wanted to retreat, they would still need to go through the lineage of Star first. Haha, kill all of them. Hall Master Shiryin was extremely excited, and he gave chase right away without hesitation. Although Hall Master Gu Exan had never said anything, her eyes were glowing with coldness. Her speed was not slow in the slightest, and she continued to give chase. Similarly, the Dao soldiers gave chase as well. As for Jian Wushuang, who was at the very front, he was holding his sword in one hand, and he was filled with murderous intent. As for the 4 brilliant rays of golden light in front of them, they had already attacked furiously with lightning speed. This very day was the day where the lineage of Star had showed everyone how powerful it was. He wanted to use this battle to completely frighten all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance. At that moment, even though the Abysmal Palace had already started to retreat, an insufficient number of their experts had died and an insufficient amount of blood was shed. As such, this was far from achieving Jian Wushuang's requirements. Not enough. Not enough people have been killed. Jian Wushuang was glowing with a shrill light that was terrifying, and he was like a wild beast that was extremely furious. He was looking in front at the experts of the Abysmal Palace, who were escaping madly. Among the 3 Emperor Gods, it is definitely impossible to kill Palace Master Wu Luo. As for the remaining Emperor God Dan Tu and Emperor God Luo Xian, I can kill both of them. As for my first target, it's him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and he locked on to one person tenaciously. That person was an arrogant youth, and he was Emperor God Dan Tuesday. At that moment, the experts of the Abysmal Palace had already arrived at the edge of the great formation that the One Realm Pearl had formed. Palace Master Wu Luo was at the front. After taking a look at the purple light membrane in front of him, his eyes glowed with a fierce light, and he attacked with the 2 hammers in his hands right away. Boom! Boom! A heavy but ancient sound could be heard, and the great formation started to shake crazily. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. He could feel the great pressure that the One Realm Pearl was under. Palace Master Wu Luo's attack power was indeed frightening. If nothing were to go wrong, he would only need to attack the great formation with his full power 3 times in order to destroy it. At that moment, he had already attacked it once, and he still needed to attack it 2 more times. Before he destroys the great formation, we have to do our best to get the experts of the Abysmal Palace to remain here. Among those 2 Emperor Gods, at the very least, we must get one of them to remain. Kill! Jian Wushuang shouted, and he unleashed his moon picking skill again. The void shook, and the universe and space-time exerted a frightening amount of pressure on everyone from the Abysmal Palace instantly. Although its power was slightly dispersed, it was still all right, as Jian Wushuang was so powerful. As such, most of the Sir Gods were suppressed, and they were unable to move at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hall Master Gu Exan and a large number of Dao soldiers threw themselves over madly. Similarly, Jian Wushuang attacked, and his eyes were completely locked onto Emperor God Dan Tuesday. Not good! Emperor God Dan Tu's expression turned ghastly pale at once. Rumble. Frightening massacre burst forth again. Palace Master Wu Luo was unable to participate in the massacre immediately. After all, he needed to use his full power to destroy the great formation of the One Realm Pearl. Boom! Boom! With 2 violent booming sounds again, the great formation of the One Realm Pearl was finally destroyed. Chapter 1864. Suffer a crushing hefty defeat, the formation broke. Hurry up and leave. Palace Master Wu Luo broke the formation and immediately shouted. However, when he turned around and saw everything that had happened behind his back, his face changed. No. There was a shrill scream that reverberated in his ears. Before Palace Master's gaze, Emperor God Dan Tu's face was red, and the saber that was tightly gripped in his hand dropped. Then there were 2 resplendent golden lights that shot at him. Emperor God Dan Tu looked hopeless. He didn't have any chaotic divine treasure level defense armor like Palace Master Wu Luo. It was impossible for him to withstand Jian Wushuang's golden sword attack. Pissed, pissed. The two golden lights pierced Emperor Dantus' head almost instantly, and his head was completely smashed. The super genius from Abysmal Palace died on the spot. D***MN. Palace Master Wu Luo was furious. He had never expected that in the short time that he was resolving the formation by one pearl realm wholeheartedly, Jian Wushuang would kill Emperor God Dan Tu with thunderous measures. Plus, not only Emperor God Dan Tu, but the other Sir God experts from Abysmal Palace were massacred mercilessly as well. They were in a wretched situation. When the formation by one pearl realm broke, the experts from Abysmal Palace were thrilled. They started fleeing without hesitation. Although Palace Master Wu Luo was furious, he didn't stay but ran away at the first instant. Without the hindrance of the formation by one pearl realm, Jian Wushuang couldn't make the experts from Abysmal Palace stay when they started running away. Very soon, the experts from Abysmal Palace had disappeared completely. In the void, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Gu Xan, Hall Master Nian. The three of them stood at the far front while the Dao soldiers followed behind them. Watching the experts from Abysmal Palace running away, the three of their faces were cold. It's a pity that my one realm pearl, although it could become a formation with my will, the power of the formation is limited. Palace Master Wu Luo was powerful, and he could break the formation with 3 full-force hits. If the formation could hold them back longer, the Almighties from Abysmal Palace might have been killed. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intention, and there was a tinge of regret in his eyes. It's a pity, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Niayin nodded simultaneously. The three of them exchanged a look and then smiled. Ha ha! Jian Wushuang laughed extremely wantonly. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Niayin then laughed too. Although there were many experts from Abysmal Palace that had managed to escape, which they found regrettable, the result was that Abysmal Palace had suffered a crushing, hefty defeat after all. Hefty defeat. It was absolutely no doubt a great defeat. During the fight, Lineage of Star had merely had a few of their bronze-armored Dao soldiers damaged. They only needed some resources to recover them. Other than that, they hadn't lost anything. Abysmal Palace had suffered a great loss. Abysmal Palace kept a high profile and came to Lineage of Star before the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat and lost many Almighties. If the news were to be spread, it would stir a great commotion, Hall Master Guexen said excitedly. It's okay to stir commotion. Most importantly, the fight serves as a deterrent to the others. There was a gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Abysmal Palace sent 80% of their highest fighting power and suffered a crushing defeat. How many Abysmal Palaces does Sanctuary Alliance have? After this fight, the forces and sects would be even more fearful of Lineage of Star. Even if they found out that the Master of Star Palace passed away, they have to reconsider again and again before they do anything to Lineage of Star. Yes, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Niayin nodded heavily. They walked out of Galaxy Universe and took on their enemy in order to intimidate all forces with the fight. They were very satisfied with the result. Come on, let's return. Jian Wushuang waved to put the Dao soldiers away. Then Jian Wushuang and the 2 Hall Masters brought the exciting result back to Lineage of Star. In the void, far away from the battlefield earlier, swoosh, 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 a few figures stopped in the void. The experts from Abysmal Palace who strutted about and gave themselves airs when they barged into Lineage of Star. They were daring and energetic. But then everyone, including Palace Master Wu Luo, was in a fix. They were like stray dogs. Especially many Sir Gods looked terrified and frightened. These Sir Gods were normally high and mighty. Although they had once faced life and death danger when they wandered outside, it hardly happened. That day, they had really taken a trip to Gate of Hell. They almost couldn't return. There are so few of us left. Palace Master Wu Luo's face grew in distress. He looked at the people around him, and he couldn't help but shiver. The experts from Abysmal Palace looked around and lowered their heads simultaneously. The reason why they lowered their heads was that they were embarrassed. One should know that they had sent out a troop of 18 Almighties in the beginning. Among the 18 Almighties, there were 3 Emperor Gods and 15 Sir Gods. It was a terrifying team formation. But then, with one glance, the people who were still standing in the void were only 9 in total. Yes, only 9 left. There were 2 Emperor Gods, Palace Master Wu Luo and Emperor God Luoxian. The remaining 7 were Sir Gods. Among the 9 of them who were alive, every one of them was pale and they were injured. As for the other 9 people, they had been killed in the fight earlier. 9 Almighties, including Emperor God Dan too, passed away during the fight. On the other hand, there wasn't any death in the other party. Was it really Abysmal Palace that had such a result? Abysmal Palace, whose overall foundation and power were in the top 3 in Sanctuary Alliance, had been beaten up by Lineage of Star? Saint Master wanted me to kill Jian Wushuang and destroy Lineage of Star along the way. I have to figure out ways to get my hands on the secret skill of Star Palace as well. But now, Abysmal Palace was defeated heavily in the fight. How do I report to Saint Master? Palace Master Wu Luo looked distressed. Not only we couldn't report in, but Abysmal Palace's overall power also diminished. We would even become Sanctuary Alliance's laughingstock for quite a while. Jian Wushuang, Jian Wushuang. This time, Abysmal Palace is doomed. We will definitely remember this. In no time, I will definitely repay in 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Just you wait, Palace Master Wu Luo roared and led the experts from Abysmal Palace to leave very quickly. Chapter 1865, Great Pre-Sin. Universe, Galaxy, inside the base of the Lineage of Star. During this period of time, news of the Star Palace Master dying had already spread to the outside world. As for the experts and disciples in the Lineage of Star, they had also heard about the news and they felt restless. However, with Hall Master Yuan reassuring them, there was no trouble. The Lineage of Star was just like before. As for Hall Master Yuan, he was waiting quietly for the results of the battle to spread. During that battle, scouts from all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance were present. Naturally, the scouts from the Lineage of Star were present as well, and there was a large number of them. The course of events in the battle was relayed to Hall Master Yuan immediately. When he knew that Jian Wushuang and his group of people had had a huge victory and that they were on their way back, he heaved a sigh of relief. In no time, Jian Wushuang and the 2 Hall Masters returned to the Star Palace. "Haha, let's welcome the triumphant return of our 3 heroes." Hall Master welcomed them, laughing loudly. Jian Wushuang and the 2 Hall Masters laughed heartily. "After this battle, our Lineage of Star has revealed a great force of deterrent. Next, Hall Master Yuan, please go ahead and settle that matter," Jian Wushuang said. Hall Master Yuan's expression changed. He knew which matter Jian Wushuang was referring to. Previously, before the news of the Star Palace Master dying had spread, the Lineage of Star had been doing recruitment secretly by offering many experts who traveled alone attractive deals. Among these experts who traveled alone, some of them were attracted. However, the Lineage of Star did not get them to give their answer right away. After the news of the Star Palace Master being dead was spread, these experts who traveled alone hesitated again. After all, it was risky for them to join the Lineage of Star at this point of time. Jian Wushuang had known about this a long time ago. Hence, he had never pressed them for replies, but instead gave them enough time to consider. It was not until the recent battle where the Lineage of Star had defeated the Abysmal Palace head-on and was powerful enough to frighten everyone that he had made it known to those experts that the Lineage of Star possessed absolute abilities and confidence to deal with any kind of danger. At this stage, they could show themselves for real and officially invite those experts who traveled alone. Hall Master Yuan, how many experts do you think you can recruit successfully? Hall Master Gu Exan looked at Hall Master Yuan. Before the battle with the Abysmal Palace, I had no confidence at all, and being able to recruit about 2 to 3 Almighties was already considered not too bad. However, now, I reckon that I can recruit at least 10 experts who traveled alone and were also at the level of Almighty. Moreover, the numbers might even be more, Hall Master Yuan laughed. That's great. The eyes of Hall Master Gu Xan and Hall Master Shi Yun brighten up. I shall leave this matter to you, Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang said. No problem. Hall Master Yuan was extremely confident. While Jian Wushuang was still having a discussion with regards to some matters with the 3 Hall Masters, Jian Wushuang's expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? The 3 Hall Masters looked at Jian Wushuang at the same. Do you remember that after I destroyed the Deluge Fortress, I told all of you that I used the price of 1 Chaos Divine treasure-level armor to recruit that Emperor God Jiu-Yin to the lineage of Star? Emperor God Jiu-Yin agreed to it on the spot. However, he needed some time. And now, Emperor God Jiu-Yin has already arrived outside the universe galaxy, Jian Wushuang said while stroking his nose. Emperor God Jiu-Yin. Emperor God Jiu-Yin has come? Hall Master Yuan and the 2 other Hall Masters were over the moon. After all, Emperor God Jiu-Yin was a genuine Emperor God expert. Although he was not a peak Emperor God, he was definitely a great fighting force to the lineage of Star. Let's go. Follow me, and let's welcome Emperor God Jiu-Yin together, Jian Wushuang laughed. Hall Master Yuan and the 2 other Hall Masters naturally followed behind Jian Wushuang. In no time, the 4 of them arrived at the edge of the universe galaxy. Emperor God Jiu-Yin. As Jian Wushuang looked at the unusually evil black-robed young man at the void in front, he revealed a smile. Ha, Sword Emperor. Emperor God Jiu-Yin walked over right away, and after he came before Jian Wushuang, he greeted him kindly. As for the 3 Hall Masters behind Jian Wushuang, he nodded his head to signal to them. After that, he spoke. I have said before that within thousands of years, I would definitely come to the lineage of Star. Now that I have come, I wonder if the lineage of Star and you, Sword Emperor, are still willing to accept me? Of course we accept you. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. Emperor God Jiu-Yin, for you to be willing to become a guest elder of the lineage of Star, the lineage of Star is greatly honored by your presence, Hall Master Yuan said. Emperor God Jiu-Yin grinned and said abruptly, Oh, right. When I was on my way here, I heard that the Abysmal Palace had fought their way here. What is the situation now? The Abysmal Palace has already retreated, Jian Wushuang said. Retreated? Emperor God Jiu-Yin was surprised. What happened? The Abysmal Palace is a super big powerhouse that is ranked in the top 3 in the Sanctuary Alliance. Moreover, they have been extremely aggressive, and it is impossible for them to have a good start but a poor finish. Since they came for the lineage of Star this time around, they would definitely attack you. Strange. And I still hurried here at my fastest speed, hoping that I would be of some help to all of you. Upon hearing Emperor God Jiu-Yin's words, Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. He could tell that Emperor God Jiu-Yin had just happened to head to the lineage of Star. However, after hearing the news about the Abysmal Palace taking action against the lineage of Star, he had made the best use of his speed to hurry over to help them immediately. However, it was a pity that he was too late. Emperor God Jiu-Yin, you are right. The Abysmal Palace never let their enemies off. Since they said that they would take action, they would definitely take action. However, it's a pity that you are too late. Not long ago, my lineage of Star already fought an intense battle with the Abysmal Palace. Moreover, we defeated them, Jian Wushuang said. Defeated them? Emperor God Jiu-Yin was dumbfounded. The lineage of Star defeated the Abysmal Palace head-on? Is this a joke? Could it be that the Star Palace Master took action personally? The Palace Master did not take action. However, the Abysmal Palace has indeed been defeated by us. Moreover, they retreated with a great defeat. This piece of news will probably be made known to you soon, Jian Wushuang said. After hearing what was said, Emperor God Jiuyin was shocked. He then raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. After that, he calmed down slowly. Forget it. It's all good since they have been defeated. Emperor God Jiuyin laughed and looked at Jian Wushuang again. Sword Emperor, back then, when you used a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor to recruit me into the lineage of Star, I said that I would look for you after a few years and I would also bring you a great present. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise, and I have brought you the great present. A great present? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Back then, Emperor God Jiuyin had indeed said that. However, Jian Wushuang was not concerned with it at all. He had not expected Emperor God Jiuyin to actually bring him a great present. I wonder what this great present is, Jian Wushuang questioned while laughing. With his abilities and identity then, normal treasures and opportunities would be unable to attract his attention. Hence, what kind of item would be considered a great present to him? Chapter 1866, Sword Emperor Dugu. With Jian Wushuang's eager expectation, Emperor God Jiuyin flipped his hand and took out a token in sword shape. The token gave out an extremely unique aura. He could tell that it was some kind of token with one glance. This is... Jian Wushuang looked confused. He didn't know anything about sword-shaped tokens. Not only Jian Wushuang, but Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Niayan reacted similarly. Only Hall Master Yuan was surprised when he saw the token. After he took another careful look, he exclaimed, "This is Emperor Sword Palace's Sword Principal Inheritance Token." Emperor Sword Palace? Sword Principal Inheritance Token? Jian Wushuang was surprised. "Your Excellency, you must be Hall Master Yuan from Lineage of Star." Emperor God Jiuyin smiled at Hall Master Yuan. "Your Excellency has good eyesight. You recognize the token with one glance. You're right. This token is Emperor Sword Palace's Sword Principal Inheritance Token. As for its value, as Hall Master Yuan can recognize it, you should know." Hall Master Yuan nodded heavily. He, of course, knew the price of the token. "A huge present. It is really a huge present," Hall Master Yuan complimented. "Hall Master Yuan, what's going on? What's the origin of the Sword Principal Inheritance Token?" Jian Wushuang asked. Hall Master Wushuang. As Emperor God Jiuyin had yet to verify the death of the Master of Star Palace, Hall Master Yuan still referred to Jian Wushuang as Hall Master Wushuang instead of Palace Master in front of Emperor God Jiuyin. "You should have heard of Emperor Sword Sect, right?" Hall Master Yuan asked. "Of course, I know." Jian Wushuang nodded. Emperor Sword Palace is one of the major forces in Sanctuary Alliance. They are extremely ancient and their foundation is strong. Although the power isn't as fierce as Abysmal Palace and Soaring Heaven King Palace, their positions in Sanctuary Alliance is extraordinary. Hall Master Wushuang, you only know that Emperor Sword Sect is very old, but you don't know about its origins. Emperor Sword Sect is actually related to a super expert from the First Era, Hall Master Yuan said. First Era. Jian Wushuang stunned. After ancient times, it had been the First Era. After the First Era collapsed, the Second Era derived from it, which had made eternal chaotic world. Hall Master Yuan started explaining. Among the three eras, ancient times were the strongest, followed by the First Era. Ancient time is too long ago, and the experts of eternal chaotic world could only find traces of ancient times from the ancient battlefield. However, the First Era is considered rather close to us. Although the First Era couldn't be compared to ancient times long ago, there were many top experts and geniuses, especially some super experts, who stood at the peak. Their potential and talent are actually much higher than experts in ancient times. But due to the restriction of the environment during the First Era, they couldn't match evenly with experts in ancient times. In this era, there were once many super experts. For example, the higher leader of Ancient Tribe, Ancient God Emperor, who was a 10-star Ancient God, his power was above Great Emperor. Also Emperor White, he was from the First Era as well. Back then, he was famous and highly positioned. These two were considered true big figures back in the First Era, and they were considered super experts on the peak. However, their powers were merely in the top 10 in the First Era, not the top 3. Jian Wushuang was convinced when he heard that Ancient God Emperor and Emperor Bai were powerful, especially as Ancient God Emperor was the leader of Ancient God, a 10-star Ancient God. Actually, his power had already exceeded the range of Chaotic Realm, but they couldn't be listed in the top 3 in the First Era. How scary would the top 3 be? The top 3 in the First Era, they were super experts who could truly break the sky and split heaven. Even if they were to be in ancient times, they were extremely talented figures. Ever since the First Era collapsed, the top 3 and many experts in the First Era died. Only Emperor Bai remained alive. Among the 3 super experts, the one on the 3rd place was Sword Emperor Dugu. Hall Master Yuan said. Sword Emperor Dugu? Jian Wushuang stunned. He didn't know much about the First Era. It was also his first time hearing Sword Emperor Dugu's name. However, judging from the name itself, Sword Emperor Dugu was definitely an expert who was good with a sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the nickname of Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor Dugu had impressive swordsmanship. He was widely acknowledged as the first man in sword principle. It is said that although most of his sword principles were self-invented, his strongest and scariest sword principle was from ancient times. When the First Era collapsed, Sword Emperor Dugu died. However, many years ago, when it came to the Second Era, Eternal Chaotic World started, and there was a Sir God who happened to obtain Emperor Sword Palace that Sword Emperor Dugu left behind. Emperor Sword Palace contains sword principle and sword intention, and the Sir God happened to be good at sword too. He was the first who entered Emperor Sword Palace, and he received the greatest opportunity and advantage. After that, his power increased tremendously, and he even broke through and reached Emperor God level. He used Emperor Sword Palace as his base and started Emperor Sword Sect. Then, Emperor Sword Sect started passing down until now, Hall Master Yuan explained. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. He had heard of Emperor Sword Sect long ago, but he had never expected Emperor Sword Sect to be related to Sword Emperor Dugu, who was powerful in the First Era. Then, what's this sword principle inheritance token? Jian Wushuang asked. Sword Principal Inheritance Token is the token to enter Emperor Sword Palace. Although the greatest opportunities and advantages in Emperor Sword Palace were taken by the founder of Emperor Sword Sect, some of the opportunities couldn't be taken away but could only be kept within Emperor Sword Palace. Emperor Sword Palace opens once every 1,000,000 years, and every time it opens, only those who hold Sword Principal Inheritance tokens are qualified to enter. Just like Emperor Sword Sect, although they control Emperor Sword Palace, their men can't enter if they do not have Sword Principal Inheritance tokens. Hall Master Yuan paused and continued. There's a total of 5 Sword Principal Inheritance tokens. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Sword Sect would keep 2 for themselves and distribute the other 3. In the end, the luckier sword experts would get them. They enter Emperor Sword Palace with the Sword Principal Inheritance token, and they could receive inheritance of Sword Principal, which was extremely helpful to their swordsmanship. Plus, legend says that if one received sufficient opportunities and possessed talent, he would stand a chance to receive the terrifyingly powerful ancient Sword Principal that Sword Emperor Dugu controlled. Chapter 1860, 7 Frightening Everyone. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. I am proficient in sword principles. In other words, this Emperor Sword Palace will be of great use to me. That's right. Even to great Emperor-level experts who are proficient in sword principles, the Emperor Sword Palace that Sword Emperor Dugu has left behind would be extremely useful. Hence, it would naturally be even more useful to you, Hall Master Wushuang. Hall Master Yuan laughed. However, this sword principal inheritance token is extremely rare. Emperor God Juin, how did you obtain it? I was able to obtain it as I was lucky. Emperor God Juin grinned. Before Sword Emperor invited me to the Deluge Fortress, I got to know that a Sir God possessed a sword principal inheritance token by coincidence. Back then, I was not too concerned with it. However, after I was recruited by you, Sword Emperor, I thought about it. Hence, over the past few years, I found that Sir God and used some methods to obtain this sword principal inheritance token easily. Is that so? Your luck is not too bad, Hall Master Yuan gasped. Emperor God Jiuyin. Jian Wushuang looked in the direction of Emperor God Jiuyin. Thank you very much. I shall accept this sword principal inheritance token. Haha, there is no need for you to be so modest. Although this sword principal inheritance token is valuable, it is still comparable to a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor. Emperor God Jiuyin laughed heartily. All right. From what I know, the Emperor's Sword Palace will open up again in another 300 years' time. If you wish to go there, you had better hurry. In another 300 years' time? Jian Wushuang frowned. With 300 years of time, he would be able to make it in time. However, the most important thing was that the lineage of Star was in great danger. At such a stage, wouldn't he not be able to make time to go there? Hall Master Wushuang, you may set your mind at ease and go. Hall Master Yuan could tell that Jian Wushuang was worried, and he laughed immediately. After teaching the Abysmal Palace a lesson for a short period of time, the experts from the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance will probably not have the guts to attack the lineage of Star again. Even if they were to really attack us, it would probably only be after another thousands of years. According to what I know, every time the Emperor's Sword Palace opens, one can only stay inside for 1,000 years' time, and you will definitely be able to make it back in time. The only troublesome thing is the Emperor's Sword Sect, as they might not let you enter the Emperor's Sword Palace. Why? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. He was confident that he had asked Hall Master Yuan before in the past. Hence, he already knew the big powerhouses that had a grudge against the lineage of Star. For example, the Divine King Island, the Real Martial Arts Divine Church, and the Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion all had a huge grudge against the lineage of Star. However, among those big powerhouses, the Emperor's Sword Sect was not included. Since there were no grudges between them and Jian Wushuang really possessed the sword principal inheritance token, why would the Emperor's Sword Sect not let him enter the Emperor's Sword Palace? There are indeed no huge grudges between the lineage of Star and the Emperor's Sword Sect. This is not fake, and at the very least, no experts from either side have died at the hands of the other. Even if there were, both sides do not know about it. However, although there are no huge grudges, there are small conflicts. For example, when Star Palace Master, was traveling in the second lair in the past, he fought with the current sect master of the Emperor's Sword Sect for his own benefit. Moreover, he also caused the Emperor's Sword Sect master to suffer huge losses, and he lost all his face in front of everyone. Although this was only a small episode, and it was not at the stage where both of them would take action to kill each other, the Emperor's Sword Sect master still remembered it. Now, since you wish to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace, you definitely have to obtain the approval of the Emperor's Sword Sect first. Perhaps the Emperor's Sword Sect would not take action to attack you, but they would probably make things slightly more difficult for you, Hall Master Yuan said. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. Let's not care about this Emperor's Sword Sect. After all, I still have 300 years of time. During this period of time, I will stay in the lineage of Star and take a look at the reactions of all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance. If there are really no movements from them, I will go to the Emperor's Sword Sect 300 years later. All right. Hall Master Yuan nodded his head in approval. Emperor God Jiuyin, this is the first day where you have become the guest elder of the lineage of Star. I will get people to prepare a banquet immediately, and during the banquet, I will announce this to everyone, Jian Wushuang said. Please go ahead. Emperor God Jiuyin did not stand on ceremony. under Jian Wushuang's personal guidance, he took a step into the universe, galaxy. With Palace Master Wu Luo leading them personally, the large number of experts from the Abysmal Palace fought their way into the Star Land, attracting a lot of attention. However, in the end, before they could reach the doorstep of the lineage of Star, they were defeated by the experts of the lineage of Star, who Jian Wushuang led, and were forced to escape. Among the 18 Almighties, a total of 9 of them were killed on the spot. Even Emperor God Dan Tu, an Emperor God-level genius, died in that battle. The moment this piece of news spread, the Sanctuary Alliance burst into an uproar. It should be known that previously, when they had gotten to know that the Abysmal Palace was going to attack the lineage of Star, the experts of all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance had thought that it would be the end of the line for the lineage of Star. However, who could have expected the end results to be as such? Moreover, during that battle, the large number of trump cards that the lineage of Star had unleashed had caused the experts of quite a number of powerhouses to be extremely terrified. Those 30 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, although Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shiyin were merely Sir Gods, they actually possessed chaos divine treasures? In the end, the most shocking thing had been the frightening fighting capabilities that Jian Wushuang had revealed. 8th level. This Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time doctrine has actually achieved the standard needed to clear the 8th level of the Doctrine Palace. Even though his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine is so high, he still hid it all the while. This Jian Wushuang has really hidden his abilities so deeply. Since his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine is so high, the golden swords that he controls will become extremely frightening. Just 3 of them alone were able to give Palace Master Wu Luo a great amount of pressure. With 4 of them, even Palace Master Wu Luo was completely suppressed. When further combined with the ancient god's secret skills that Jian Wushuang unleashed, he actually defeated Palace Master Wu Luo head-on. Previously, I thought that it was a bit too much to put Jian Wushuang in the top 30 of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, looking at it now, after this battle, his ranking will definitely rise again. At the very least, he will have a higher ranking than Palace Master Wu Luo. However, I wonder what his ranking will be. Countless experts were chatting enthusiastically. As for those powerhouses who were restless and wanted to attack the lineage of Star, they became quiet again. There was no choice. The results of this battle were something that they had never expected. Originally, they had thought that with the Abysmal Palace taking action personally, it would be enough to force the lineage of Star to its limit, and the lineage of Star's situation then would be revealed. However, in the end, after the battle, the lineage of Star had become even more unfathomable. Because to date, they still did not know how those Dao soldiers and chaos divine treasures were obtained. On top of that, they were unable to confirm whether the Star Palace Master was dead or alive. Hence, they did not dare to act recklessly. In no time, the rankings in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list underwent some changes again. At that point, Jian Wushuang, who was originally rank 30 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, was ranked 22. Chapter 1868 Calm. On the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, they recorded super experts on the peak of the universe in eternal chaotic world. For the experts on the list, any increase of ranking would require convincing battle achievement. It was extremely difficult. But then, Jian Wushuang had risen from the 30th place to the 22nd place directly. He increased a total of 8 rankings in an instant. Most interestingly, the original 22nd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list had been Emperor God Tianling from soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang shared great resentment with soaring Heaven King Palace, but he had never fought with Emperor God Tianling. Then Jian Wushuang had raised his ranking directly, while Emperor God Tianling had fallen to the 23rd place. Of course, regarding Jian Wushuang's current ranking, the experts in Sanctuary Alliance were doubtful. Some thought that Jian Wushuang had relied on his 4 Hong Jun golden sword to suppress Palace Master Wu Luo in the 25th place miserably, and his power should be above Emperor God Tianling's. But there were some who thought although Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden sword was strong, Emperor God Tianling could withstand it directly. Once the 4 Hong Jun golden swords failed to create great advantage for Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Tianling could totally defeat him. Both parties had their reasoning, but no one could clearly determine who was stronger. Time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 280 years had passed. In the 280 years, eternal chaotic world was calm. The forces and experts who were preparing to pound at Lineage of Star had reined themselves in, and no one dared to act hastily. The victory of Lineage of Star in the fight with Abysmal Palace had served as a deterrent. Even Abysmal Palace, who was in the top 3 major forces in Sanctuary Alliance, were defeated by Lineage of Star and suffered great losses. Which other major forces in Sanctuary Alliance had the power and confidence to fight Lineage of Star alone? As for teaming up, the forces and experts considered it before. However, the biggest problem still lay there, which was if the Master of Star Palace had really died. As long as the answer was uncertain, the forces and experts wouldn't dare to join forces. Because once they united to attack Lineage of Star, it would be a decisive battle. By then, if the Master of Star Palace wasn't dead and they started to massacre in madness, the forces and experts would be doomed. During the calm times, Lineage of Star had received an extremely precious chance to gasp for air. In the hall, Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Nye Yin gathered together. As for Emperor God Jiu Yin, Emperor God Jiu Yin was a guest elder after all. Lineage of Star wouldn't restrict him too much, and it was temporarily unsuitable for Emperor God Jiu Yin to know the secret in Lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan, how did the recruitment go? Jian Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan. Not bad. Currently, there are 4 Almighties that made a decision, and they are willing to be guest elders in Lineage of Star. Once Lineage of Star is in danger, they will lend a helping hand. Among the 4 Almighties, there are 3 Sir Gods and 1 Emperor God. Emperor God Xian Wu. Hall Master Yuan said, Emperor God Xian Wu. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew of Emperor God Xian Wu. Among Emperor God experts in Eternal Chaotic World, his power could be considered at the bottom. In terms of attack power, he was slightly stronger than an ordinary Sir God. However, he was best at defense power. Not only was his defense power strong, he also knew many kinds of defense skills, secret skills, and powers. Although Emperor God Xian Wu's power is ordinary, he is truly an Emperor God expert after all. To Lineage of Star, he is also a helping hand, Jian Wushuang said. Not bad. Hall Master Yuan nodded, and he smiled. Actually, Emperor God Xian Wu is actually not weak, especially his defense power and body protection power. He is only not too good in strength and close combat skill. He knew that too. Hence, when he was wandering in the 2nd lair and the 3rd lair, and also when he was wandering in Ancient Mystery Land, he took the risk to wander in dangerous places. His goal was to get a chaotic divine treasure, level divine weapon that suited him. However, he wasn't very lucky, and he didn't get anything. Then Lineage of Star offered to give him a suitable chaotic divine treasure level attack divine weapon, and that made him really happy. He even said on the spot that the divine weapon itself was worth his life. Then Emperor God Xian Wu already came out from Ancient Mystery Land. I reckon he will arrive at Lineage of Star in no time. Emperor God Xian Wu and the other 3 Sir Gods who agreed to become guest elders. Take good care of them. You can pass them the agreed chaotic divine weapon first, but they have to guarantee that they will lend a helping hand when Lineage of Star is in danger. Otherwise, if take advantage of Lineage of Star but run away during crucial times, that's not something we want, Jian Wushuang exhorted. Don't worry. These experts that I have invited, their reputation are not bad. As they agreed, they shouldn't go back on their words. Plus, when I give them their chaotic divine treasure, I will, of course, set some restrictions, Hall Master Yuan said. That'd be best. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he looked around. In recent years, the forces and experts in Sanctuary Alliance were quite calm. It seems that the fight with Abysmal Palace took great effect. Now, unless Ancient Mystery Land closes, and they confirm that the Master of Star Palace has passed away, no one will dare to take action against Lineage of Star. Hence, I will prepare to head to Emperor's Sword Sect now. Before I go, I will leave all Dao soldiers behind as well. Besides, Jian, you will stay back in Lineage of Star. If, during the time when I cultivate in Emperor's Sword Palace, Lineage of Star has any problem, you should be able to deal with it with Jian Yi and the Dao soldiers. Jian Wushuang knew that 100 bronze-armored Dao soldiers was an extremely fierce fighting power. On top of that, Jian Yi's current power was slightly stronger than himself. With him attending garrison duty personally, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be worried when he cultivated in Emperor's Sword Palace. After delegating tasks, Jian Wushuang headed to Emperor's Sword Sect alone. Emperor's Sword Sect wasn't within 10 cultivation sanctuaries, but in the vast void near the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jian Wushuang departed from Lineage of Star via space wormhole. It only took 10 years to reach the void where Emperor's Sword Sect was. That's where Emperor's Sword Sect is. Jian Wushuang stood in the void as he looked at the piece of floating land while he revealed a creepy smile. Chapter 1869, Emperor's Sword. In another few years' time, it will be the day where the Emperor's Sword Palace opens again, and it is obvious that the Emperor's Sword Sect has already made preparations for it. Since they knew that some people would come to visit them during this period of time, they actually sent a Sir God expert to welcome them. Jian Wushuang stroked his nose. He had already realized the existence of a white-haired old man in front of the entrance of the Emperor's Sword Sect. This white-haired old man stood at his position like an old monk who was sitting in meditation, and he did not care about the normal disciples and experts who entered or left the Emperor's Sword Sect in the slightest. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate either. His body turned vague, and he walked forward. While walking, Jian Wushuang released a portion of his god power intentionally. Upon feeling the existence of the god power, the white-haired old man who was sitting in meditation opened his eyes immediately and looked in the direction of Jian Wushuang. I am Tianguzi. I wonder which friend of ours has come to the Emperor's Sword Sect. The white-haired old man's hearty voice reverberated across the area. Tianguzi? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. In no time his body stopped before Tianguzi and came into view. As the distance between them got shorter, Tianguzi felt the aura that Jian Wushuang emitted, and his expression changed at once. When Jian Wushuang's body came into shape completely, and when he saw his looks clearly, Tianguzi frowned. So it's the famous Sword Emperor. Nice to meet you. Tianguzi greeted Jian Wushuang to show his respect. Although Jian Wushuang was only a real god, his abilities were already displayed. Tianguzi was merely a normal Sir God. As such, he naturally treated Jian Wushuang with respect. I have heard that the Emperor's Sword Palace that your sect controls will open up after another period of time, and I am here to pay a visit, Jian Wushuang laughed. As expected, he is here for the Emperor's Sword Palace. Tianguzi's heart felt heavy. The Emperor's Sword Palace opening up soon was not a secret to begin with. Hence, during this period of time, quite a number of experts had paid a visit to the Emperor's Sword Sect. Jian Wushuang was an expert who was proficient in sword principles. Hence, it was normal for him to pay a visit. However, there had been some episodes between the Emperor's Sword Sect Master and the Lineage of Star Palace Master in the past. Sword Emperor, please wait a moment. Let me first relay a message to my sect master to tell him that you have come, Tianguzi said. You have to first send him a message to ask him? Aren't you here especially to wait for the large number of experts who made their way here to pay a visit? Could it be that you cannot make up your mind? Or are you trying to say that the Emperor's Sword Sect does not welcome me? Jian Wushuang looked at Tianguzi. How could I dare to do that? Tianguzi shook his head, repeatedly, and laughed. As Sword Emperor is a super existence who is ranked 22nd on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, the Emperor Sword sect will naturally be afraid of you if you come here personally. I am now sending a message to my palace master to allow him to make ample preparations to welcome you, Sword Emperor. Oh, is that so? Jian Wushuang laughed jokingly and did not say much. Tianguzi sent the news of the arrival of Jian Wushuang to the Emperor Sword sect master right away. In a giant palace at the core of the Emperor Sword sect, there were figures which were emitting a large amount of aura sitting there. These people were all experts who had come to pay a visit before the Emperor's Sword Palace opened. Moreover, most of these experts were proficient in sword principles. The Emperor's Sword Palace was a place of opportunity which Sword Emperor Dugu from the First Era had left behind. At that moment, the greatest opportunity in the Emperor's Sword Palace was the sword principle inheritance. For the sword principle inheritance, only people who possessed the sword principal inheritance token had the right to obtain it. However, there were merely 5 inheritance tokens. Moreover, 2 of them had always been in the hands of the Emperor's Sword Palace. In other words, there were only 3 sword principal inheritance tokens that were circulating around the outside world. Every time the Emperor's Sword Palace opened, only 3 experts from the outside world could go deep into the Emperor's Sword Palace. However, there were some small opportunities for sword principles in the Emperor's Sword Palace. Hence, they were still attractive to quite a number of experts who were proficient in sword principles. Therefore, even though they did not possess sword principle inheritance tokens, every time the Emperor's Sword Palace opened, some experts would go out of their way to come over. The person who sat at the highest point of the hall was a red-robed man with dashing eyebrows. He was the Emperor's Sword sect master. However, at that moment, he was holding on to a wine cup and chatting with a purple-clothed woman who was before a long, narrow table. I did not expect that the Emperor's Sword Palace's opening this time around could actually get you, Luo Xinzi, to come personally as well. My Emperor's Sword sect is really honored by your presence. The Emperor's Sword sect master purred, and his words were filled with the intention to earn her favor. However, the purple-clothed woman's expression was extremely cold, and she merely used a few words to barely deal with the Emperor's Sword sect master's words. The Emperor's Sword sect master was not upset in the slightest. After all, he knew what kind of temper Luo Xinzi had. Just then, from outside the entrance of the sect, Tianguzi's message came. "What? Sword Emperor?" The Emperor's Sword sect master's expression changed, and he could not help but murmur, "This Sword Emperor has actually come as well." There were no grudges between him and Jian Wushuang. Moreover, there were no big episodes between the Emperor's Sword sect and the lineage of Star either. However, he had once suffered big losses in the hands of the Star Palace master. As such, he still harbored some hatred toward the Star Palace master. Thus, it was difficult for him to not vent his anger on the experts of the lineage of Star. Hence, with regards to Jian Wushuang, he did not really welcome him. "Everyone who comes is a guest. Since he has come, please let him in," the Emperor's Sword sect master messaged Tianguzi. In no time, Tianguzi led Jian Wushuang to the palace. The moment Jian Wushuang appeared, the large number of experts in the palace who were originally chatting and drinking quietened down right away. At that moment, all their eyes were locked onto Jian Wushuang. Without even needing Tianguzi or the Emperor's Sword sect master to introduce him, all those experts already recognized him. As they had recognized Jian Wushuang's identity, the atmosphere in the palace became silent instantly. A mighty name was a good shelter. In the eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang's fierce name was too great. In particular, within the recent thousands of years, it was unknown as to how many almighties had died at his hands, and even a good number of emperor gods had died at his hands as well. As for the 10 over-experts present, although all of them were almighties, apart from Luo Xinzi, no one could remain calm when they looked at Jian Wushuang. Moreover, there were a few people who felt terrified when they saw Jian Wushuang. For these people, the sects that they were in had huge grudges against the lineage of Star. Hence, when they saw Jian Wushuang, a murderous god, it was difficult for them to not feel fearful. After all, if Jian Wushuang were to go crazy and attack them, they would be doomed. However, fortunately, after Jian Wushuang entered the palace, he did not care about those people at all. Instead, his eyes locked onto Luo Xinzi right away. I did not expect her to be here as well. Jian Wushuang was surprised. With regards to Luo Xinzi, Jian Wushuang had never had any dealings with her before, and he had not seen her before. However, with regards to Luo Xianz's abilities, Jian Wushuang knew about them well. Peak Emperor God. Moreover, she was ranked 21st in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, which was right above him. Chapter 1870 deliberately made things difficult. Just as Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xinzi, she looked at Jian Wushuang as well. In her cold eyes, there was a flash of surprise, but it disappeared very quickly. It's an honor to receive, Sword Emperor. Please forgive me for not traveling far to welcome you, Emperor Sword Sect Master said. Although he wanted Emperor Sword to forgive him, he spoke highly of himself and stayed seated and never stood when he was talking to Jian Wushuang, who was a more powerful figure. It was obvious that he didn't care about Jian Wushuang. I am only a junior. How could I make Emperor Sword Sect Master welcome me personally? Jian Wushuang smiled and wasn't bothered. Hee, I heard that Sword Emperor is decisive in killing people. Whoever offends, you will end miserably. But from what it seems, you aren't behaving as the rumors say. Sword Emperor is quite a friendly person, Emperor Sword Sect Master said with a smile. Friendly. Jian Wushuang smiled, but didn't say anything more. Sword Emperor, I wonder why you came to Emperor Sword Sect today. Emperor Sword Sect Master finally asked. Emperor Sword Palace is going to open. I came here, of course, for Emperor Sword Palace's Sword Principal Inheritance token. This is my Sword Principal Inheritance token. Jian Wushuang took out his Sword Principal Inheritance token. The moment the surrounding experts saw the Sword Principal Inheritance token, they were surprised. Emperor Sword Sect Master saw it, and he creased his eyebrows. He knew that Jian Wushuang had come for Emperor Sword Palace, but he hadn't known that Jian Wushuang had a Sword Principal Inheritance token. The Sword Principal Inheritance token was hard to get. Among the Almighties there, only Luo Xinzi had a Sword Principal Inheritance token. Everyone else didn't have one. Emperor Sword Sect Master, I heard that I can enter Emperor Sword Palace to receive Sword Principal as long as I have Sword Principal Inheritance token. I wonder if it's true? Jian Wushuang asked. Sword Emperor, don't worry. Emperor Sword Sect Master smiled. Sword Principal Inheritance token is the only proof to enter Emperor Sword Palace and receive Sword Principal. This is true. However, over the years, Emperor Sword Palace has been opened many times, and the appearance of Sword Principal Inheritance token is well known to the public. Naturally, there are many people with wicked intentions who forged the Sword Principal Inheritance token. The outer appearance and the aura are the same as the real one, but in actual fact, it might be an imitation. Emperor Sword Sect Master, what you're saying is that the Sword Principal Inheritance token in my hand is fake. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. The surrounding people gasped a breath of cold air and thought that Emperor Sword Sect Master had the guts to say nonsense. There were genuine and imitated Sword Principal Inheritance tokens. That was true. However, firstly, forgery of Sword Principal Inheritance token was very rare. Secondly, even if it was really forgery, it would at most be circulated in Eternal Chaotic World and be sold to people who didn't know what it was at a high price. In other words, people who had more money than sense, who would come to Emperor Sword Sect with a forged Sword Principal Inheritance token. Everyone knew that Emperor Sword Sect could differentiate true or false Sword Principal Inheritance tokens. Under such circumstances, Weren't those who brought forged tokens asking to be snubbed? Besides, if it was a universe god or real god who took out sword principal inheritance token, it might be a forged one. However, the one who had taken out the sword principal inheritance token was Jian Wushuang. How could Sword Emperor take out a forged item? It was impossible, but Emperor Sword Sect Master had said so. It was obvious that he wanted to deliberately make it difficult for Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword Sect Master chuckled when he noticed Jian Wushuang's change of expression. Sword Emperor, don't misunderstand me. I didn't say that the sword principal inheritance token that you brought is fake, but Emperor Sword Palace only opens once every 1 million years and there is a limited quota. It's best to be more careful. You're right. Jian Wushuang looked calm. No one could guess his feelings. If so, Emperor Sword Sect Master shall determine the authenticity of the sword principal inheritance token personally. Then Jian Wushuang threw the sword principal inheritance token in his hand to Emperor Sword Sect Master. Emperor Sword Sect Master caught it and spread his palm. He didn't need to probe, as he already knew that the sword principal inheritance token was real. He had done it with the intention to make it difficult for Jian Wushuang, but he didn't expect Jian Wushuang to give him the sword principal inheritance token directly. Wouldn't Jian Wushuang be worried that he would pull some tricks on sword principal inheritance token so it would become fake? Sword Emperor's sword principal inheritance token is true. Emperor Sword Sect Master chuckled, and he passed sword principal inheritance token back to Jian Wushuang. As you have checked the authenticity of the token, can I enter Sword Emperor Palace now? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Yes, of course. But Sword Emperor should know that Emperor Sword Palace is controlled by Emperor Sword Sect as well. Among the 5 sword principal inheritance tokens, there are 3 tokens that Emperor Sword Sect took the initiative to distribute, including the one in Sword Emperor's hand. Since Emperor Sword Sect has offered such a great opportunity, we, of course, expect things in return. Emperor Sword Sect Master squinted his eyes and smiled at Jian Wushuang. Of course, I know that. I wonder what is the price that Emperor Sword Sect Master would like me to pay. Jian Wushuang looked calm. There was no free lunch in the world. Jian Wushuang knew that concept really well. Emperor Sword Sect controlled Emperor Sword Palace, and they took the initiative to send out Sword Principal Inheritance token. Their purpose of doing so was to receive sufficient benefits. The experts who had visited Emperor Sword Sect, even those who didn't have Sword Principal Inheritance tokens but could receive meager Sword Principals, had to pay a price too. Emperor Sword Sect isn't asking for much. To Sword Emperor, it is nothing. 3 attack divine weapons and 1 defense armor. Emperor Sword Sect Master smiled. That's simple. Jian Wushuang lifted his head to look at Emperor Sword Sect Master. He flipped his hand and took out 3 Real God Limited Chaotic Unique Treasure level divine weapons and a Real God Limited Chaotic Unique Treasure level defense armor. I wonder if Emperor Sword Sect Master is happy with these items. Jian Wushuang asked. Real God Limited Chaotic Unique Treasure was valuable too. The total of 4 treasures should be worth more than 30,000 doctrine gems. It was already considered a costly price. However, Emperor Sword Sect Master looked at the 3 divine weapons and set of armor in disdain and said, I think Sword Emperor misunderstood me. The divine weapon and armor that I mentioned aren't unique treasures, but chaotic divine treasures. What? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock when he heard what Emperor Sword Sect Master said. Chapter 1871 Full. Oh, Chaos Divine Treasure? The Emperor Sword Sect Master had demanded 3 divine weapons and 1 defense armor. However, all of them had to be Chaos Divine Treasures? Upon hearing that, the first thought that the large number of experts present had was that the Emperor Sword Sect Master was crazy. They were Chaos Divine Treasures. Even the most normal attack-type divine weapons were enough to cause many emperor gods to cast their covetous eyes on it or even go crazy for it. After all, most of the weaker emperor gods did not possess a single chaos divine treasure, and one such example was Emperor God Xianwu, let alone a defense armor which was more valuable than attack-type divine weapons. It was just to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace, and Jian Wushuang possessed the Sword Principal Inheritance token. Under such circumstances, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master still demanded such an unbelievable price from him. He was indeed crazy. However, upon thinking about the words that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master had just said, and that it was possible for the Sword Principal Inheritance token that Jian Wushuang had taken out to be an imitation, everyone present understood. All of them knew that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was making things difficult for Jian Wushuang on purpose. As for the 3 Chaos Divine treasure-level attack-type weapons and 1 defense armor, it was said by him randomly, and even he himself knew that it was impossible. Emperor Sword Sect Master, I am probably not the only one who has come here with the Sword Principal Inheritance token. I wonder what is the price that the rest of them paid? Jian Wushuang questioned indifferently. Apart from you, Luo Xinzi came with a Sword Principal Inheritance token. As for the price that she paid, its worth was naturally not less than yours. The Emperor's Sword Sect Master laughed. Is that so? Jian Wushuang could not help but glance at Luo Xinzi. However, it was a pity that Luo Xinzi still looked ice-cold and she did not say anything. Looks like this trip of mine was wasted. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. Sword Emperor, since you are unable to pay the price, I'm sorry, but you have to leave. Oh, right, before you leave, you have to leave the Sword Principal Inheritance token behind. It just so happens that this time around, my Emperor Sword Sect has a new genius real god. Hence, it will be appropriate to give him this Sword Principal Inheritance token. Emperor Sword Sect Master said dully, and his words were filled with ridicule. What a pity! Jian Wushuang sighed lightly, and he seemed to be unable to do anything. However, all of a sudden, Jian Wushuang raised his head again, and he wore a joking smile. Emperor Sword Sect Master, let's change the conditions. Change the conditions? How will we change it? The Emperor Sword Sect Master looked over. Let's forget about the 3 Chaos Divine treasure-level attack-type divine weapons and defense armor. Instead, let me use the lives of a large number of disciples and experts of your Emperor Sword Sect in exchange for my right to enter the Emperor Sword Sect. What do you think? Jian Wushuang said randomly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the whole palace froze instantly. The large number of experts in the palace opened their eyes wide, and they had shocked expressions. Using the lives of the large number of disciples and experts of the Emperor Sword Sect to exchange for his right to enter? The meaning behind Jian Wushuang's words. Sword Emperor, may I know what you are trying to say? The Emperor Sword Sect Master's expression turned cold and gloomy. What I am trying to say, could it be that the Emperor Sword Sect Master really does not understand? Jian Wushuang laughed. Before I came, I heard that there was an episode between you and my palace master in the past. Hence, I had already expected you to make things difficult for me on purpose. Originally, I planned to allow you to make things difficult for me. After all, your Emperor Sword Sect is the one who is in control of Emperor Sword Palace. As long as you do not overdo it, on the account of Sword Emperor Dugu, it will be all right even if I were to suffer losses. However, it's a pity that you are too stupid. You are too arrogant. Jian Wushuang's voice resounded within the palace slowly, and the hearts of the large number of experts from the Emperor's Sword Sect twitched. They had a bad feeling. At the next moment, what they expected really happened. All of a sudden, frightening god power burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body, and it was accompanied by an extremely powerful sword essence, which wanted to tear the vault of heaven apart. The god power covered the Emperor's Sword Sect instantly. Under the god power and sword essence, it was still all right for those almighties in the palace. However, As for some of the real gods of the Emperor's Sword sect who stayed in the palace, as well as the large number of disciples of the Emperor's Sword sect who were outside the palace, most of them knelt down instantly. As for those people who were close to Jian Wushuang, blood flowed out of their ears, noses, and mouths. Such a scene caused the Emperor's Sword sect master expression to change greatly. Jian Wushuang, please stop this. With a loud cry, an extremely powerful aura rose from the Emperor's Sword sect master's body. Two frightening auras then clashed head-on in the palace. Boom! Under the attack of the two auras, the whole palace was smashed into pieces at once. The large number of experts inside the palace rose in succession. A large number of experts appeared in the void, and at the same time, swoosh, 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 swoosh. A few figures flew over in succession from the surrounding. They were some of the almighties of the Emperor's Sword sect. Although the Emperor's Sword sect was not as powerful as the Abysmal Palace and soaring Heaven King Palace, it was extremely old and it had a great foundation. On top of that, they were in control of the Emperor's Sword Palace, a place that was rich in resources. Furthermore, they had a large number of experts. They had a total of 7 almighties. However, among them, the Emperor's Sword sect master was the only emperor god. Just then, the 7 almighties, which included Emperor's Sword sect master, were standing together, and they were looking at Jian Wushuang with anger. As for the experts who had come for the Emperor's Sword Palace, all of them stood to the side, and it was obvious that they did not want to be involved. Jian Wushuang, what are you trying to do? The Emperor's Sword sect master's face was filled with fury. Jian Wushuang's suppression with his divine power previously had merely caused the consciousness of the disciples inside the Emperor's Sword sect to take some damage, and no one had any serious injuries. However, Jian Wushuang's actions were the same as hitting the face of the Emperor's Sword sect. What am I trying to do? Could it be that the Emperor's Sword sect master has not guessed yet? Jian Wushuang sneered. I have already said that this sect master of yours is too stupid. In actual fact, the moment I came to your Emperor's Sword sect, you should have treated me with respect. Not to mention making things difficult for me. If it were a sect master who was more sensible, he would probably be extremely modest, and he would not get me to pay any price to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace. Moreover, he might even think of ways to make friends with me, as he is certain of one thing, not to mention the fact that I possessed the sword principal inheritance token. Even if I did not have it, with my abilities, I would still be able to enter the Emperor's Sword Palace easily without much effort. But Yuaha, no wonder even though the Emperor's Sword sect possessed the Emperor's Sword Palace, which is rich in resources, it is still unable to come up on top in terms of ranking among the large number of big powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang sneered, and this caused Emperor's Sword sect master to have an even uglier expression. How impudent! Jian Wushuang. Don't forget that you are now in my Emperor's Sword sect, and you are not in your lineage of star. The Emperor's Sword sect master said with flames of fury. Is that so? Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. You still do not understand. Be it the lineage of star or the Emperor's Sword sect. To me, aren't both of them the same? As soon as his words left his mouth, Jian Wushuang's body moved. In the Emperor's Sword sect, the base of the Emperor's Sword sect, Jian Wushuang commenced his attack. Chapter 1872 One Person Suppressing 1 Sect Part 1. A fierce blowing sound was heard, and the void instantly exploded. The moment they saw Jian Wushuang take action, Emperor's Sword sect, a total of 7 almighties including Emperor's Sword sect master, looked shocked. Although they were 7 almighties, they were dealing with a true decision then. Reincarnation palm. Jian Wushuang's billowing divine power concentrated in collaboration with the power of ancient tribe bloodline, under the cover of reincarnation power. Virum, a huge palm that seemed to contain the entire reincarnation doctrine, swept out. The moment the palm was pushed out, the universe changed its color. The palm engulfed the 7 people, including Emperor's Sword sect master. Jian Wushuang was obviously going to fight the seven alone. You have guts. Emperor Sword Sect Master immediately roared. As his voice reverberated in the sky, a boundless sword intention soared up from his body. Although Emperor Sword Sect Master was stupid, he was quite powerful. He was a true peak emperor god after all. Then there was a spear with a green luster that gave out faint gold lightning in his hands. His might instantly increased. Break! As Emperor Sword Sect Master spat one word, the spear instantly brought about boundless golden lightning and stabbed. It pierced the reincarnation palm. Walala! Boundless divine power dispersed to the surrounding, and Emperor Sword Sect Master's figure shuttled through the reincarnation palm. His gaze was cold as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Sword formation! The six almighties from Emperor Sword Sect quickly exploded their soaring sword intentions when they heard Emperor Sword Sect Master's command. The six almighties' sword intentions resonated and instantly formed a huge sword formation. Emperor Sword Sect focused on swords, and their sword formation was extremely famous too. Then, what the six almighties had performed was six sword formation. It was the strongest sword formation that combined both attacks and defense as one. The sword formation performed by six Sir Gods altogether was even more powerful. Die. The moment the sword formation took place, the six almighties glared coldly and suddenly drove the formation at Jian Wushuang. Similarly, six sword formation attacked too. Jian Wushuang looked at everything in front of him calmly. On the finger on his right hand, there was billowing divine power gathering. Ancient God's seventh finger, vault of heaven's finger. A terrifying space-time whirlpool that covered hundreds of thousands of miles appeared in the air. The whirlpool strangled everything in the universe to death. For instance, the palaces in Emperor Sword Sect shattered into pieces. Luckily, the real gods and universe gods from Emperor Sword Sect retreated to a faraway place so that they weren't affected. Otherwise, the space-time whirlpool itself would be sufficient to turn Emperor Sword Sect into bloodbath. Then there was a huge finger in a black jade color that extended from the whirlpool. The huge finger was boundless, and it pointed to the void in front with terrifying power. 6 sword matches, life-destroying sword out. Among the 6 almighties from Emperor Sword Sect, one of them shouted, and the 6 terrifying sword intentions merged. Rumble. A huge sword that gave out a boundless gleam substantiated, and the huge sword swung down under the trigger of the formation. Bang! Both collided, and the void suddenly became quiet. In a short while, both the huge black and jade-colored finger and the huge sword that gave out a boundless gleam collapsed. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked shocked. He utilized his divine power and ancient tribe bloodline to perform ancient God's 7th finger, vault of heaven's finger. In the end, the 6 almighties had withstood it with their sword formation? That's interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled. Die. A sharp sword intention that seemed to be able to tear everything suddenly exploded from Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword Sect Master appeared next to Jian Wushuang and wielded his spear with faint lightning. Sword light attacked and brought about the surrounding space-time and sword intention that signified that it stops at nothing until it killed its enemy. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Blood Mountain's sword was drawn from the scabbard and wielded his sword. Dang! There was a low clashing noise. Emperor Sword Sect Master was a peak emperor god after all. Although his ranking wasn't as high as Fortress Master Hong Tian's on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, who had died, he wasn't weak. Jian Wushuang was in a hurry to withstand the sudden stroke, and he inevitably took a few steps back. Emperor Sword Sect Master saw that, and he gained confidence. Jian Wushuang, you're courting death yourself. You dare to attack an Emperor Sword Sect? Even if I kill you here today, there is definitely no one who'll comment much. Kill me here? Emperor Sword Sect Master, you have some guts. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sneer. The surrounding almighties who were watching the fight turned up their noses at what Emperor Sword Sect Master had said. Jian Wushuang was on the 22nd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. As such a superb existence, only great emperors or the top among emperor gods, underworld gods, would be confident in winning against Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword Sect Master was merely at the bottom of all peak emperor gods, but he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Even if he was in Emperor Sword Sect and he had the assistance of the other 6 almighties, they could at most fight evenly with Jian Wushuang. Kill Jian Wushuang. The people at the scene wanted to ask Emperor Sword Sect Master where his courage came from. Emperor Sword Sect is pitiful to have you as their sect master. Jian Wushuang sneered, and there was faint chilly gleam in his eyes. Virum, Virum, Virum. 3 golden lights suddenly soared up. The 3 golden lights were glorious, like 3 golden suns. They were Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden swords. Golden swords. It's Sword Emperor's famous golden swords. The moment the golden swords are out, it means that Sword Emperor is going all out. The surrounding experts who were watching gasped as they held their breath and watched. Jian Wushuang didn't speak anymore, but the 3 Hongjun golden swords quivered and instantly shot out. The 3 golden lights flashed past like fish in a pond. The 3 golden lights bypassed Emperor Sword Sect Master and instantly appeared in front of the 6 almighties. The 6 almighties immediately responded. Be careful. Activate the formation to block the 3 golden swords. Virum. A fierce sword intention exploded, and the 6 almighties followed his command. Jian Wushuang saw and smiled in disdain. Did it work? Dang, dang, dang. 3 continuous thuds, and the 3 Hongyun golden swords backed off and instantly plunged out again. The second attack. Chapter 1870. 1 Person Suppressing 1 Sect Part 2. Clang, clang. This time around, 2 clashing sounds could be heard. As for the remaining golden sword, it struck the chest of one of the almighties without any hindrance. Although this almighty's defense was not weak, while facing the attack by the golden sword, he still spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura decreased instantly and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. Although he did not die straight away, he no longer had any fighting capabilities. As for the 6 sword formation, with the loss of one almighty, the whole sword formation fell apart. Jian Wushuang's 3 Hongjun golden swords then attacked in succession. As the Sir Gods faced the Hongjun golden swords alone, they absolutely did not have the ability to block them. Puff, 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 puff. 5 sounds of a person spitting blood could be heard at the same time. In just 2 face-offs, all the 6 almighties had been seriously injured. Not good. Upon seeing that, the Emperor Sword Sect Master's expression changed greatly. However, the speed of the Hongjun golden swords was too fast, and he had no way to stop them. Hence, he could only look on as the Hongjun golden swords dealt fatal blows to the 6 almighties. Humph! The power and defense of the 6 sword formation is indeed not too bad. However, it's a pity that this sword formation required the 6 of them to activate it at the same time. Moreover, when activating it, the divine power and sword essence of the 6 of them needed to resonate with one another. Although this process would only take an instant, this instant was a weak point to my Hongjun golden swords, Jian Wushuang sneered. The most frightening thing about the Hongjun golden swords was their speed. He was controlling 3 Hongjun golden swords to attack at the same time. During the first attack, the 6 almighties were still able to react in time and activate the Great Formation to block it. However, after blocking the attack, the Hongjun golden swords could continue to launch a second attack in close proximity, and there would not be any breaks in between the attacks. Since the 6 almighties of the Emperor Sword Sect had just activated the sword formation to block the first attack, they would need to activate the formation at the same time again if they wanted to block the attack a second time. In terms of speed, this was naturally a lot slower. Hence, this had allowed the Hong Jun Golden Swords to find an opportunity to destroy the sword formation, and in no time, they dealt serious blows to the 6 Almighties. Moreover, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was unable to react in time. Furthermore, if Jian Wushuang wanted to, he could absolutely kill all the 6 Almighties at that instant. Emperor Sword Sect Master, it's your turn now. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression. After dealing serious blows to the 6 Almighties, his eyes looked in the direction of the Emperor's Sword Sect Master. Buzz! 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 The 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords shook slightly and were shot out instantly. Upon seeing the 3 brilliant rays of golden light which had appeared in front of him, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master revealed a furious expression. He then unleashed his sword principles in succession while roaring with the intention to stop the 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords. However, he did not notice that the experts who were observing the battle by the side had already revealed sympathetic expressions. What a joke! Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun Golden Swords were famous for being frightening. Even though he had only used 3 of them, they were still extremely powerful. Back then, when Palace Master Wu Luo, who was ranked 25 in the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list, had faced the 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords that Jian Wushuang controlled with his full power, he had only managed to block them with a lot of difficulty. The moment Jian Wushuang had activated the 4th one, he was completely defeated. Comparing both the Emperor's Sword Sect Master and Palace Master Wu Luo, they were at completely different levels. As expected, the 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords merely attacked a few times, and its great amount of power sent the sword that the Emperor's Sword Sect Master was holding in his hands flying right away. Although the Emperor's Sword Sect Master had done his best, to the point where it could be said that he had used all his tricks other than soul burn, he was still completely defeated by the 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords. Bam! 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 The 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords struck the Emperor's Sword Sect Master's body in succession. As the Emperor's Sword Sect had a great foundation, the Emperor's Sword Sect Master possessed a Chaos Divine treasure-level defense armor. However, after being struck by the 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords head-on, he still could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression turned pale. Jian Wushuang waved his hands lightly, and the 3 Hong Jun Golden Swords did not continue their attacks. Instead, they returned to Jian Wushuang's front. Such a scene had caused the large number of experts who were observing the battle by the side to become silent. In their hearts, they were sighing lightly. As expected of the Sword Emperor, he is too powerful. This time around, in just a short amount of time, a lineup that was formed by the Emperor's Sword Sect Master, as well as the 6 Almighties of the Emperor's Sword Sect, were defeated instantly. How powerful! The Sword Emperor has only used 3 golden swords. All of them could not help but gasp. With him alone, he had defeated the large number of Almighties in the Emperor's Sword Sect and given them serious injuries. Moreover, they could tell that Jian Wushuang had shown them mercy. If not, these Almighties would definitely not get off so lightly with serious injuries. One person suppressing one sect. This is a typical example of one person suppressing one sect. A Sir God who was observing the battle could not help but murmur. One person suppressing one sect? The other people gasped in admiration. In the eternal chaotic world, abilities represented respect. As long as one was powerful enough, situations where one person suppressed the whole sect of the other party could be found everywhere. However, just then, Jian Wushuang had used his own power to suppress the Emperor's Sword Sect, a big powerhouse in the Sanctuary Alliance. The Emperor's Sword Sect, which was old and had a great foundation, had actually been suppressed by Jian Wushuang alone. Emperor's Sword Sect Master, are you happy now? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and he was looking down at the Emperor's Sword Sect Master, whose expression was ghastly pale. Happy? Haha. Jian Wushuang. Do you think that by relying on your own powerful abilities, you will be able to do what you want? Don't forget that my Emperor's Sword Sect is a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. During the long years, my Emperor's Sword Sect has contributed greatly to the Sanctuary Alliance. Moreover, on the outside, many people owed my Emperor Sword sect favors. For example, there are no less than 3 Emperor gods who are good friends with my Emperor Sword sect. If you were to be reckless, the Sanctuary Alliance would definitely not let you off. As for those Almighties who are good friends with my Emperor Sword sect, they would definitely not let you off either. Emperor Sword Sect Master shouted with a heavy voice. Upon hearing that, the experts who were observing the battle by the side opened their eyes wide. Eyes that were filled with astonishment then looked in the direction of the Emperor Sword Sect Master. They were not shocked with regards to the contributions and favors that the Emperor Sword Sect Master had mentioned. As the Emperor Sword Sect was old with a great foundation, they would have definitely contributed greatly to the Sanctuary Alliance and made friends with quite a number of experts. As such, they were not surprised. What they were really astonished about was the Emperor Sword Sect Master's stupidity. Was he not aware of the situation that was in front of him? Or did he have no idea who he was facing? It was the Sword Emperor who was known for his fierce name. A genuine, murderous god, a malignant star. He really thought that this murderous god would not dare to go on a killing spree? As expected, after the Emperor Sword Sect Master had finished talking, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned completely ice-cold. In the next moment, his body moved. As if it were teleportation, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of one of the Sir Gods of the Emperor Sword Sect. Moreover, he had already extended one of his big hands like tongs. This Sir God's expression then changed greatly. However, as the gap between their abilities was too huge and he had already been seriously injured by Jian Wushuang's Hongjun golden swords, which had caused him to not have much fighting capabilities left, he had no way of fighting back. Chapter 1874 Drowning Disaster. Wow. Jian Wushuang's hand grabbed the Sir God's neck as though he was lifting up a chick. He moved and returned to his original position. In the void, Jian Wushuang's face was cold. He held the Sir God and humphed coldly. Before Emperor Sword Sect Master's gaze, Jian Wushuang exerted strength in his grip. Bang! The Sir God's head exploded from Jian Wushuang's grip. The Sir God expert instantly died. What? The remaining few Sir Gods from Emperor Sword Sect came back to reality, and they were in shock. Emperor Sword Sect Master instantly became furious. Jian Wushuang, how dare you? How dare you? Idiot! Jian Wushuang roared and cut off Emperor Sword Sect Master. He was then soaring with murderous intention, and his gaze was extremely cold. Emperor Sword Sect Master, if you say anything more, I will slaughter the entire Emperor Sword Sect. Emperor Sword Sect Master quivered. The 5 remaining Sir Gods from Emperor Sword Sect had their eyes wide open. The surrounding experts who were watching the fight looked at Sword Emperor Sect Master in ridicule. They knew that Jian Wushuang was not a person that one should offend, but Emperor Sword Sect Master wanted to believe in himself infallibly instead. It was true that Emperor Sword Sect had contributed greatly to Sanctuary Alliance, and they were friends with many experts in Sanctuary Alliance. However, these things were merely things on the outside. What was the most important thing in this world? It wasn't assistance from the outside, but one's power. One's power was the true foundation. Jian Wushuang had believed in that all his life. So what if Emperor Sword Sect were friends with experts? If Jian Wushuang were to slaughter everyone in Emperor Sword Sect and destroy the sect, how much would the friendship cost? Among the Almighties that were his friends, how many of them are willing to take revenge on Jian Wushuang for Emperor Sword Sect that had been destroyed? There should be very few. Even if there were, what could they do to Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing. If it was any other period of time and Emperor Sword Sect had made it difficult for him over and over again, Jian Wushuang would have started a massacre and kill everyone in Emperor Sword Sect. It was unnecessary trouble. Then, Lineage of Star was at the heart of the struggle. Emperor Sword Sect was a major force. Their foundation was solid, and they were associated with many. Hence, unless it was necessary, Jian Wushuang wasn't willing to tear it apart. Even if he was forced to attack, he wouldn't exactly attack with full force. Otherwise, during the fight earlier, how many of the Almighties from Emperor Sword's sect would still be alive? He believed that he had tolerated enough. He had never expected Emperor Sword, sect master, to push to the current situation. After all lineage of star is eyed by all forces, Emperor Sword sect is just one extra. Jian Wushuang had already made a decision then. If Emperor Sword sect master were to say another word, he would instantly attack and kill all experts from Emperor Sword sect in prevention of future trouble. The experts from Emperor Sword sect could feel Jian Wushuang's billowing murderous intention and his determination. They knew that Jian Wushuang wasn't joking. He had guts, and he definitely had the capability to destroy Emperor Sword sect on the spot. Emperor Sword sect master was dumbfounded. Because he had had a conflict with the master of Star Palace before, he was upset and he wanted to deliberately make it difficult for Jian Wushuang. He had never thought to have a fight with Jian Wushuang. After all, he had heard of Jian Wushuang's power and bad name. However, he had never expected that Jian Wushuang would come to Emperor Sword Palace and would behave so humbly and courteously with him, to the point where he had thought Jian Wushuang wasn't as scary as rumor said. Hence, he had made it more and more difficult for Jian Wushuang. In the end, he had even had the thought of not letting Jian Wushuang enter Emperor Sword Palace and forcing him to leave. But he had never expected this outcome. In other words, because of his thoughts, a Sir God from Emperor Sword sect had died and the entire Emperor Sword sect was on the brink of death. His one sentence or one action could possibly bring Emperor Sword sect to a drowning disaster. Then he only had two options. Either he continued to behave stubbornly and watch Emperor Sword sect be destroyed by Jian Wushuang. After that Sanctuary Alliance and those experts who were friends with Emperor Sword sect would definitely take revenge for Emperor Sword sect. But he and the experts from Emperor Sword sect would definitely be dead. Or he would lower his head and yield to Jian Wushuang. Emperor Sword sect master muttered as he struggled in his head. However, as he struggled in his head, there was a figure that walked out of the crowd of experts who were watching the fight. The moment the person walked out, she immediately caught everyone's attention. Luo Xinzi. It's Luo Xinzi. She walked out from the crowd. Is she going to help Emperor Sword sect? Very possibly. Emperor Sword sect promised to let Luo Xinzi enter Emperor Sword Palace. It is considered a favor to Luo Xinzi. She won't watch as Jian Wushuang presses Emperor Sword sect into a corner. The surrounding experts discussed among themselves. The people from Emperor Sword sect became excited. They were looking at Luo Xinzi as their final life-saving straw. As for Jian Wushuang, he squinted his eyes when he saw Luo Xinzi walked out. He said, "Luo Xinzi, are you trying to get involved?" Today, Emperor Sword sect did make it difficult for you at first, but Sword Emperor has already killed a Sir God from Emperor Sword sect. It is already a heavy lesson to Emperor Sword sect. It should be enough. Hence, I'd like to be a mediator. I hope both parties can just stop here. What do you think? Want me to stop? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I can, but Emperor Sword sect must apologize to me, and they must give me 1,000,000 doctrine gems as a gift of apology. Then I'll let this slip. What Jian Wushuang said stirred a commotion at the scene. The few people from Emperor Sword sect, including Emperor Sword sect master, looked embarrassed. To apologize to Jian Wushuang? Although they had made it difficult first, Jian Wushuang had already killed their Sir Gods and injured them. They had already suffered a great loss. Then they had to apologize, and also the gift of 1,000,000 doctrine gems. 1,000,000 doctrine gems. It was all a Sir God was worth. Why are you unwilling to? Jian Wushuang continued to look cold. Sword Emperor, Luo Xinzi spoke again. Why don't we make a bet? Make a bet? Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xinzi. How? You and I are listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking List. one at the 21st place and one at the 22nd place. We are close in ranking, and we are both good with swords. As we have met today, why don't we have a battle? Luo, Shinzi smiled. Chapter 1875. Luo, Shinzi. Luo Xianz's words had caused everyone present to be stunned. Have a duel? One of them was ranked 21 while the other was ranked 22. These two experts wanted to have a duel? Could it be that this was really for the sake of the Emperor Sword sect? Sword Emperor, how about this? Let's have a duel with each other. If you win, the Emperor Sword sect will apologize to you and give you the necessary compensation. I will not interfere anymore. However, if I win, I can still guarantee you that the Emperor Sword sect will stop making things different for you. However, you must forget about the apology and compensation, Luo Shinzi said. All right, Jian Wushuang agreed without thinking. I heard your name a long time ago. Hence, I wish to see how strong you are. Please go ahead then. As Luo Shinzi spoke, a purple soft sword appeared in her hands. Similarly, Luo Shinzi was an expert who was proficient in sword principles. Upon seeing Luo Xianz's actions, the large number of experts who were observing the battle became excited. Although Jian Wushuang had fought moments ago, his opponent was merely the Emperor Sword sect. Although the Emperor Sword sect had 7 almighties, which was inclusive of the Emperor Sword sect master, who was a peak emperor god, there was no room for them to struggle when they faced Jian Wushuang. However, it was completely different for Luo Shinzi. Comparing rankings, Luo Shinzi had a higher rank than Jian Wushuang. For the great battle between these two people, it would no doubt be unusually brilliant. Luo Shinzi, please be careful. Jian Wushuang laughed nonchalantly. At the same time as his words left his mouth, the 3 Hong Jun golden swords, which were floating in front of him, shot out instantly. 3 brilliant rays of golden light then appeared in front of Luo Shinzi instantly. Luo Shinzi merely glanced at the 3 rays of golden light, and she swung the sword in her hands randomly. A purple light, which looked like a shooting star, then appeared in front of the 3 Hong Jun golden swords. Clang! 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 The 3 Hong Jun golden swords, which had defeated the Emperor Sword sect master, were sent flying at that moment. Although the 3 Hong Jun golden swords shook slightly and attacked again, Luo Shinzi merely swung her swords like before and stopped the 3 Hong Jun golden swords easily. Be it power or speed, Luo Xianz's sword principles were not weaker than the Hong Jun golden swords in the slightest bit. Sword Emperor, when you defeated Palace Master Wu Luo back then, didn't you use 4 golden swords at the same time? Why are there only 3 now? Luo Shinzi laughed as she fought with the 3 golden swords. It was obvious that she was holding her ground without much effort. As you wish. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. With a thought, the 4th Hong Jun golden sword was shot out right away. With the 4 of them attacking at the same time, their frightening speed was completely unleashed, and the pressure on Luo Shinzi increased greatly at once. However, all of a sudden, Luo Xianz's body turned vague, and a figure that was exactly the same as her appeared by her side. Similarly, this figure held a sword, and her sword principles were extremely powerful. However, in terms of power, she was slightly weaker than her real body. This is Luo Xianz's illusory god clone. Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. Jian Wushuang had some information regarding Luo Shinzi, and he knew that she had an illusory god clone. This illusory god clone had been created by Luo Shinzi in the past, when she had obtained a special secret skill that was left behind from the ancient past while traveling in the ancient mystery land. For this secret skill, one must first pay a huge price to create an illusory god. After that, he would need to use a special way to insert his own blood into the illusory god so that his consciousness would have perfect control of the illusory god. When he was about to fight an intense battle, he could split a small portion of his consciousness to control the illusory god, allowing the illusory god to unleash secret skills and attack moves that were similar to his own. Hence, it was the same as having two of himself. For example, Jian Wushuang possessed many Dao soldiers. Although these Dao soldiers possessed power similar to that of Almighty's, they were unable to unleash attack type, secret skills, and other techniques. As such, their fighting capabilities were greatly decreased. As for Luo Xianz's illusory god clone, it could allow the illusory god to unleash the same sword principles as the main body. This secret skill was very impressive. Back then, quite a number of experts had cast their covetous eyes on it. However, after Luo Xianzi made the training method of the secret skill public, all those people lost interest at once. Because in the eternal chaotic world then, there was no way to create new illusory gods. Back then, Luo Xianzi had been lucky. At the same time that she obtained the secret skill, she obtained an illusory god. As such, she had an illusory god clone. The moment the illusory god clone appeared, she unleashed the same powerful sword principles. Combined with Luo Xianz's real body, they were able to stop the 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords easily. Moreover, at the same time that they stopped the Hong Jun Golden Swords, Luo Xianzi and her illusory god clone approached Jian Wushuang continuously. Looks like the Hong Jun Golden Swords alone are unable to do anything against Luo Xianzi. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he was not surprised. Buzz! A powerful bloodline aura burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang's body expanded and his skin changed to black jade instantly. Heads and arms appeared from his stalwart body. A total of 7 heads and 14 arms. Each brawny arm was holding onto a sword tightly. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved his body fiercely. Die! The swords in Jian Wushuang's hands, which were accompanied with fury and power, were swung out fiercely toward Luo Xianzi, who was in front of him. Luo Xianzi was filled with murderous intent. In an instant, the sword in her hands changed into an endless stream of waves and attacked. The sword that Jian Wushuang swung had struck Luo Xianz's soft sword. However, the feeling that it gave him was as though he had struck a pile of cotton, and he did not have a feeling that his force had landed. What a strange sword principle! Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. After that, his eyes glowed with a shrill light. He then swung his 14 swords madly. As for the 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords, they were not affected in the slightest, and they continued to head toward Luo Xianzi crazily. It was a perfect combination of his close quarter combat abilities and his 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords. Jian Wushuang's abilities were completely unleashed. While he is controlling those 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords with his full power, he can engage in a close quarters battle with me at the same time. Luo Xianz's expression changed. The 2 battles that had made Jian Wushuang famous. One of them was the battle in the Deluge Fortress, while the other one was the battle with Palace Master Wu Luo. During those 2 battles, Jian Wushuang had used the Hong Jun Golden Swords. However, when he was controlling the Hong Jun Golden Swords to attack, his body stayed at the void by the side. This had created an illusion for many people and caused them to think that it was not easy for Jian Wushuang to control the Golden Swords. As such, he had to control it with his full power, and he could not divert his attention to close quarters combat. However, then, while Jian Wushuang was engaged in a close quarters battle with her, the 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords still continued to attack continuously. It was obvious that these 2 attack moves could happen at the same time. In actual fact, Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun Golden Swords had always been controlled by his soul power, and it was totally unrelated to his close quarters combat. Similarly, it was extremely easy for him to activate his soul power even when he was engaged in a close quarters battle. As such, he was not affected at all. Chapter 1876. Emperor Sword Palace, Open Jian Wushuang, and Luo Xianzi fought closely. The 4 Hong Jun Golden Swords attacked continuously, and Luo Xianzi had to fight with her all. The surrounding people who were watching the fight looked horrified. Sword Emperor's close body combat is so terrifying. I heard long ago that he had Ancient God bloodline, and Ancient God is a unique tribe that is number one in close body combat. Most importantly, when he was fighting at close quarters, he still could use the 4 golden swords. The golden sword's speed and power aren't affected at all. He is so scary. Merely with the attack of the 4 golden swords, he once defeated Palace Master Wu Luo. Now, he displays his fierce body combat skill. My goodness! The experts exclaimed. Of course! Jian Wushuang revealed fierce fighting power, and Luo Shenzi wasn't too shabby herself. Her swordsmanship was too powerful, too impressive. Jian Wushuang was good with swords. In terms of swordsmanship, he was slightly behind Luo Shenzi. Luo Xianzi's sword's movement was unpredictable, like an ocean, like a boiling volcano, like lofty overlapping mountains. In addition to the assistance of her clone, she didn't have the lower hand even when she was dealing with Jian Wushuang's fierce attacks. The battle was extremely ferocious. The experts who were watching were burning with enthusiasm. The fight merely lasted for a short while before Luo Shenzi stopped. You live up to your name, Sword Emperor. Not only can you control the 4 fierce golden swords, you are also powerful in close body combat. I am impressed. Let's call it a draw for today's match, Luo Shenzi said. Draw. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he nodded. He had to admit that Luo Shenzi was really powerful. At least she as much stronger compared to Palace Master Wu Luo. Her swordsmanship was amazing. He had gone all out to use the 4 golden swords, and he had given full play to his close body combat skill. But in the end, he hadn't had the upper hand at all. Plus, he knew that although Luo Shenzi had given her all, she didn't exactly go all out. There were many tricks that she had never performed, such as in the fight where Luo Shenzi had gained fame. She had injured a peak emperor god with 1 stroke. That was Luo Xianzi's strongest stroke, but she didn't show it. Of course, Luo Shenzi held herself back. Same went for Jian Wushuang. After all, they didn't share any resentment, and it was merely a bet. A bet that didn't affect Luo Shenzi much, so it wasn't worth it for her to risk her all. Emperor Sword Sect Master. Luo Shenzi looked at Emperor Sword Sect Master. His gaze grew cold. I already tried my best, but in the end, you saw what happened. As for what happens next, you can decide on your own. Hearing what Luo Shenzi had said, Emperor Sword Sect Master and the other almighties looked bitter. At first, they had thought that with Luo Shenzi getting involved, they would be able to resolve the issue. They had never thought that Luo Shenzi couldn't take Jian Wushuang down. Then, they continued to face the 2 options before. Either they yielded or they would endure a drowning disaster. Although Emperor Sword Sect Master was arrogant, he definitely wouldn't take Emperor Sword Sect's life and death as a joke. Then Emperor Sword Sect Master took a deep breath and bowed to Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, today it's Emperor Sword Sect's fault. We are willing to apologize to you. As for the 1 million doctrine gems, we will go and prepare them now. At least you're not that stupid. Jian Wushuang glanced at Emperor Sword Sect Master. He could tell that Emperor Sword Sect Master was unwilling, but there was more fear than that. It was obvious that his power had deterred Emperor Sword Sect Master, unless he was really on the brink of death. Otherwise, Emperor Sword Sect Master wouldn't have the guts to attack him. As he had achieved such an effect, it was unnecessary for Jian Wushuang to continue to massacre. Emperor Sword Sect Master. Emperor Sword Palace would only open after some time. During this time, I will stay at Emperor Sword Sect. I hope Emperor Sword Sect Master can make some arrangements for me, Jian Wushuang said. Sure. Emperor Sword Sect Master quivered but nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang had killed one of their almighties and hurt a few of their men. Emperor Sword Sect had had to apologize, and they had to even arrange Jian Wushuang's shelter and food. Emperor Sword Sect Master was naturally aggrieved, but he finally understood a principle. That was the principle where absolute power was enough to suppress any rule. Then, Emperor Sword Sect Master became wiser. He didn't dare make it difficult for Jian Wushuang anymore. Jian Wushuang only stayed in Emperor Sword Sect as he waited patiently for Emperor Sword Palace to open. As they waited, the news of what had happened in Emperor Sword Sect quickly spread in eternal chaotic world. One person had suppressed one sect. Emperor Sword Sect was forced to yield. Jian Wushuang hadn't had the lower hand in the fight with Luo Xianzi. At the same time, he had displayed his terrifying close body combat skill. Most importantly, when Jian Wushuang was fighting at close quarters with Luo Xianzi, his 4 golden swords weren't affected at all. Everyone in Eternal Chaotic World had a new understanding of Jian Wushuang's fighting power. Back then, there were many people who had been in doubt of Jian Wushuang's ranking on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. They had thought Jian Wushuang shouldn't be ahead of Emperor God Tianling. They had thought Jian Wushuang's 4 Hongjun golden swords were scary, but Emperor God Tianling could totally withstand it. The moment the 4 golden swords couldn't put him in an advantageous position, Emperor God Tianling would be able to defeat Jian Wushuang. But then, Jian Wushuang had proven himself to everyone with his battle achievements. He had more than one trick up his sleeve. Even if Hongjun Golden Sword couldn't bring him any advantage, he wouldn't be defeated by just anyone. Time flew past, and a few years passed. It had finally come the day Emperor Sword Palace opened. In Emperor Sword Sect in a lofty hall, the experts who had come for opportunities in sword principle in Emperor Sword Palace sat on both sides of the hall. At the front of the hall, there were 2 people seated on the 2 seats second to the hosts. The 2 of them were Jian Wushuang and Luo Xianzi. The 2 of them looked cold while the surrounding people stole glances at them occasionally. There was reverence in their glances. Luo Xianzi, Sword Emperor, and everything is ready. We can head to Emperor Sword Palace now, Emperor Sword Sect Master said politely. Chapter 1870-79 Emperor Swords. Let's go. Under the Emperor Sword Sect Master's guidance, Jian Wushuang, Luo Xianzi, and the remaining people headed toward the Emperor Sword Palace in succession. The Emperor Sword Palace was actually a giant standalone space. However, the standalone space was in a locked state most of the time, and it would only open once every 1 million years. It was a pitch-black wormhole, and the wormhole was filled with secrets. Sword Emperor, Luo Xianzi, and everyone else. This is the entrance to the Emperor Sword Palace. Now that this entrance has opened, it will close again after 1,000 years. As time is limited, please go in quickly, the Emperor Sword Sect Master said gently. Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Emperor Sword Sect Master, and a puzzled expression flashed past his eyes. However, he did not hesitate, and he entered the wormhole with a step. Luo Xianzi and the other 10 experts, as well as the 2 real god geniuses in the Emperor Sword Sect who possessed the Sword Principal Inheritance Token, entered the Emperor's Sword Palace in succession. In the vast space, the sky was dark red in color, and the ground was dark yellow in color. This is the Emperor's Sword Palace. Jian Wushuang looked around the surroundings, and he did not feel anything special in the space right away. However, all of a sudden, a few vague sword essences came from not too far away. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power immediately, and he saw that on a sacrificial altar that was not too far away, there were swords floating about. Looking at it, there was a total of 8 swords. Moreover, the most important thing was that even though the auras of the 8 swords were not released intentionally, they were still extremely powerful. Chaos Divine Treasures? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. If his eyes were not wrong, the 8 swords that were floating on the sacrificial altar were Chaos Divine Treasure level attack type divine weapons. Moreover, their power was considered extremely shocking among the Chaos Divine Treasures. At the very least, their power was a lot more powerful than Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain Sword. However, What caused Jian Wushuang to be puzzled was the issue of why would the Emperor's Sword sect allow the 8 powerful Chaos Divine treasure-level swords to stay in the Emperor's Sword Palace. Logically, they should have taken them away a long time ago. Looks like the rumors about the Emperor's Swords are indeed correct. A cold voice could be heard, and it was unknown when Luo Xianzi had appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Emperor's Swords? Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xianzi with a puzzled expression. I have only heard of them, Luo Xianzi explained. The Emperor's Sword Palace has been left behind by the First Era's Sword Emperor Dugu, who stood at the highest level. Sword Emperor Dugu has not just left behind many sword principal inheritances in the Emperor's Sword Palace. At the same time, he left 9 Emperor Swords behind. For those 9 Emperor Swords, each of them is extremely powerful. Among the Chaos Divine treasures, they could be considered to be at the top. Moreover, the Emperor Swords themselves always contained shocking sword principles to begin with. Back then, due to the founder of the Emperor Sword sect obtaining an Emperor Sword, the abilities of his sword principles skyrocketed, and from there, he founded the Emperor Sword sect. However, the Emperor Swords cannot be obtained by any random person. From the day the Emperor Sword sect was founded to date, after so many years, it is unknown as to how many times the Emperor Sword Palace has opened, and many experts have come to the Emperor Sword Palace to comprehend to the point that their numbers are uncountable. However, it's a pity that only the Emperor Sword sect masterback then obtained an Emperor Sword. Apart from that, no one else obtained a second one. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. 9 Emperor Swords. At that moment, 8 of them who were in one piece were still lying over there. At that moment, those experts, as well as the 2 real gods from the Emperor Sword sect, who had come in along with Jian Wushuang and Luo Xianzi, had already headed to the place that the 8 Emperor Swords were at. When they arrived at the sacrificial altar, all of them attempted to get the Emperor Swords to recognize them as their master in succession. However, in the end, none of them was recognized by the 8 Emperor Swords. As for taking the 8 Emperor Swords away by force, there was no need to even think about it. Sword Emperor, the power of these 8 Emperor Swords are inexhaustible. Why don't you have a try as well? With your talents, you might be recognized by the Emperor Swords, Luo Xianzi said. For the Emperor Swords to recognize someone as their master, they should be looking at one's understanding and comprehension of sword principles. As such, this is not related to one's talents and abilities. Therefore, there is a low chance of the Emperor Swords recognizing me as their master. As for you, Luo Xianzi, your level of understanding of sword principles is at a much higher level than me. Hence, you should be the one to try instead. Jian Wushuang laughed. I am not in a rush. We have only just entered the Emperor's Sword Palace, and we still have 1,000 years' time to think of ways to raise the cultivation base of our sword principles. After 1,000 years, when I have made progress with regards to my sword principles, it will still not be too late for me to try, Luo Xianzi said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Let's go to the place of inheritance. Jian Wushuang and Luo Xianzi walked toward the vast land in front of them immediately. In the center of the Emperor's Sword Palace, which was its core, there was a sword sea. To be exact, it was a sword grave. Within the sword grave, there were countless swords. Be it long swords, sharp swords, soft swords, and heavy swords, there was each and every kind of sword. For these swords, their cutting edges were inserted into the ground. Looking at it, there were probably tens of thousands of swords, and they were inserted into the ground to form a circular shape. Within the 5 corners of the sword grave, each of them had a platform where one could comprehend, and the platforms had already been completely integrated into the sword grave around them. It is said that the sword principal inheritances that the Emperor's Sword Palace contained are extremely useful to cultivators who practiced sword principles. Even if a great emperor who is proficient in sword principles were to come to the Emperor's Sword Palace to accept one sword principal inheritance, he would benefit from it considerably. I wonder what the effects are really like. Jian Wushuang laughed. Why not give a try and find out for yourself? Luo Xianzi laughed indifferently. Her figure then turned vague, and she appeared on one of the platforms. In no time she closed her eyes. Jian Wushuang grinned. He did not hesitate, and he appeared on a platform as well. The moment he stepped on the platform, Jian Wushuang realized immediately that the platform had resonated with the sword principal inheritance token that he possessed. After that, the sword grave that Jian Wushuang was at became completely different. Buzz, 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 buzz. Countless shocking sword essences appeared at almost the same time. The whole sword grave had become a sea of sword essences, vast and majestic. These sword essences were too vast. Moreover, there were all kinds of sword essences, and it was as if they had covered everything. The sword grave contained tens of thousands of swords. At that moment, Jian Wushuang felt tens of thousands of sword essences. Among the tens of thousands of sword essences, Jian Wushuang did not dare to underestimate any of them. Gosh, all these sword essences. Jian Wushuang was filled with shock. It was not just him. Luo Xianzi, who was at the other training platform, revealed a shocked expression. Countless sword essences flooded the universe, and they gathered quickly to form many clear and powerful sword principles, which appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. There were all kinds of sword principles, and they were extremely advanced. For example, there were sword principles that Jian Wushuang had once opened up and comprehended before. However, they were even more vast and majestic than before. Chapter 1878. Broken sword too vast, Jian Wushuang muttered. Compared to the vast sword principle that he felt before him, the sword principle that he had comprehended before was merely a drop in the ocean. There was not only one sword principle contained in the sword tomb, but various kinds. Jian Wushuang could feel the sword principles very clearly. With slight guidance, he would be able to grasp them. In turn, his understanding of sword principle would improve tremendously. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang settled down very quickly, and he started to comprehend the vast sword principle in the sword tomb wholeheartedly. Not only him, but also Luo Xianzi and the other two real gods from Emperor Sword sect that had sword principle inheritance tokens started comprehending too. As for experts who didn't have sword principle inheritance tokens, they couldn't enter the sword tomb, but they could only find a place to sit outside of the tomb. Although they couldn't feel the vast sword principles in the sword tomb, it was far behind the few who had sword principle inheritance tokens. The effect might not even be 10% of Jian Wushuang's and the others. But even so, the experts weren't willing to miss the chance. Everyone seized the time and immersed themselves in comprehension. Time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Every time Emperor's Sword Palace opened, it opened for 1,000 years. It had only been 30 years. It was a short time, but Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again. Emperor's Sword Palace deserved sword cultivators to be crazy about. I only comprehended here for 30 years, and I have improved tremendously in my comprehension of sword principle. In 1,000 years' time, I'm afraid it is insufficient for my sword principle to reach a brand new level. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although he was thrilled, Jian Wushuang was still suspicious. After 30 years of comprehension, although the power that the sword tomb displayed was enough to surprise him, he felt that the sword tomb wasn't as simple as it looked in its appearance. It wasn't just his gut feeling. It was also a conclusion that he had got from comprehension for 30 years in the sword tomb. The sword tomb had boundless sword principle and sword intention. Although both sword principles and sword intentions were displayed perfectly, Jian Wushuang believed that Sword Emperor Dugu, who had built Emperor Sword Palace, would have more skills than this. What other mysteries are hidden in the sword tomb? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and stood up slowly. Just as everyone was fully immersed in the comprehension of sword principles and sword intentions, he stood up and walked out of his cultivation platform. In Sword Tomb, Jian Wushuang casually walked as he looked around. With his naked eyes, he couldn't see anything strange about the sword tomb. There were many swords in Sword Tomb that had been stabbed into the ground. If there is nothing strange about the sword, then it should be the sword intention, Jian Wushuang muttered. His consciousness blended in the sword tomb, and he started feeling the countless sword intentions. He didn't comprehend, only carefully studied. It took a few years to study it. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes in shock. These sword intentions are strange. Strange. Jian Wushuang did find it strange. The strangeness was from the sword intention itself, but the direction that sword intention swept to. The sword intention soared, but Jian Wushuang could feel that the sword intention that had swept out was slanted in one direction. Yes, slanted. The slanting position was like it was intentionally drawing closer. If he were to describe it with a term, worship. Pilgrimage of tens of thousand swords. Jian Wushuang stared, and he immediately felt every sword intention carefully. In his senses, the tens of thousands of soaring sword intentions were worshipping one direction, in the direction that the sword intention worshipped. Jian Wushuang came to a corner at the border of the sword tomb and end. Then there was a thick and heavy sword. Most importantly, the heavy sword was broken from the middle. A broken sword. The surface of the broken sword was blotted with rust. It felt as though it was a metal scrap. However, Jian Wushuang could feel that the sword intentions of the tens of thousands of swords were faintly worshipping the broken sword. In the entire sword tomb, only the broken sword had never let out any sword intention since the beginning. It seems that the broken sword is the true core of the sword tomb, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The sword wasn't right in the middle of sword tomb, but in a corner at the border that was least noticed. There wasn't an aura or sword intention that was given out, and the broken sword seemed to prevent the probing of soul power. Even when he covered the range with soul power, he couldn't feel the existence of the broken sword. This broken sword, I wonder what kind of mystery it is carrying. Jian Wushuang was curious, but he didn't show it. Very soon he returned to his cultivation platform and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. As for Luo Xianzi and the others, they were comprehending with full concentration. No one noticed him. Then Jian Wushuang comprehension focused on the broken sword as his core. His consciousness followed the guidance of the sword intention and fixed upon the broken sword. At that moment, the ordinary broken sword with blotted rust made a drastic change in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. The blotted rust instantly disappeared. The originally thick and heavy sword transformed into a 1-meter-long sword in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. It gave out faint golden luster, and on the surface of the blade, there was a dragon-shaped secret pattern. The dragon-shaped secret pattern wiggled slowly as though there was a real dragon that was sealed in the sword. Besides, most importantly, there was a brand new sword intention soaring on the golden sword. The sword intention was supreme. It was like the king of the swords, like the sovereign that rules the world. It was also like the ruler of heaven and earth. The sword intentions of the world took it as their focus. In the sword tomb, the sword intention was like the true prince, while the surrounding tens of thousands of sword intentions were like feudal officials that were worshipping and yielding to it. It was the king of the swords. Just as Jian Wushuang felt the sword intention, his heart quivered. In his head, there was suddenly an image. In the image, there was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon royal robe and golden dragon crown. He was holding the golden sword as his emperor aura swept out, and he wielded the sword. Chapter 1879. Emperor Sword Principle. Sword Principles. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. He could tell that what the emperor had unleashed by swinging the golden sword with dragon veins in the scene was a sword principle with one move. Moreover, it was an extremely frightening sword principle with one move. With one stroke, all beings would submit themselves to the wielder. This was the stroke of an emperor. All the lands under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people were the king's servants. His stroke represented the supreme power to control the universe. Emperor Sword Principle. A message surfaced in Jian Wushuang's mind and allowed Jian Wushuang to understand that the move that the Emperor had unleashed in the scene was the Emperor's Sword Principle. As for the process of unleashing it, it was replayed many times in Jian Wushuang's mind continuously. That Emperor swung his sword again, and every stroke was exactly the same. This had caused Jian Wushuang to be delighted. Opportunity. A great opportunity. He finally knew the secret that was hidden in the sword grave. It was a shocking sword principle. At that moment, he had found his way into the sword principle, and what he needed to do was to do his best to comprehend the sword principle. Comprehend the sword principle and grasp it. This sword principle is too powerful. It is definitely the most unreasonable, powerful, and supreme sword principle that I have seen so far. Although I am not sure what kind of expert created this secret skill, there's no doubt that I would have another trump card if I were able to grasp this sword principle, Jian Wushuang murmured. Although this sword principle was in the Emperor's Sword Palace, Jian Wushuang knew that it was not created by Sword Emperor Degu. Although Sword Emperor Degu was an influential figure in the First Era, it was still impossible for him to create such a sword principle. Hence, this sword principle must have come from the ancient past. Back then, Hall Master Yuan had told him the reason why Sword Emperor Degu was able to walk around freely in the First Era. Apart from the shocking sword principles that he had created, the most important thing was that he had obtained a sword principle from the ancient past. That sword principle was his most frightening and powerful sword principle. If he was not wrong, the sword principle from the ancient past was this Emperor Sword Principle. I have already found an opportunity. Next, no matter what, I must comprehend this Emperor Sword Principle. Even if I am unable to comprehend the complete Emperor Sword Principle, to me, comprehending one or two sword principles is still considered a huge benefit to me. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. Next, he sat down with his legs crossed right away and started to comprehend the scene where the Emperor unleashed his sword principle. At that moment, the Emperor merely unleashed one stroke, and that stroke was the first move of the Emperor Sword Principle. What Jian Wushuang could comprehend, then, was that first move. The Emperor Sword Principle was extremely profound and unfathomable. Although Jian Wushuang was extremely talented in terms of comprehension, his progress of comprehending the Emperor's Sword Principle was still extremely slow. Time passed by. While everyone had focused their hearts and minds into comprehending the sword essences and sword principles, Jian Wushuang was making the best use of his time to comprehend the Emperor's Sword Principle. In a flash, another 150 years passed. Atop the training platform, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again, and his eyes were glowing brilliantly. I have finally comprehended the first move of the Emperor's Sword Principle. Jian Wushuang was excited. He had merely comprehended it, and he had yet to grasp it. However, Jian Wushuang was already extremely delighted. After all, as long as he comprehended it, he could take his time to grasp it in the future. At that moment, since he had comprehended the first move, he could continue to comprehend the second move. As expected, the scene that appeared in his mind had already changed. Similarly, it was the Emperor who wore a long robe with golden dragons, and his hands were still holding on to the golden sword with dragon veins. Similarly, he unleashed a stroke. However, his sword principle was completely different from before. Emperor Sword Principle. Second move. Jian Wushuang glowed brilliantly. After that, he continued his comprehension. Time was not a concern in training. Out of the 1,000 years' time, 900 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and only 100 years remained. The Jian Wushuang then had stopped his comprehension of the Emperor's Sword Principle. For the Emperor's Sword Principle, every move is more profound and powerful than the previous one. Although I have only used 150 years to comprehend the first move, I used another 280 years for the second move. Now, 900 years have passed, and I have only managed to comprehend until the third move. As for the fourth move, the Emperor's Sword Principle still had the fourth move and fifth move. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang had only comprehended the first three moves. Moreover, he could only comprehend those three moves. After all, a total of 900 years had passed and only 100 years remained. As such, comprehending the fourth move was just an extravagant hope. Since I am unable to comprehend the fourth move, I shall make use of the remaining 100 years to comprehend those sword essences and sword principles. Jian Wushuang laughed, and he had already made up his mind. Next, he stopped using his time to comprehend the Emperor's Sword Principle. He did not attempt to grasp the Emperor's Sword Principle. Instead, he focused his heart and mind into the comprehension of those sword essences and sword principles. While comprehending, his level of comprehension and understanding of the sword principles rose with a shocking speed. At the same time, Jian Wushuang started to collate all the sword principles that he possessed then. Jian Wushuang was a genuine cultivator who cultivated sword principles. Sword principles were his root. At that moment, Jian Wushuang possessed three types of sword principles. The first and second type were the reincarnation sword principle and space-time sword principle that he cultivated, respectively. These two sword principles were created perfectly from the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine. Hence, when his sword principles were unleashed, they would bring about a vast amount of power of Heavenway. As for the third type, it was the Emperor's Sword Principle. However, Jian Wushuang had only comprehended it, and he had not grasped it yet. As such, he was naturally unable to unleash it. 100 years later, Jian Wushuang's level of understanding and comprehension of the sword principles rose greatly. Thus, his sword principles naturally made a huge breakthrough as well. In terms of the reincarnation sword principle, he had already created the sixth move. As for the space-time sword principle, as his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine was higher and it had achieved the standard needed to clear the 8th level of the Doctrine Palace, he had managed to create the 7th move. For these two sword principles, both of them had made huge improvements. Moreover, with the growth of the sword principles, the power of the Hongjun golden swords rose considerably as well. In other words, Jian Wushuang's abilities as a whole had risen compared to before. Of course, the most important thing was the Emperor's Sword Principle. However, it was a pity that he did not have the time to grasp it. The moment he grasped it for real and unleashed it successfully, his fighting capabilities would rise again. 1,000 years' time is almost up. My gains are extremely huge. Next, it's time to leave. Jian Wushuang laughed, and his eyes could help but turn to the broken sword, which was at the very edge of the sword grave and was not eye-catching in the slightest bit. The broken sword, which was full of rust, was still stuck in the ground, and there was no movement at all. Only Jian Wushuang had realized what was different about it. As for the other people, from the start to the end, they had never noticed the existence of the broken sword. What a pity! If there were more time, I might have been able to completely comprehend the complete Emperor Sword Principle. Jian Wushuang felt that it was a pity. Chapter 1880, Owner Recognition. The time limit of 1,000 years had passed. Those people who had immersed themselves in the comprehension of sword principle and sword intention opened their eyes simultaneously. In the past 1,000 years, regardless of Luo Xianzi and the few who had cultivated on cultivation platform in Sword Tomb, or those experts who could only stay outside of the Sword Tomb because they didn't have Sword Principle Inheritance token, they had gained a bountiful harvest. Most of them were wearing smiles on their faces, but there were, of course, some that looked regretful. They were unhappy that the time was so short and they didn't improve much in their swordsmanship. Sword Emperor Luo Xianzi appeared next to Jian Wushuang. How did it go? Not bad. How about yourself? Jian Wushuang smiled. Not too bad. My comprehension in sword principle has increased by quite a bit, Luo Xianzi said. I heard that not only are there great opportunities in Emperor Sword Palace, there is also a terrifying sword technique. But it's a pity that although I comprehended carefully and tried to look for it, I couldn't find it. That sword technique must rely on luck, Jian Wushuang replied. That's true, Luo Xinzi nodded. Emperor Sword Palace has been opened many times. Over the years, only the founders of Emperor Sword Sect received the sword technique. I am confident that I am not much weaker in comprehension than the founder of Emperor Sword Sect, but I am not as lucky as him. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly but didn't speak. The broken sword was too obscure. Even the worshipping sword intention was extremely ambiguous. Jian Wushuang could find it not only through years of studies, but it also largely depended on luck. As for comprehension of sword principle, that relied on one's gifted talent. They didn't talk anymore and walked to the exit of the Emperor's Sword Palace. When they arrived at the exit, Jian Wushuang realized that the expert who had entered Emperor's Sword Palace together walked to the altar of the 8 Kings' swords again. When they had first arrived at Emperor's Sword Palace, the experts had already tried owner recognition once. After 1,000 years of comprehension, these experts obviously wanted to try a second time. It was a pity that their second try failed as well. Jian Wushuang, these people failed. Now there are 2 of us left. You and I. Who shall go first? Luo Xianzi looked at Jian Wushuang. King's Sword's owner recognition. Everyone who entered Emperor's Sword Palace would give it a try regardless of the outcome. After all, even if owner recognition failed, they had nothing to lose. But once there was a king's sword that recognized one as its owner, the person would be gained abundantly. You go ahead first, Jian Wushuang smiled. Luo Xianzi didn't refuse and immediately walked towards the altar. When she came to the altar, Luo Xianzi started owner recognition with the first king's sword. When she failed, she continued to the second. Very soon, Luo Xianzi had tried all 8 king's swords. The end result was that none of the king's swords responded. Luo Xianzi bitterly smiled as she walked back. The surrounding experts saw and sighed emotionally. Even Luo Xianzi failed. It seems that king's swords owner recognition isn't that easy. Over the years, besides the founder of Emperor Sword Sect, there is no one who has gotten a king's sword. Although Luo Xianzi was powerful, she seems to be slightly behind from king Sword's owner recognition standards. Luo Xianzi already tried. Now, there's only Jian Wushuang left. I wonder if he has the luck to make one of the king swords recognize him as owner. Him? I admit that he is powerful, but his understanding of sword principle isn't higher than Luo Xianzi's. Luo Xianzi couldn't do it. Jian Wushuang shouldn't be able to do it either. The surrounding people were whispering. Luo Xianzi already returned to Jian Wushuang. It seems like I am not lucky enough to get the king's sword. Emperor Sword, there's only you left who stands a chance to get king's sword to recognize you as its owner, Luo Xianzi said. Haha, Luo Xianzi, you failed to do so, and I will only be the same, Jian Wushuang said. Who knows if you don't try? Maybe you're lucky enough. Luo Xianzi said. Although Luo Xianzi said so, she obviously didn't think that Jian Wushuang could succeed either. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Then he walked towards the altar without hesitation. In front of everyone, Jian Wushuang approached the altar. However, before he reached the altar, when he was still 100 meters away, Virum! There were 8 terrifying sword intentions that suddenly soared up from the altar. The 8 sword intentions had existed previously, but they were quite ambiguous and they weren't strong. However, at that very moment, the sword intentions intensified multiple times. Before the experts' eyes, the 8 king's swords that were floating quietly at the altar suddenly shook vigorously. Such vigorous shiver was obviously showing of excitement and wild joy. Everyone was shocked at the sight. How did it? This is... When we went to try for owner recognition, the 8 king's swords didn't even move. Now, Jian Wushuang merely got closer to them, and the 8 king's swords are so drastically different, and they became so excited. How is it possible? The surrounding experts were astonished. Especially Luo Xianzi, she was shocked. When divine weapons recognize their owners, don't they rely on power and comprehension of sword principle? In terms of power, she wasn't any weaker than Jian Wushuang. In terms of comprehension of sword principle, she was stronger than Jian Wushuang. Even she didn't cause the 8 kings' swords to respond, but they shook vigorously at the same time when Jian Wushuang appeared? Could it be? Luo Xianzi's eyes dilated. She figured out a possibility. The possibility was quickly determined. Sword Emperor definitely received the hidden terrifying secret skill from the sword tomb. Yes, definitely so. Otherwise, the 8 kings' swords definitely wouldn't be so excited. Disregarding everyone's astonishment, Jian Wushuang continued to walk forward. Very soon he arrived at the altar. When he stepped foot onto the altar, the 8 kings' swords were in a commotion. Every single king's swords flew over from each corner of the altar and stood before Jian Wushuang. All of them were quivering as though they were trying to ingratiate themselves with Jian Wushuang. It seemed to be a battle among the king's swords. The king's swords are fighting to recognize Jian Wushuang as their owner. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Even Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had comprehended king's sword principle, and he had already expected that the king's swords might want to recognize him as owner when he went forward for owner recognition. But he had never expected that the 8 king's swords would be that excited and they would be fighting to recognize him as owner. Chapter 1881. Rejected, Jian Wushuang did not know. The 8 emperor swords were extremely intelligent and they knew how to choose their master. Moreover, they were emperor swords which were born specially for the emperor sword principle. In the emperor sword palace, they would not care about experts who practiced normal sword principles. Only people who had comprehended the emperor sword principles via the sword grave had the right to be their master. For example, back then, the founder of the emperor sword sect had managed to get one emperor sword to recognize him as its master as he had comprehended the emperor sword principle. However, the founder of the emperor sword sect's affinity for comprehension was limited. After spending 1,000 years of time, he had only barely managed to comprehend the first move of the emperor sword principle. Hence, he had barely achieved the requirement for them to recognize him as their master. But what about Jian Wushuang? Similarly, it had also been 1,000 years. To be exact, he had merely used 870 years of time. With that, he had managed to comprehend the first 3 moves of the emperor sword principle. As such, his talents for comprehending were many times higher than that of the founder of the emperor sword sect. Hence, those emperor swords had fought amongst one another to recognize a genius like him as their master. The 8 of you, as Jian Wushuang looked at the 8 emperor swords which were shaking crazily, he laughed indifferently. Since all of you are willing to recognize me as your master, why don't all of you leave with me? It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had the intention to take away all the 8 emperor swords. It should be known that the 8 emperor swords were 8 extremely powerful chaos divine treasures. However, after hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the 8 emperor swords became vehement. Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly, and he continued to communicate with the 8 emperor swords. As for those experts who were not too far away, when they saw such a scene, they had puzzled expressions. Moreover, most of them were also looking at Jian Wushuang with envy. That's right, it was envy. They had done their very best, and they yearned for even one emperor sword to recognize them as its master. In the end, none of the emperor swords was willing to accept them. As for Jian Wushuang, the emperor swords fought among one another to recognize him as its master. Such a difference was really extremely huge. All of a sudden, humph! With a cold snort, the expression of Jian Wushuang, who was communicating with the 8 emperor swords, turned cold abruptly. He then waved his big hands, and he completely ignored the 8 emperor swords, no matter how much noise they made or shook. After that, he turned his body and left without turning his head back at all. The 8 emperor swords continued to make noises intensely. However, After that, they returned to their own positions in succession, and in no time they quieted down. Such a scene had caused everyone present to become dumbfounded. Sword Emperor, what's going on? Luo Xianzi walked in front of Jian Wushuang immediately. Just now, those 8 Emperor swords wanted to recognize you as their master, right? That's right. They had planned to recognize me as their master. Moreover, I can choose any of them. However, they were all rejected by me, Jian Wushuang said right away. You rejected them? Luo Xianzi opened her eyes wide. The surrounding people were also filled with disbelief. Although the Emperor swords wanted to recognize Jian Wushuang as their master, they were all rejected by Jian Wushuang in the end. Why did he reject them? How could reject them? Just now, I communicated with those Emperor swords, and I planned to take all of them away. However, it's a pity that the 8 Emperor swords are extremely arrogant. Indeed, as Emperor swords which stand at the top, they are naturally extremely arrogant. As such, they are not satisfied with sharing the same master with any other swords at the same time. Therefore, not only would they not recognize me as their master at the same time, the moment one of them recognized me as its master, I could only use it as my only weapon for sword principles. They are really unreasonable, Jian Wushuang sneered. He had seen unreasonable people and unreasonable sects before. However, this was the first time that he had seen unreasonable swords. The 8 Emperor swords were indeed extremely unreasonable and arrogant. As such, they would definitely not allow other swords to share a same master with them. However, for those Emperor swords to be so unreasonable, this also shows how powerful they are. Even if you were to use it as your only weapon for sword principles in the future, wouldn't it not be a loss? Luo Xianzi could not help but ask. The surrounding people nodded their heads earnestly. The more unreasonable a sword was, the more frightening its power was. Since the Emperor swords were so unreasonable, they would definitely be extremely powerful. With such a weapon on hand, why would they still need to use other swords? Hence, almost everyone present would agree to that condition without hesitation. However, Jian Wushuang rejected it. I already have my own weapon. Even if the Emperor's sword were to recognize me as its master, it would still be in second place in my heart. Wanting me to abandon my own weapon and use it as my only weapon is just some nonsense spouted by an idiot. Jian Wushuang's eyes were ice cold. When he had communicated with the 8 Emperor swords moments ago, the moment he knew their request, he had become furious at once. There was no doubt that the 8 Emperor swords were extremely powerful. At the very least, among the sword-type weapons that Jian Wushuang had seen, none of them was stronger than the 8 Emperor swords. Even when placed in the ancient past, the 8 Emperor swords could also be considered first-rate treasures. However, although the Emperor swords were powerful, his Blood Mountain sword was not weak. Perhaps the power of the Blood Mountain sword, then, was far from being comparable to that of the 8 Emperor swords. However, the Blood Mountain sword was an embryo sword, and there was still a huge room for it to grow. When it grew up completely in the future, it would not be weaker than the 8 Emperor swords in the slightest. Moreover, it might even be stronger. Furthermore, the Blood Mountain sword came from his master, and it was something that his master had bestowed upon him personally. Hence, it contained his master's feelings. The most important thing was the position that the Blood Mountain sword had in Jian Wushuang's heart. It should be known that starting from the Green Fire World, Jian Wushuang had always fought with the Blood Mountain sword side by side, and to date, it was unknown how many years it had been. Just like the king of venomous worms, the Blood Mountain sword was a battle companion that he had trusted the most, and it was also his brother, not to mention one Emperor sword. Even if 8 Emperor swords, 80 Emperor swords, or even 800 Emperor swords were used, he would absolutely not abandon the Blood Mountain sword. As such, moments ago, he had rejected the 8 Emperor swords without hesitation and left. Of course, to other people it was absurd. It was to the extent that some people could not help but roar within their hearts. Although they had done their very best, they were still unable to obtain the big opportunity that was given to Jian Wushuang for free. Moreover, Among the 8 Emperor swords, Jian Wushuang could pick any of them. In the end, Jian Wushuang had rejected all of them? What kind of resolve was that? Also, how big was the gap between them and Jian Wushuang? When they looked at the comparison, it was really infuriating. The recognition of masters by the Emperor's swords has come to an end. Luo Xianzi, let's go out. Jian Wushuang looked at Luo Xianzi. Although Luo Xianzi had not completely calmed down yet, upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, she nodded her head. Before she left, her eyes could not help but glance at the 8 Emperor swords again. She then sighed lightly. After that, she left the Emperor's sword palace via the exit. As for the remaining experts, although they had mixed feelings, they were also extremely upset. However, it was a pity that the Emperor's swords had chosen to recognize Jian Wushuang as their master instead of them. As such, they could not do anything and could only leave with dissatisfaction. The vast Emperor's sword palace became peaceful again, and only the 8 Emperor swords which stood upright atop the sacrificial altar proudly, like before, remained. Perhaps, after many years, someone would comprehend the Emperor's sword principle in the sword grave and take some of them away. However, this person would definitely not be Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1882. Jealous. Outside Emperor Sword Palace, Emperor Sword Sect Master and the others were waiting patiently. After Jian Wushuang and the others came out from Emperor Sword Palace, they went forward to greet them. Not long after Jian Wushuang and the others had exited Emperor Sword Palace, the entrance to Emperor Sword Palace closed. The next opening would be another 1,000,000 years later. Gu Deng, has there been any incident in Emperor Sword Palace in the past 1,000 years? Emperor Sword Sect Master looked at a young man in a red robe. The young man in the red robe, real god Gu Deng, entered Emperor Sword Palace with Jian Wushuang and Luo Xianzi. During the 1,000 years of comprehension, nothing happened. But in the end, real god Gu Deng reported to Emperor Sword Sect Master in all honesty. What? King Swords recognized Jian Wushuang as their owner and he rejected them? The people from Emperor Sword Sect were shocked. Emperor Sword Sect Master was staring into the void as unprecedented jealousy burnt. One should know that King Sword's owner recognition was a great opportunity. In the history of Emperor Sword Sect, there was only the founder, his master, who had received a King's Sword. With the King's Sword, the founder of Emperor Sword Sect was extremely scary. If it were to be in the current times, he could absolutely be in the top 20 in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He might not even be too far off from the number 1 Emperor God, Underworld God. It was a pity that the founder of Emperor Sword Sect had passed away because of a danger he had come across when he was wandering in ancient mystery land many years ago. Then, he took control of Emperor Sword Sect. However, in terms of power, opportunities, or even disposition, he was far behind his master. He had taken control of Emperor Sword Sect for so many years, the power of Emperor Sword Sect didn't get stronger, but weaker instead. As for King Swords in Emperor Sword Palace, his desire to get King Swords was far higher than anyone else's. He wanted to reach the level of his master through King Sword's owner recognition. But it was a pity that he had failed countless times in Emperor Sword Palace. But Jian Wushuang, King Swords took the initiative to recognize him as the owner, but he had rejected them? Emperor Sword Sect Master was, of course, jealous. Of course, no matter how jealous he was, Emperor Sword Sect Master didn't dare to show it. Sword Emperor Luo Xianzi, Emperor Sword Palace is closed, and it will be opened again in another 1,000,000 years. I wonder if the two of you would like to stay in Emperor Sword Sect, or Emperor Sword Sect Master asked humbly. There are many things to be taken care of in Lineage of Star. I shall not trouble you further, Jian Wushuang replied. I shall leave too, Luo Xianzi looked cold. If so, I shall send the two of you off. Emperor Sword Sect Master was extremely courteous. Jian Wushuang and Luo Xianzi didn't stay, and left Emperor Sword Sect as Emperor Sword Sect Master saw them off. In the void outside Emperor Sword Sect, Jian Wushuang and Luo Xianzi stood side by side. Sword Emperor. Emperor Sword Sect Master looks to be polite to you. But I can tell that he harbored hatred in him. Luo, Shinzi said. I took action to corner the entire Emperor Sword Sect, and I even killed one of their Sir Gods. It'd be weird if Emperor Sword Sect Master didn't hate me. Jian Wushuang laughed. Not only Luo Shinzi could tell, but Jian Wushuang also saw through him. He was so readable. Plus, Jian Wushuang knew that Emperor Sword Sect Master was temporarily fearful of his power, and he didn't dare to display his hatred. Hence, his humble behavior. But in actual fact, he was dying to suck his blood dry and eat his flesh. Besides, Jian Wushuang was sure that when the Master of Star Palace's death was verified in no time, all forces and experts would launch an attack on Lineage of Star with all sorts of reasons. Emperor Sword Sect would definitely hit them when they were down. That was a definite. However, even though Jian Wushuang knew that for sure, he couldn't just destroy Emperor Sword Sect. Emperor Sword Sect in Eternal Chaotic World, their foundation and power in Sanctuary Alliance are too solid. It's okay if I just teach Emperor Sword Sect Master a lesson casually. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't care. But if I were to destroy Emperor Sword Sect directly, just because Emperor Sword Sect Master made it difficult for me, it would instigate dissatisfaction in the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance. Plus, Emperor Sword Sect already lowered their heads before me, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Lineage of Star was already at the heart of the struggle. Among the higher-ups on Sanctuary Alliance, there were some who were hostile towards Lineage of Star, or even to him. However, there were also some that anticipated and looking forward to him growing and becoming one of the major powers of Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, those who supported him. Between the two, there should be restrictions to one another. However, if Jian Wushuang were to destroy Emperor Sword Sect for trivial matters, although Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't do anything to him, it was inevitable that those higher-ups who were originally on his side would become unhappy. That was not something Jian Wushuang wanted. In Sanctuary Alliance, all forces are complicated. Like the saying, pull one hair and the whole body is affected. To Lineage of Star now, the most important factor is the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. The standing of the great emperors. He couldn't let their standpoints waver. At least, not until after the danger period. As for Emperor Sword Sect, humph, they're just clowns. Even if I don't destroy them now, when the war explodes, I will destroy them if they dare to join the war. Jian Wushuang didn't care much about Emperor Sword Sect. In Eternal Chaotic World, among the major forces who intend to fight Lineage of Star, there were many that were stronger than Emperor Sword Sect. Even if there was really a war, forces like Emperor Sword Sect weren't too many if there was one extra, weren't too few if there was one less. It didn't matter. Sword Emperor, as you know clearly, I shall not comment further. Goodbye, Luo Shinzi said, and then turned to leave. Jian Wushuang watched as Luo Shinzi leave. Then he waved, and an ancient silver spaceship appeared in the void before him. Jian Wushuang entered the cabin, and it started traveling at a terrifyingly fast speed to Lineage of Star. With the speed of the silver spaceship, he would arrive in Lineage of Star in no time. However, the silver spaceship only traveled for half a day before it ran into mishap. In the vast, dark void, the ancient spaceship was traveling at a fast speed. However, just as the silver spaceship flew past a piece of void, the surroundings suddenly filled with blurry fog, and as the spaceship continued to plunge forward, the gray fog grew thicker. Jian Wushuang in the cabin instantly noticed the changes in the void outside the spaceship. His eyes dilated in shock. It seems that my journey back won't be smooth sailing. Chapter 1880. 3 Boatmen in Black. The void was filled with blurry fog. The huge, ancient silver spaceship vanished into thin air while Jian Wushuang stood arrogantly alone. Jian Wushuang's gaze was like lightning. He stared forward with a tinge of coldness. In the void that Jian Wushuang was staring at, there were ripples spreading in the water. In the thick gray fog, there was a simple wooden boat. On the boat, there was an elderly paddling. The elderly was scrawny and tan-skinned. He was shabbily dressed in black, with a bamboo hat. Judging by his looks, he was no different from an ordinary boatman. However, after the boatman in black appeared, Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat and his face grew solemn. The wooden boat emerged from the gray fog and continued to travel forward until it was 100 miles away from Jian Wushuang before it stopped. "I wonder who you are. Why do you block my route?" Jian Wushuang remained at the same spot as his voice spread. I am a nobody. My name, Sword Emperor, doesn't have to bother. I came here today for only one matter." The boatman in black smiled and said in a gentle voice, "What's the matter?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Sword Emperor, what do you think about this fish?" The boatman in black suddenly pointed in one direction of the void. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked and realized that the void filled with ripples while in the water. There was a huge carp that weighed about 3 jin that jumped out. It was so vivid as though it was real. The moment the carp jumped out, Jian Wushuang became heavily guarded. Vroom vroom. Jian Wushuang's consciousness was heavily affected. As the image turned, Jian Wushuang came to an ordinary courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a young maiden in snow-white blouse. She was practicing her sword principle while a young man sat by the side and gave pointers casually. He pointed out the young maiden's flaw in her sword principle. The courtyard wasn't huge, but it was a great place to practice swordsmanship. Although it had been years, Jian Wushuang could determine with a glance that the courtyard was where he used to practice swordsmanship when he was young. It was Sword Marquis Mansion. The young maiden in the snow-white blouse was Jian Menger, who had once been entangled with him. The young man who was sitting by the side and giving pointers was him in his younger times. The familiar sight was replayed perfectly. Sword Marquis Mansion. Jian Menger, it has been a while. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Only dreamland, how could it affect me? Jian Wushuang thought, and he instantly plunged towards his true, but with unprecedented determination. The image of younger times that he had missed immediately shattered with shockingly fast speed. Finally, the image shattered completely. Jian Wushuang continued to stand arrogantly into the void that was filled with gray fog while the wooden boat in front of him remained at the same spot. However, the boatman in black who was originally on the wooden boat disappeared. Pissed. Extremely soft. If it was any other ordinary almighty, he wouldn't be able to hear the sound, but there was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Go. A low roar and Blood Mountain's sword was out of its scabbard. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword and brought about boundless sword intention. Simultaneously, it shook off the space-time. The stroke was space-time sword principle that Jian Wushuang created through the combination of his studies about space-time doctrine and sword principle. In space-time sword principle, Jian Wushuang had already created the 7th move, and he was merely performing until the 5th move. Dang! Along with a loud clash, the boatman in black's figure flew backward. There was murderous intention soaring from Jian Wushuang's body. With his willpower, the 4 Hongjun golden swords ascended and turned into 4 rays of resplendent golden light. They chased after the boatman in black at lightning speed. Hee, the boatman in black smiled maliciously. As he retreated, his figure instantly blended into the surrounding gray fog and vanished. Jian Wushuang grew distressed, while the 4 Hongjun golden swords immediately stopped. He glanced around and swept out his soul power over the widest range. However, his soul power couldn't see through the surrounding grey fog. He knew that boatman in black should be around, but he couldn't determine the boatman in black's exact location. King of venomous worms, would your secret skill be able to locate him? Jian Wushuang asked. His current power had already reached the top of Emperor God level. Although King of venomous worms had already transformed into full-foot plenilune, his scariest power was actually recovery power. In ferocious fights, it was difficult for him to assist Jian Wushuang. However, he had many auxiliary skills. For example, King of Venomous Worms knew a secret skill whereby whenever someone got close to Jian Wushuang, King of Venomous Worms would instantly be alerted and he would remind Jian Wushuang. King of Venomous Worms shook his head when he heard Jian Wushuang. I can't. Maybe due to the surrounding gray fog, my secret skill wasn't working when I performed it. I see. Jian Wushuang's gaze fixed. He could tell that his opponent was well prepared. For instance, the surrounding thick gray fog should be a formation. Who are you exactly? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold as it spread in the surrounding void. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had offended countless enemies. There were quite a number of them who wanted him dead. However, his power was on display. There shouldn't be many who had the guts to scheme against him. However, the boatman in black that he had come across. He had never heard of him, nor seen him before, but he posed a great threat. One should know that the magic skill earlier. In Jian Wushuang's view, it was definitely the most realistic and scariest magic skill. If it wasn't because he was an inverse cultivator and his mental state had been in training to the point that he had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of mental state, he wouldn't be able to shake off that dreamland forcefully. Plus, the boatman in black's assassination skill was really scary. He could say that the boatman in black was definitely one of the strongest assassins he had seen so far. Sword Emperor, I said that I only have one purpose for this trip. The purpose is naturally to kill you. His gentle voice spread from all directions, and Jian Wushuang wasn't sure in which direction the voice came from, nor did he know the location of the boatman in black. Just then, Virum, a strange bolt of power charged to Jian Wushuang without any signs before. Soul attack. Jian Wushuang's face changed. Chapter 1884. Disperse soul attack was considered to be Jian Wushuang's weak point. Previously, he had spent a large number of resources to improve his soul. Then he already formed a substantive soul, and substantive soul was extremely strong, far beyond any ordinary Sir God's. Such a powerful soul was also sturdier. Besides, he had already found a soul ring in the ancient battlefield back in Greenfire World. Although the soul ring was damaged badly, it had great defense power toward soul attack. It was Jian Wushuang's soul's reliance. The power of the boatman in black that he was dealing with was unfathomable. The soul attack that he had performed, Jian Wushuang wasn't sure if he could withstand it. Terrifying soul power was like a sharp sword that tore everything and charged towards Jian Wushuang's substantive soul. At first, it was hindered by the soul ring, and its power was diminished by half. The rest of the power was also blocked off by soul walls that Jian Wushuang had put up temporarily. In the middle of the blurry void, Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth as he stood there. His face looked gloomy. Just as the soul power hit his substantive soul, his body quivered. There was a sharp pain that caused the veins on his forehead to pop up as though his head was going to explode. Fortunately, although there was a sharp pain, his substantive soul withstood the soul attack, and H was only slightly injured. Luckily, I purposefully spent a large number of resources to improve my soul strength. Luckily, I got a soul ring from the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang had yet to recover from the attack. He knew that if there were to be lack of the factors, he would have been killed by the soul attack directly. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream across the void. Jian Wushuang's eyes quickly dilated. He had barely withstood the soul attack earlier, but the boatman in black's attack descended again. The speed was too fast and too sudden. The most crucial part was that Jian Wushuang had no idea where the location of the boatman in black was before he attacked. When he realized, the boatman in black was already behind him. The attack was launched at a close distance. Moon-picking skill. A boundless divine power and bloodline power suddenly erupted. The strongest secret skill of ancient god, moon-picking skill, was performed instantly. Then the moon-picking skill that Jian Wushuang performed was aiming at the void that he was in. Rumble. The surrounding sky and space-time instantly pressed down. Not only the boatman in black, but also Jian Wuxuang himself, felt the pressing of the space-time and was greatly restricted. Comparatively, Jian Wuxuang was far less restricted. Jian Wuxuang slanted his body, and the black light that was swung by the boatman in black flew past. I dodged it, Jian Wuxuang was surprised. Moon-picking skill was originally used to pressure opponent using space-time while he launched a full attack at his opponent. Then, Jian Wuxuang had used it to dodge the attack. Very smart indeed, the boatman in black was shocked. Just as Jian Wuxuang was driving 4 Hong Jun golden swords and prepared to counterattack, the boatman in black blended into surrounding gray fog again and disappeared from within Jian Wuxuang's sensory range. D***it. Jian Wuxuang looked distressed. Jian Wuxuang, this guy merged with the surrounding gray fog, and it is hard to trace him. As long as the gray fog is here, he can attack and retreat as he wishes. Only he could attack you, but you couldn't attack him. In other words, he is invincible, King of Venomous Worms said in Jian Wuxuang's head. If so, I shall disperse the gray fog. Jian Wuxuang fixed his gaze upon the fog. Ancient god, unique skill, universal laws. Virum, 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 virum. The void shook, and there were huge ancient god shadows that appeared behind Jian Wuxuang. With one glance, there seemed to be more than hundreds, thousands of shadows. These shadows were substantiated by boundless divine power. Reincarnation palm. Jian Wuxuang roared, and a palm containing boundless reincarnation power slapped. The crowded ancient god shadows behind him also gathered boundless divine power, and then they swung their palms too. They were all reincarnation palms. One should know that reincarnation palm derived from Jian Wuxuang's comprehension of the shocking palm that one starman left in his head the other day. In terms of power, it was also considered a fierce secret skill, and the divine power that required was not little. An ordinary Sir God could at most perform over a dozen palms after a vigorous fight. However, Jian Wuxuang himself and also ancient god shadows that he had formed performed the palm. The expense of divine power. An ordinary Sir God wouldn't be able to withstand it, but Jian Wuxuang could perform it straightforwardly. Hum, 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 hum. Listening to vigorous explosions, the palms that seemed to contain the entire reincarnation attacked the surrounding void. The surrounding void shattered and broke. Only with one round of attacks, the tens of millions of miles void that Jian Wuxuang was in had shattered into pieces. Even space was non-existent. The gray fog in the space was naturally swallowed up mercilessly. Without the hindrance of the gray fog, Jian Wuxuang finally locked gazes with the boatman in black. The boatman in black was standing in the void about 10,000 miles away. You are truly an inverse cultivator. Your divine power is boundless. With such attacks, the required divine power should be huge, but you could perform it with ease without any pressure, the boatman in black complimented. Even though the surrounding gray fog had dispersed, he wasn't in a hurry. Now, you and I can fight a fair fight. Jian Wuxuang's eyes were cold. Just as he spoke, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 golden lights instantly burst out. The speed was enough to strike fear into an ordinary emperor god. Jian Wuxuang gave full play to his comprehension of space-time doctrine. Plus, from the increase in his understanding of sword principle, the power of the 4 Hong Jun golden swords was much stronger than before. Even without the assistance of the gray fog, I can still kill you. The boatman in black smiled maliciously. When the 4 golden lights appeared in front of him, the black saber that gave out dim light in his hand suddenly shuttled through the 4 golden lights instantly, like a poisonous snake. The 4 golden lights instantly moved to the side from the impact, while the boatman in black didn't stop but appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang. Wow! Boundless dim light flowed out and a black saber descended. Jian Wuxuang could only feel that he had instantly fallen into boundless darkness. Chapter 1885 One High. Humph! Jian Wushuang harumphed coldly, while his blood mountain sword let out a shrill whistle. The sword light instantly burst out along with boundless reincarnation power. The stroke was reincarnation's sword principle, the sixth move. It was also the most powerful stroke among reincarnation sword principle that Jian Wushuang had created. Under the trigger of Jian Wushuang's fierce divine power and bloodline power, the power of the stroke was extremely terrifying. Clang! The sound of metal clanged, and Jian Wushuang took a few steps back from the impact. Just as he retreated, Hong! A boundless bloodline aura spread, and Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly increased in size and instantly turned into black jade colors. Simultaneously, there were heads and arms extending from his body. Ancient tribe body revealed itself with 7 heads and 14 arms. Jian Wushuang's fighting power suddenly reached its peak. Die! The 4 Hong Jun golden swords flew out with ferocious sword intention, while Jian Wushuang's 14 arms wielded a sword each and attacked. The boatman in black wasn't afraid and swung out his black saber continuously. Dang! 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 There were vigorous clashes of blades in the void. Jian Wushuang had already given full play to his swordsmanship and his close combat skill in collaboration with an intense attack of Hong Jun golden sword. Even so, the boatman in black was responding rather at ease. Sword Emperor, compared to when you fought with Palace Master Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace 1,000 years ago, your swordsmanship has improved tremendously. The boatman in black smiled, and his figure suddenly became creepy. Just like the reflection in the mirror, he appeared in 3 different places in the void. When Jian Wushuang swept out his consciousness and located the boatman in black, the latter appeared next to him. Then, the black saber was swept at him again. The darkness was as usual, and the power was soaring. Bang! Jian Wushuang was pushed out by the impact. After Jian Wushuang steadied himself, his cold eyes locked onto the boatman in black as his face grew solemn. This person is so strong. Strong, he was really strong. One should know that 1,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang had collaborated his close combat skills with his Hong Jun golden swords, and he had matched evenly with Luo Shenzi, who was in the 21st place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. After 1,000 years of cultivation in Emperor Sword Palace, Jian Wushuang had improved tremendously in sword principle and his overall power. Then he was stronger than he had been 1,000 years ago. But in the end, when he gave full play to his sword principle, close combat skill, and Hong Jun golden swords, he still had the lower hand. The boatman in black, who exactly is he? Jian Wushuang muttered. He was sure that the boatman in black wasn't a great emperor, but an emperor god expert. He was definitely not on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, his power among all emperor gods on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list should definitely be in the top 3, or even second to Underworld God. If the gray fog wasn't dispersed by Jian Wushuang forcefully, the boatman in black would be able to fight with Underworld God with the existence of gray fog. He was definitely a terrifying existence. He doesn't exist on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Could he be from Holocaust sect of Akron Palace? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask. Holocaust sect and Akron Palace were hidden. Their experts almost never revealed themselves. Hence, Sanctuary Alliance didn't know much about the experts that the 2 dark forces had. If it was said that the boatman in black was from Holocaust sect of Akron Palace, it was possible. Then, the boatman in black looked at Jian Wushuang. The infamous Sword Emperor is really not weak. Even I will have to pay a price if I want to kill you. Just as he spoke, the boatman in black suddenly flipped his hand and took out a creepy black pearl. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the black pearl. The boatman in black had already squashed the black pearl. The pearl broke, and dark energy that struck fear even into Jian Wushuang soared up. The dark energy concentrated on the black saber under the control of the boatman in black. Die! The boatman in black took action. He swung out his black saber. Suddenly, the universe was engulfed in boundless darkness. In the dark, a resplendent light shined. The light was too bright. It was definitely one of the brightest lights Jian Wushuang had seen, and its speed was unbelievably fast. The moment it was swung out, it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He who wanted to withstand it by performing 8 divine mountain wouldn't have a chance either. Then Jian Wushuang's face grew red while 4 out of his 14 arms flowed with billowing divine power and wielded the swords. The 4 sword shadows collided with the light. Clang! A terrifying power traveled, and almost instantly the 4 swords in the 4 arms flew off. But the power of the light didn't decrease and hit Jian Wushuang's body. Poof! Jian Wushuang spat a mouthful of blood while Jian Wushuang's body retreated tens of thousands of miles away before he regained stability. After Jian Wushuang steadied himself, he suddenly lifted his head. A great emperor's hit! Without a doubt, the power of the light earlier had already surpassed an emperor god's power. It definitely had reached the level of a great emperor. It was equal to a great emperor's hit. Hence, it could throw Jian Wushuang's sword away and continue to injure Jian Wushuang. The boatman in black squinted his eyes. He didn't die. A great emperor's hit was enough to kill an emperor god easily. That was definite. On heaven and earth supreme ranking list, among all emperor gods, only 2 could withstand a great emperor's hit but not die. But then, Jian Wushuang had done it. It seems like your armor was no ordinary chaotic divine treasure. The boatman in black glanced at the crimson armor on Jian Wushuang. He knew that the reason why Jian Wushuang could withstand the hit was because of the armor. Jian Wushuang himself admitted that. His divine power could be compared to an emperor god's favorably, and in addition to his ancient tribe bloodline. His divine power was impressive. However, to block the earlier hit like a great emperor's hit with his defense body, it was impossible. But he had 5-gem armor. As the only treasure that ancient tribe expert from ancient times, Wu Hun, had left for him, although it was broken, his defense power was still terrifying. Like the great emperor hit earlier, its power was diminished by 90% after 5-gem armor. With only the remaining power left, it naturally couldn't kill him. As a great emperor hit couldn't kill you, it seems that I can't do anything about you. Sword Emperor, you're lucky this time. We shall meet again. Just as he said that, the boatman in black floated to the far-off void.